Chapter 2370. Songlang City, the administrative center of the 38 star sectors. The Expeditionary Empire had 38 star sectors under its jurisdiction. Each star sector had its own administrative center and was also the most prosperous place in the entire star sector. Regardless of whether one was from a powerful faction or a nouveau riche, anyone who came to Songlang City would be shocked by the prosperity of the administrative center. It would also make them realize how insignificant they were. Recently, the hottest topic in Songlang City was the Capital College's preliminary selection. To any genius, being able to enter the Capital College was the glory of a lifetime. Once they graduated from the Capital College, their status would be different and they would stand at the top for the rest of their lives. There would be people coming to the Capital College office in Songlang City every day to gather information. Some of the spies even kept watch all day long, not wanting to miss out on any news. The Capital College assessment that was held once every 5 years attracted the attention of countless people. There was nothing more influential than the Capital College. Songlang City, the governor's residence. The most powerful place in the entire Songlang Star Sector, the Expeditionary Guard, was not included. Recently, the higher-ups of the judgment team were not in a good mood because of a piece of bad news. They had completely lost contact with the geniuses who had gone to the remote sacred world. If not for the fact that the life tablet left behind by the geniuses had not been broken, they would have suspected that they had been killed. Still no news. In the governor's residence, in the main hall, a voice that was neither soft nor loud reverberated, filled with an irresistible pressure. It was as if a giant was pressing down on them. Below the throne, a dozen or so people were pale and sweating. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the person in front of them. Not yet, not yet. His voice sounded powerless. Continue to search. We must get to the bottom of this. Everyone is watching the judgment team. If our geniuses do not return this time, you all know the consequences. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since he arrived at Songlang City. In these 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had learned about the Expeditionary Empire, the Capital College, and many secrets. It was an eye-opening experience. Lin Fei pondered for a while and decided to go to the Capital College to take a look. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to find a place to secretly absorb the origin energy. Unfortunately, the origin energy in Songlang City, and even the entire star sector, was incomparably powerful. He had tried to plunder the origin energy many times, but an accident had occurred in the star sector. Yes, it was an accident. At that time, Lin Fei was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. If origin energy could not be absorbed, then the powerful system would lose most of its functions, such as duplication. Lin Fei would not be so stupid as to waste the origin energy he had on hand. Inside Imperial College, there were unimaginable resources. It was said that there were special plants that could be used to make energy blocks. Lin Fei's thoughts became urgent. The star domain had been cursed countless times and all his plans had been disrupted, forcing him to go to Imperial College. Songlang City, Occupation Certification Management Office. In the 38 star regions, every star region and every city had a professional certification management office. Songlang City's Occupation Certification Management Office occupied a huge area. Since Songlang City was the administrative center, there were countless people who came here for the certification every day. Being certified here was equivalent to receiving a portion of the empire's benefits. Sigh, there haven't been any good classes appearing recently. That's right. Usually, only ordinary jobs appear. There isn't a single powerful job. I've heard that the neighboring star field has recently given birth to several powerful jobs. In the lobby of the management office, 2 staff members were chatting about the recent happenings. Imperial College's preliminaries are about to begin. How many prodigies from Songlang City do you think will make it? There must be at least a few dozen of them. During the last preliminary selection, a total of 32 people from Songlang City passed the preliminary selection and 6 of them were admitted into the Capital Institute. I heard that the prodigies from the Judgment Hall have all gone for training. They say that they are the biggest competitors this time. I heard that too. I heard that they disappeared for 200 years just to prepare for the preliminaries. I heard that this year's recruitment has a different meaning. The great emperor places great importance on it. All the prodigies of the empire have given up on the previous imperial college and are all here for this assessment. The two of them could not help but look envious. Because this year's imperial college was different from the previous ones, it had a special meaning. All the prodigies had chosen to participate in the assessment this year. If they could stand out among the prodigies and catch the eye of the great emperor, their future would be limitless. The prodigies of the 38 star regions were all ready to compete. Is this the place for certification? As they were chatting enthusiastically, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. A young man dressed in ordinary clothes had appeared in the hall out of nowhere. The two of them glanced at him and knew that he was an ordinary person. There were countless people like him every day. Yes, this is the place for certification. Each certification requires 10 energy blocks. The person who had entered was, of course, Lin Fei. Although he had the Empire Medal and was no longer an unregistered citizen, certification was a must. Actually, Lin Fei could have used the system to make it. However, after the origin energy was blocked, he had to be careful when using the origin energy units. Even a simple matter had become complicated. Lin Fei had no choice but to come to the certification office. First job certification? Yes, first job certification, Lin Fei said. This way. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Fei came to a room on the left of the lobby. Job certification was not that troublesome. In fact, it was very simple. The staff took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball was extraordinary. At first glance, it gave off the impression that it was a treasure. In fact, the crystal ball was indeed a treasure. This is a magic energy detection ball made by the Empire. It can detect the 4 major attributes. In fact, Lin Fei had already understood some of the procedures of the certification office. The magic energy technology ball was a very good treasure. It specialized in identifying the 4 major attributes. What job do you want to be certified for? The staff asked as usual. The 4 major attributes were tested for certification, and there was also job certification. For job certification, the Empire had a set of certification procedures that they were familiar with. Roaring warrior. The staff did not listen carefully at first. Usually, the people who came for certification were mostly ordinary people. As for those with money and background, they had to make appointments in advance. Roaring warrior? The staff thought it was an ordinary job. Just as he was about to register, he subconsciously stopped. This name sounds a little familiar. Roaring warrior. What, you want to be certified as a roaring warrior? The staff could not remain calm anymore. He stared at the young man. Are you sure you want to be certified as a roaring warrior? Chapter 2371. As the leader of the Certification Management Office, Yuan Fei was not in a good mood these few days. The reason for his bad mood was simple. The Songlong Star region had been suppressed by the neighboring star regions. Recently, there had been a lot of good news coming out of their star region. For example, a certain profession had been certified successfully, or a certain profession was regarded as a first-rate profession with a bright future, etc. In contrast, the Songlong Star region had produced 2 or 3 first-rate professions in the past few years. The rest were common professions. As a result, every time Yuan Fei returned to the imperial capital for a report, he would lose face and be ridiculed by his colleagues. However, he could not come up with any useful rebuttal. In a month's time, I'll have to go for a report. This year is the same as last year. Yuan Fei put down the documents and could not help but smile bitterly. The Songlong Star region was getting worse year by year. Basically, most of the certifications were for third-rate and fourth-rate professions. Second-rate professions were too ordinary in front of those first-rate professions. Recently, there had been good news coming from the nearby star regions. Not long ago, a good friend had even specially sent him a message to remind him. Boss, bad news, bad news. Before Yuan Fei could finish lamenting, he was pushed away. Yuan Fei pulled a long face. Little Zhang, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Have you forgotten the rules? Get out now. Little Zhang was one of the staff outside. He had barged in a moment of excitement and had forgotten that his boss hated it when people barged in. He had to knock before entering. "Boss, let me explain." Little Jiang was anxious. "It's not that I've forgotten the rules, but this matter is too serious. Just now, a young man came to our hall. He wants to get his profession certified, and it's a top-level profession. Boss, you said last time that this kind of certification must be done by you, so..." Yuan Fei was really angry. He was in a bad mood, but his subordinates were not sensible, so his mood was naturally not good. Just as he was about to chase little Jiang out, he heard a few familiar words: roaring warrior, top-level profession. "Wait, you said someone wants to get a top-level profession, roaring warrior?" Yuan Fei stood up with a whoosh. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. "Yes, someone wants to get a roaring warrior certification." Yuan Fei felt as if he had been hit by a piece of pie. "Bring me there immediately, quick." Yuan Fei was completely unable to remain calm. He had to see this young man immediately. If this was true, Lin Fei was arranged to be in the reception room, and the staff brought him fragrant tea. His attitude changed drastically. This is the right step. No one can resist the temptation of a peak profession, no matter where they are. Besides, this is the Certification Administration Office. As Lin Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in green entered. "Are you the one who wants to be certified as a roaring warrior?" Lin Fei knew that this person should be the leader in charge of this place. Little Jiang rarely saw his boss so moved, so he took the initiative to introduce, "Your Excellency, this is the person in charge of our Certification Management Office, Lord Yuan. The certification of a top profession requires the highest person in charge of the management office to certify it." Lin Fei smiled. "That's right, it's me." Yuan Fei was slightly disappointed when he saw the other party. No matter how he looked at it, the other party seemed to be a roaring warrior, a peak profession, and had nothing to do with it. However, he saw absolute confidence in the other party, which was very rare. For him to have such confidence, he must have 120% confidence in his certification. At this moment, Yuan Fei was a little doubtful. Could this young man really have the ability? First transition profession certification was not an easy thing to do. Ordinary third or fourth grade professions could be certified in one try, but second and first grade professions were extremely difficult. As for peak professions, there might not even be one in decades. The difficulty was extremely high, as difficult as ascending to heaven. Do you know about the Roaring Warrior? It is one of the Empire's peak professions, and its future is limitless. But you should know that the difficulty of the peak profession certification, especially the first transition certification, is very high. There might not even be 1 out of 10,000 people who succeed. Do you really want to get certified? Moreover, once you fail, you won't be able to get certified again for at least 3 to 5 years. Yuan Fei was a very good person in charge. Regardless of whether the other party was here to fool him, Yuan Fei was willing to give him a chance based on the other party's absolute confidence. For such things, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if he really succeeded? Yuan Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. This was his only chance to turn things around. Once he was certified as a peak profession in his own territory, those who had mocked him back then would be dumbfounded at the meeting a month later. At that time, their expressions would definitely be very pleasing to look at. Thank you for your reminder, sir. Regarding the certification, I have already thought it through. Moreover, I am confident that the certification will succeed. Lin Fei said. Yuan Fei rarely saw such a confident young man. It was as if for a moment he felt that he had aged. Even a young man was more confident than him. Before the certification, as the person in charge of the certification, I have to introduce you to the peak profession certification. This was not a necessary procedure like in the past. It was a description of the peak profession certification. In fact, the peak profession certification was not a small matter. For third or fourth grade professions, it was not difficult at all. As long as one's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to obtain the certification. The peak profession certification had a certain amount of risk. Success was often accompanied by failure or even death. Yuan Fei felt that there was a need to make things clear first. After talking for about the time it took for an incense to burn, Yuan Fei explained the peak profession certification, the things to take note of, etc. He then brought Lin Fei to the depths of the ground. This is the certification space of our certification administration. Lin Fei had long understood the process of the certification. It was a special space opened up by the experts of the Expeditionary Empire. In this space, a special energy would be produced. Only by reaching a certain level of the 4 major attributes would one be able to obtain the certification of the special energy in this special space. Then, congratulations, the peak profession certification was successful. Once the peak profession certification was successful, one's strength would change. At the same time, one would obtain some of the instinctive skills of the peak profession certification. Although many people wanted to understand the secrets of this space, until now, no one had figured out what was going on. In fact, Lin Fei also wanted to experience this mysterious certification space and see what was so mysterious about it. Yuan Fei reminded Lin Fei again and opened this mysterious space. Alright, you can go in. Inside, you will have 3 days to certify. I wish you success. Thank you. Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked into this mysterious space. With a rumble, the door closed again. Don't let me down. Chapter 2372. A bright light flashed. Lin Fei was in a special space. Lin Fei had been to many places like space secret realms, but no matter how magical they weren't as magical and special as the space in front of him. What a strange place. Lin Fei observed his surroundings. What was different from other places was that he seemed to be in a starry sky, and the world in his eyes had become a myriad of stars. Real, very real. It wasn't virtual reality, but real existence. At least, that was what Lin Fei felt now. Lin Fei tried to walk a few steps, and it was as if he was walking in the starry sky. It was very real. Master, don't be fooled by the scene in front of you. Little Devil suddenly said. You said that this is fake. Lin Fei was very confused. Based on his perception, this place seemed real, and everything seemed to be real. However, these words were said by Little Devil, so he had to believe it. Seeing was believing, but it could also be fake. Master, don't be impatient. If the scene in front of him was fake, Lin Fei really admired the person who made the certification space. He was definitely a genius. Even a top expert might not be able to make it. What a professional. Authenticator, please come up. While Lin Fei was waiting, a cold voice came from the space. It was emotionless, just like the system's voice. The most unbelievable thing was that the voice was almost the same. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that the system was reminding him. Damn, how can there be such a voice? Dumbfounded. In such a place, no one would be calm when they met a voice similar to the system. Lin Fei was the same, and he hesitated for a while before coming back to his senses. Expeditionary Empire, civilized technology, could there be such an existence? Lin Fei didn't walk up. Who knew what was waiting for him? It was better to wait for Little Devil. Master, it's fine if you go up. Give me a little more time, and I will be able to understand everything here. Little Devil said very domineeringly. Understand everything? This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. The establishment of the Expeditionary Empire had probably obtained the technology of the civilization. No wonder there were so many professions. Do I have to come here after I get the system? Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked forward. With Little Devil's words, his heart calmed down. No matter how awesome this place was, compared to Little Devil, there was obviously a gap. After all, Little Devil was a virtual life form created by the system. After walking for a long time, a high platform appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was a huge platform. Lin Fei walked up step by step. After a short while, he arrived at the high platform. Welcome, Authenticator. I am the Authenticating Space's assistant. Please stand still while the assistant scans your data. A burst of light enveloped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. His data could be modified. Even the assistant in front of him might not be able to scan it. What he got was nothing more than virtual data. Scanning. Analyzing. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He realized that the authenticating space relied on the system to authenticate. It was more accurate than humans, and there wouldn't be any problems. Fortunately, I came. If I really simulated the authentication, there would be problems. The expeditionary empire is full of evil. Little Devil was more powerful than he imagined. Master, it's done. Do you want to take control of this system? Lin Fei was startled as if he heard wrongly. What? You want to control this system? Yes, just now, I hacked into this system through the system. As long as Master says the word, I will be able to take control of this system, and no one will find out. Little Devil's words were sonorous and powerful. Lin Fei was also stimulated. This place was really controlled by a system. Lin Fei didn't doubt that the Expeditionary Empire was a country with advanced technology. This was the combination of technology and power. Advanced technology, a great world. Are you sure it's okay? Lin Fei asked worriedly. This matter involved too much. Once it was exposed, the entire Expeditionary Empire would make a move on him. Even the strongest person would make a move on him. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Safety was the most important thing. To control the system and expose himself, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't agree. Master, don't worry. The system in this space is actually just a piece of equipment. It doesn't have any intelligence and the program is very rigid. There's no contact with the outside world. Controlling this kind of system is as easy as blowing off dust in my eyes. All right, then control it well. Got it. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Little Devil controlling this equipment would be of great help. When the time comes, there wouldn't be any problems with the authentication. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of trouble, it would be best if he could solve it. Master, I've already controlled this equipment and obtained some information. I'll transfer it to you immediately. A large amount of information was transmitted over. After being summarized by Little Devil, it was sent into Lin Fei's mind. He easily received all of it. Among the information that came in, there was information about the professions of the Expeditionary Empire. It was even more detailed than the outside world. It could be said that Lin Fei easily obtained a database of professions. No one would have thought that a piece of equipment would be controlled by someone else. Even if those strong people came, they wouldn't be able to control the equipment. Perhaps it was because of this that the Expeditionary Empire established a certification management office. It was a pity that this time, Lin Fei was someone with a system. He easily controlled the equipment and copied the data inside. So this is what certification is all about. After digesting the information, Lin Fei finally understood. Certification allowed people to absorb the power of the four main attributes under preset circumstances. Only by meeting the requirements of the system would the certification be successful. At the same time, each profession would have additional profession talents. This kind of profession talent was activated by the equipment. As for what kind of talent could be activated, it depended on the individual and also depended on the individual's luck. It didn't look like it was easy, but in reality, it wasn't like that. The difficulty wasn't small, especially the first-class and top-notch profession certifications. The difficulty was very high, and the failure rate was very high. This wasn't arranged by the equipment. The success rate was low to begin with. In that case, if I want to be certified as a roaring warrior now, I don't need to absorb the power of the four main attributes. I can do it in one step, right? Yes, it can be done in one step. In a place like the certification space, even if that person came, he wouldn't be able to see any clues. It's 100% safe. Chapter 2373. It's the last day. Certification Management Office, in front of the underground door. Yuan Fei didn't know how many times he had said this. He had never been so anxious before. A roaring warrior, a top-notch job. Once he succeeded, his future would be limitless. As the last day arrived, Yuan Fei's heart kept sinking. With his many years of experience, the shorter the time, the higher the success rate. Once the third day arrived, be it in terms of energy or other aspects, their condition would decline. The chances of success were very low. Back then, Yuan Fei remembered that there was a genius who was certified as a top-notch job. He only came out on the third day. In the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, his vitality was greatly damaged. Later on, he was certified as a second-rate job. Yuan Fei was very worried. This was related to his future. The news in the Certification Management Office was blocked by Yuan Fei. He was worried that it would cause trouble outside. Before he was sure, Yuan Fei wouldn't release the news. If he didn't succeed, he would become a joke. He wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of his colleagues. There's only 2 hours left. The door didn't open. Yuan Fei sighed. The chances of him succeeding were very low. He still hoped that he would succeed. This was his only chance to turn things around. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when it would appear again. You have to succeed. Humans were selfish. Yuan Fei was one of them. Once he succeeded, he would be able to use this chance to leave Songlong Star region. Yuan Fei, the person in charge, hoped that he would succeed more than anyone else. It's over. It's over. There's no hope. There was still 1 hour left. Yuan Fei had completely given up on him. If he still didn't come out, he wouldn't succeed. Yuan Fei was very depressed. He turned around and prepared to leave. Under such circumstances, almost no one could succeed. No matter who it was the same. Yuan Fei hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a cracking sound behind him. That sound was very pleasant to his ears. This is... Outside the door, a pale-faced Lin Fei walked out, his body swaying slightly. Yuan Fei turned his head and saw that extremely confident young man. His spirit, energy, and spirit were all very poor, but there was absolute confidence on his face. Lord Yuan, I didn't let you down. I succeeded. Yuan Fei's heart shook. His body also trembled slightly. He was too excited. Ah, that's great. I succeeded. Certification Management Office, in a courtyard. Lin Fei was arranged to stay here, and Yuan Fei brought medicinal pills to help Lin Fei recover from his injuries. It could be said that he was a scout who treated him like an ancestor. This is the right step. Only by coming out at the last moment will no one suspect what happened in the certification space. Sitting at the head of the bed, Lin Fei's face was still a little pale. This was done on purpose to prevent others from suspecting him. His job certification was much easier than the average person's, and he did not need to do anything. The little demon had already settled everything. It was very easy for Lin Fei to become a first transition roaring warrior. No, it should be a death god roaring warrior. As for why there was an additional Grim Reaper, Lin Fei himself was very surprised. The same was true for the little demoness. She did not understand what was going on. According to the Book of Life, he was a death god roaring warrior. Compared to the previous name, this class was much more impressive. As long as Lin Fei did not take out the Book of Life, no one would suspect that there was a problem with his class. Right now, he was a genuine roaring warrior. With the little demon's help, Lin Fei was the most powerful roaring warrior in history. Flipping through the class, he also had a deep understanding of the roaring warrior. From now on, he had a deep understanding of how to make the roaring warrior class stronger. Master, your death god roaring warrior should be the most powerful of all the classes. Even the current storm warrior is not a match for Master. My luck is not bad. I actually obtained 3 talent skills, one stronger than the other. Does this count as my luck being off the charts? After the certification was successful, Lin Fei obtained a talent skill. Under normal circumstances, the average person would have 1 skill, but Lin Fei was different. He obtained 3 skills, and they were all very good skills. At least, during this period of time, Lin Fei had not heard of anyone obtaining 3 talent skills after the certification. Skill 1, Terrifying Roar. This was a must-have skill for roaring warriors. As the name suggested, Terrifying Roar was a very powerful skill. Within a certain range, it could carry out 2 attacks. One was a physical attack, and the other was a mental attack. It could be said to be a domineering and brutal killer move. This skill consumed a lot of energy. For Lin Fei, this was not a problem. As long as he found an opportunity to replenish his energy, Terrifying Roar could be used as many times as it came. It was a terrifying torture for the enemy. Skill 2, Grim Reaper's Eye. This was also a powerful skill, the Grim Reaper's Eye. Once it was used, it could imprison an opponent. The length of time depended on the opponent's strength, and the lowest duration was 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the opponent wouldn't be able to move and wouldn't be able to use anything. When experts fought, life and death could be decided in 1 second. This skill was more powerful than terrifying roar. First a grim reaper's eye, then a terrifying roar. Almost no one could withstand it. It was best if they were seriously injured. Skill 3. Infinite plunder. This was the most terrifying of the 3 skills. The first 2 were offensive, but this skill was amazing. Within a certain range, it could plunder all life essence, which was the opponent's energy. However, such a domineering move could only be used once a day. This talent skill was so powerful that it defied the heavens. When a person's energy was almost depleted, once it was used violently, there was no need to fight at all. They could plunder as much as they came. Moreover, Lin Fei was not worried that there would be a situation where he could not hold them. The system was an amazing container. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that if news of these 3 innate skills spread out, the entire empire would be shocked. He decided that under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't use these 2 innate skills. Yes, it was the last 2 innate skills. Once he used them, he wouldn't leave anyone alive. Peak professions only had 1 innate skill, while he had 3 innate skills. Moreover, each was more heaven-defying than the last. Keeping a low profile was the best choice. On the other side, Yuan Fei was in a very good mood. He was smiling wherever he went. Chapter 2374. Outside Songlang City, Expeditionary Guard. As the Great Emperor's special department that monitored the star field, it was established in a quiet place outside Songlang City. Usually, unless something big happened, the Expeditionary Guard rarely interfered with the star field's affairs unless there was an order from the top. Only then would they interfere. During the year, the Expeditionary Guards were basically all in the branch, except for the necessary information gathering. The Expeditionary Guard had become an invisible existence in the star field. As a deacon of the Expeditionary Guard, Xiao Mingshan's daily task was to read the collected information and choose some to send to the top. It was a very easy task. Sigh, it's not good to be too quiet. Xiao Mingshan put down a document and rubbed his forehead. Every day was a trivial matter. After a long time, he naturally lost interest. The Expeditionary Guard monitored the star field's movements. Their spies were all over the star field. In fact, there was really no movement. This is the last one. Xiao Mingshan picked up the last document. When he saw the words on it, his expression changed slightly. Yuan Fei from the Serious Management Department. He knew Yuan Fei. He was the person in charge of the Serious Management Department. Yuan Fei had been in Songlang Star Field for decades and had never been promoted. In fact, there were very few high-level professionals in Songlang Star Field. The top's impression was that they were incompetent. How did he find the time to send a message? Did a first-rate profession appear? But even if it's a first-rate profession, he doesn't need to send a document. Xiao Mingshan could not figure out why Yuan Fei would send it. He decided to open it and take a look. Roaring Warrior, a peak profession? The information inside was very short, but it had a huge impact on Xiao Mingshan. He stood up. A peak profession actually appeared in Songlang Star Field, and it's a Roaring Warrior. This is big news. Xiao Mingshan had the responsibility of monitoring the star field. At the same time, he had another responsibility, which was to select some outstanding talents for the empire. All these years, the star field had been very peaceful. However, the empire had not done a good job in selecting talents. This had always been a sore point for Xiao Mingshan. Usually, there were not many first-rate professions. Suddenly, a peak profession appeared. Moreover, it was a Roaring Warrior who majored in strength, one of the 4 major attributes. This was definitely a talent that the empire needed. Xiao Mingshan himself was a second-rate class, so he was very clear on the strength of a peak class. Once a peak class matured, it would be equivalent to the empire having a war god great general. Ha! That's great. This won't do. I have to go and confirm it immediately. The news of a masterclass appearing in the serious management office cannot be hidden for long. Once it gets out, all the forces in the star field will come to recruit him. Xiao Mingshan did not hesitate. He turned around and left the expedition guards. The person in charge of the expeditionary guard, Xiao Mingshan, personally came over. Yuan Fei was overwhelmed by the favor. They were both staff members of the empire, but their power was completely different. The expeditionary guard had the power to kill. Deacon Xiao, why are you here? Xiao Mingshan was a tall and strong man. He casually said, "Not bad, you finally did a good deed. You found a good seedling without a sound. I have to congratulate you. Maybe you can take this opportunity to return to the imperial capital to work." Yuan Fei could not help but reveal a trace of joy. However, he said, "We are all working for the empire. What's there to talk about returning to the imperial capital to work?" Xiao Mingshan did not expose him. Yuan Fei had made a great contribution, so his chances of returning to the imperial capital were very high. This was something that everyone envied. Even if his position was not as high after returning, it was still something that others would envy. Right, is the Roaring Warrior kid still here? Xiao Mingshan had to personally come over to find a peak-class talent. He also had to investigate the other party's information, in case he was a spy sent by an enemy nation. When he comes out, he must be weak. I've arranged for him to stay in the courtyard to recuperate. What's his background? Yuan Fei said, "No problem. He came from a small world outside the star field. It's not easy to impersonate someone from our empire. The authentication space will not allow him to pass. The people of the empire all have demonic qi in their bodies. There is no way to hide it. That kid's aura is pure. He is not someone from the empire. I can guarantee this." Xiao Mingshan also believed Yuan Fei's words. After all, the star field's Songlang city was not ordinary. There was an array formation at the city gate. If someone from the Celestial Beast Empire wanted to sneak in, they would not be able to pass the city gate. Not to mention the authentication office's checkpoint. If he was able to pass the authentication successfully, then he must be someone from the empire. The Expeditionary Empire controlled a large territory. Although there were 38 star fields, there were still some territories that were not included. It was not impossible for one or two geniuses to appear in these places. I will arrange for an investigation. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard for 3 days. Over the next 3 days, Yuan Fei had more or less recovered from his injuries, and he appeared once more. In these 3 days, Yuan Fei did not stay idle. He cooperated with Xiao Mingshan's investigation. The expeditionary guards mobilized a large amount of resources and really found some information. For example, there was no doubt that Lin Fei came from a small world outside the star field. In order to investigate Lin Fei, Xiao Mingshan did not hesitate to use his treasures. Fortunately, Xiao Mingshan was not disappointed. Lin Fei was indeed someone from a small world. It was not easy for him to reach this step. "Little Lin, have you rested well these days?" Yuan Fei came in with a smile. When Lin Fei saw the other party smile, he knew that the issue of identity information had been resolved. Previously, he specially went to a small world and spent a lot of time to create an identity to confuse everyone. When Xiao Mingshan arranged for people to go to that small world, Lin Fei's arrangements were activated. Their actions were seen clearly. When Yuan Fei came today, Lin Fei was relieved. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Sir Yuan, for your care. My injuries have almost recovered." After Yuan Fei confirmed that the identity information was correct from Xiao Mingshan, he was completely relieved. After all, no matter how important a genius was, if he was someone from the empire, no matter how good he was, he would still be crippled. Fortunately, the scene that he worried about did not happen. Lin Fei was also registered in the expeditionary guards. "Good, that's good." Yuan Fei smiled and said, "I wonder what little Lin is planning to do next." Lin Fei said helplessly, "Master Yuan, I've been having a headache over this matter recently. When I first came to the Songlang Star Sector, it was also to verify my profession. Who knew that I would be a howling warrior? I really didn't have any plans for my upcoming journey." This was exactly what Yuan Fei wanted. Little Lin, if you don't mind me being long-winded, I have a few suggestions for you to choose. Yuan Fei said kindly. Chapter 2375. In the end, the news from the Certification Management Office spread. Yuan Fei was very secretive. He did not want the news to spread out so quickly. Coupled with the news from the Expeditionary Guards, the news about the Howling Warriors had spread throughout the entire Zhonglang city in a few days. It was even spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Top class Howling Warrior? Oh my god, this is incredible. Our Zhonglang Star Field also has a top class. Howling Warrior is a top class with terrifying combat power. He will definitely become a rank 8 powerhouse in the future and a top existence among the rank 8s. Once the news spread, there was an uproar. The Howling Warrior was a class that had not appeared for hundreds of years. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a sensation. Zhonglang Star Field would be excited for a long time when a top class appeared, not to mention the rare Howling Warrior, a top class. Some major forces in Zhonglang City were the first to receive the news. After a long history, the nature of the Expeditionary Guard began to change. The Great Emperor had always been in seclusion and rarely appeared. All the power was given to the subordinates, and the Expeditionary Guard, who were the eyes and ears of the Expeditionary Guard, also began to change. For example, some people planted by the major forces, etc. As long as it was not really top-secret information, it could not be hidden and would soon be spread out. The Expeditionary Guard was also used to this. The first to know was the City Lord's mansion. As the controller of the Star Field and the governor of the border, no news could be hidden from their eyes and ears, unless they did not want to know. Region Lord, the news has been confirmed. That person came from a small world and obtained some benefits by chance. He seems to have been enlightened and successfully certified a few days ago. He has a top-class Howling Warrior. A top class, even if he had not grown up, was still worthy of attention. Immediately send a generous gift on behalf of the City Lord's mansion to test his attitude and see if he can be drawn to our side. The person on the throne said lightly. Yes, sir. The person retreated. The person on the throne said to himself, interesting, Zhonglang Star Field has a top class, a Howling Warrior who majored in strength. Imperial College Branch. They also received the news as soon as possible. Li Xiong, the head of the school branch, showed a rare smile on his face. He immediately found someone. God is helping me. If this genius is willing to participate in the selection, he will be the top student of this year's Rookie King. The professional geniuses from other star areas may not be a match for the Roaring Warrior. As a historically significant selection, this year's Capital Institute selection was grander than any other. All the prides from previous years had chosen to participate in this assessment just to prepare for this year's selection. Li Xiong had been worried that this year, that Zhonglang Star Zone could not find a genius profession that would make people's eyes shine. The appearance of this person with a clear identity was undoubtedly the best choice. If the other party became the newcomer king of this year's selection, as the branch head, it was very likely that he would become a teacher in the academy. There was no better news than this. You go to contact this genius immediately. No, it's better for me to go in person, so as not to spoil the good thing. Li Xiong decided to go by himself. After the news spread, all of a sudden, a sea of people filled the certification office. They all wanted to see this heaven-defying genius, and there were even some who came for certification, hoping to reach the heavens in a single bound. Lin Fei didn't leave the yard of the certification office. There was no quieter place than this. Ordinary people didn't dare to break in. This was an institution of the empire. Attacking an institution of the empire was a felony and would be punished with capital punishment. Big forces are really big forces. They are all generous. Lin Fei looked at the gifts sent and couldn't help but laugh. These forces basically sent energy blocks, which were basically between 100,000 and 200,000. For them, this was just a drop in the bucket. If they could leave an impression on the future top profession, this was a much more cost-effective deal. City Lord's mansion, 1 million energy blocks. What a generous gift! In just 1 or 2 days, Lin Fei received a lot of gifts. He had no taboo, so he didn't refuse any of them. He would eat the sugar first. Those who tried to invite him, Lin Fei just smiled perfunctorily. Lin Fei had no interest in joining any force. His ambition was not here. Looking at the time, that person should be here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Fei pushed the door and came in, looking very excited. Xiaolin, Minister Li is here. Lin Fei smiled. Minister Li Xiong was the minister of the Imperial College branch. He had the privilege to recommend a person to skip the primary selection and enter the next round. This privilege was rarely used. For this privilege, the big forces of the Zhonglong Star Zone had come to greet him, but Li Xiong hadn't made a decision yet. Li Xiong was also glad that he didn't use his recommendation right. Roaring Warrior, a top profession, recommended by him, those people of the Imperial College would definitely look at him differently. This time, Li Xiong came in person. In any case, this talent must be recommended. If someone else got it first, it would really be a joke. The news just came out, and it was not a big deal. But once the minister of the neighboring star zone knew it, things would not be simple. Li Xiong decided to make a quick decision. Minister Li, why are you here? Why don't you inform me? There is no need to come all the way here. Yuan Fei accompanied Li Xiong carefully. Li Xiong was expressionless. He treated everyone the same. In addition, sitting in the position of minister, he had a strong aura of a superior. Ordinary people could not stand his coercion. Talents are rare. Yuan Fei flattered Li Xiong a few times. It was also a very good thing to show his face in front of Minister Li. If he was lucky, Li Xiong could be transferred back to the Imperial College with this matter alone. Li Xiong soon saw Lin Fei in a black robe. He was very ordinary, but he had confidence that ordinary people did not have, and his spirit had become different. Little Lin, this is Minister Li of the Imperial College branch. Yuan Fei introduced. I'm Lin Fei. Nice to meet you, Minister Li. Lin Fei said casually. After scanning with the system, he found that Li Xiong's strength was not bad. His combat power actually had 30 million combat power. He must be a 4th or 5th stage professional powerhouse. Show me your strength. Li Xiong narrowed his eyes and shot out a sharp black sword chi. As soon as the sword chi came out, everything was silent. Lin Fei felt that a sword chi appeared in front of him. The sword chi came aggressively, and his whole person seemed to be in a battlefield in an instant. Horrifying roar. Lin Fei knew that this was to test him. The success of the Roaring Warrior certification could not be achieved in a few words. So, he stamped one foot, raised his head, and launched Horrifying Roar, one of the 3 talent professions. Chapter 2376. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying Roar was a special sound wave attack, which was originally aimed at the Sea of Consciousness. The profession of Roaring Warrior had mutated, and it attacked both the body and the Sea of Consciousness. Oh no! Yuan Fei did not expect that Minister Li would test it on the spot. As soon as Terrifying Roar was launched, there was a trace of panic in his heart. He hurriedly set up a protective body in front of him. The moment it was set up, the protective body exploded. At the same time, his body trembled slightly. The sound wave attack penetrated the protective body and entered the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness also began to collapse a little. What a powerful terrifying roar. This is only a 1st stage professional. Yuan Fei was not strong. He was just a 2nd stage professional expert, and he deeply felt the threat of terrifying roar. It was the first time for Yuan Fei to see the horror of Roaring Warrior. The attack of this kind of talent skill could be said to be a fatal blow to anyone. No one could be safe and sound in this situation. Li Xiong, a 5th stage professional expert, was much easier to deal with. He also set up a protective body to block the opponent's terrifying roar, but the protective body also left a lot of marks. Yes, it is indeed terrifying roar. Li Xiong was very satisfied. With such power in the 1st stage professional, his future was limitless. He was now in a high realm. Once the opponent was a 4th stage professional or even a 3rd stage professional, he would not be able to deal with it as easily as today. The attack just now was also a kind of test. Please don't take it to heart, little brother. Yuan Fei suspected that he had heard it wrong. When did Minister Li Xiong become so easy to talk to? In the school branch, he was impartial, and no one dared to talk to him. He was a typical old stone. If it was another place, he would have been beaten up. However, he had the shadow of the Capital Institute behind him, and no one dared not to give him face. Lin Fei's terrifying roar just now was not an all-out attack, but just at the level of a first-stage professional. Even Minister Li Xiong could not see that Lin Fei's strength had reached the second-stage professional. I can understand and I won't mind. Lin Fei really didn't care. After a test of terrifying roar, he had an understanding of the power. It was very easy to deal with a first-stage professional of the same level, but a second-stage professional had a certain degree of difficulty. If he went all out, he could suppress a second-stage professional and even affect a third-stage professional. Li Xiong was very satisfied. This was a genuine top-notch profession. Even if he had just completed his first job, he had shown unimaginable fierceness and suppressed the first-class professions in the Zonglong Star Zone. I am the head of the branch of Imperial College. I wonder if you are interested in further studies in Imperial College? Given your talent, it would be a pity if you don't. I can use my sole right to recommend you to skip the preliminary selection and directly enter the final selection. Li Xiong said sincerely. This kind of future strongman was worthy of Li Xiong's investment. Once he grew up in the future, his investment today would be huge. It's my honor to be able to study in Imperial College. Minister Li is here in person. If I still refuse, it would be too unkind of me. Lin Fei smiled. Li Xiong laughed. Well said. The matter was settled. Li Xiong was afraid of accidents, so he took out a communicator of Imperial College on the spot and reported Lin Fei's name. Lin Fei also saw the level of scientific and technological civilization of the Expeditionary Empire. It was really very advanced. The communication between the star areas was as convenient and easy as the video at the beginning. It was not a secret that Minister Li Xiong met Lin Fei in person. Since the profession of Roaring Warrior was spread out, the Certification Management Office was watched almost every day. Minister Li Xiong was famous, especially at this time. It was hard not to know him. Minister Li Xiong's sole right of recommendation was given to the newcomer Lin Fei. Lin Fei is the lucky one. He is exempted from all troubles and will definitely enter Imperial College in the future. Why did that guy take away the sole right of recommendation? Yes, he is a foreigner. Why? The matter of the right of recommendation could not be concealed. After it was spread, everyone was dumbfounded. Those big forces tried their best to get the sole right of recommendation from Minister Li, but in the end, it was taken away by a stranger. Even if the other party was a top-notch profession, everyone was very uncomfortable. This year's selection of Imperial College was different from any other. It was said that this year, Imperial College and the Emperor happened to be the 1,000,000th birthday. This year, the Emperor would give a reward. Therefore, everyone wanted to come out on top in this selection so that they could get the reward from the Emperor. A 1,000,000th birthday was definitely a big event, and the reward would definitely not be bad. It might be a chance to reach the sky in one step. Now, the sole right of recommendation in Zonglong Star territory was taken away, and no one would feel comfortable. This was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. They had one more strong enemy, which was not a good sign. Minister Li is really shrewd. In the end, he chose Lin Fei. In the City Lord's mansion, the Domain Lord laughed. But he doesn't know that in this way, the lucky one named Lin Fei will stand out. Everyone in the entire Zonglong Star territory will regard him as the #1 opponent. If it was in previous years, he would at most be in the limelight. But this time, it's different. No one is willing to be robbed of the limelight on His Majesty's 1,000,000th birthday. Next, there will be a good show to watch. Domain Lord, do you want to warn them? The Domain Lord laughed. No need. Let's just sit and watch the show. Minister Li's recommendation right had been given to a newcomer. Not only were some of the major forces unhappy, but the elites of Zonglong City were also unhappy. The Drunken Immortal Inn was one of the more famous restaurants in Zonglong City. Ordinary people would not be able to come to this place. A glass of wine was worth 1,000 taels of gold, and those without some wealth could not afford it. Why did Minister Li give it to an outsider? I'm not convinced. What's so great about a howling warrior? I'm a first-rate professional at the pinnacle of the first job transition. It's hard to say who will win. In a private room, 7 to 8 young people kept drinking and were in a bad mood. They were all elites of Songlong City. Each of them was a first-rate professional and could be considered the cream of the crop. Originally, they thought that the selection would be among them. They did not expect that an outsider would beat them to it. This made them very unhappy. If it had been one of them, they would have been convinced and would not have been so angry. Now that it had been given to an outsider, and a howling warrior at that, they subconsciously disliked him. Everyone, be careful with your words. Minister Li is an upright person. Since he gave it to an outsider like Lin Fei, he must have his reasons. He's a howling warrior, a top-notch professional. A young man sitting in the middle drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly. It sounded like he was doing it for everyone's sake, but if one listened carefully, it was undoubtedly a provocation. Brother Sun, I don't like hearing this. You're the strongest among us. Are you really willing to give it up? A long-haired young man said unhappily. That's right, but just because he has a top-notch professional? The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Brother Sun was actually the person who had spoken just now. His name was Sun Li, and he was an influential figure in Songlong City. Chapter 2377. Lin Fei didn't care about the news of the outside world. He lived in a separate yard in the Certification Administration Office, which saved him a lot of trouble. At the same time, he declined some banquet invitations, and the reason to the outside world was to consolidate his first profession. In fact, Lin Fei was indeed consolidating. Since he promised Minister Li, the Capital College branch took the initiative to send some information about the Roaring Warriors. After all, it was very easy for a Roaring Warrior to become a student of the Capital College. It was nothing more than a matter of ranking. Minister Li knew how to invest in advance. Now he was weak, but once he entered the Capital College, those old fogies would come out and fight for him. At that time, it would be difficult for Minister Li to meet him. This was the best time to invest. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. The information about the Roaring Warriors was not very detailed. Throughout the million years of the Empire expedition, the Roaring Warriors had only appeared more than 10 times. Every time they appeared, the Roaring Warriors would become the pillars of the Empire. Except for some who had fallen, there were only 3 Roaring Warriors left. For the Roaring Warrior profession, Lin Fei knew a lot. Now, combined with the information, he had a deeper understanding. It was not so easy to become a qualified and even powerful Roaring Warrior. Since Lin Fei wanted to become a Roaring Warrior, he needed to make preparations. He must not be seen through by others, so he had to study the Roaring Warriors carefully. The Roaring Warrior majored in strength, and the weapon was the most important. Most Roaring Warriors used long spears to cooperate with horrifying roar and cast some powerful skills. The skills of the Roaring Warriors are also very unique. They are not the same as cultivation methods. The Empire expedition is a combination of civilization and technology. If the cultivation method is practiced for a long time, the skills will be different. Mr. Deacon, bad news? After Li Xiong returned from the Certification Administration Office, he was in a very good mood. The Roaring Warrior was the star of tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him excited. After returning, Li Xiong sent the information about the Roaring Warriors. If it were not for some reasons, he would even take the initiative to send some cultivation methods and skills. This period of time was a good opportunity for Li Xiong to get closer to him. This morning, a deputy dean of the Capital College personally contacted him and praised him. The deputy dean was famous for being old fogies and rarely praised others. Today, his attitude changed 120 times. The most important thing was that the deputy dean revealed that the college was studying his work. This was what Li Xiong was most happy about. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? Li Xiong was in a good mood recently because of Lin Fei's affairs. If it were in normal times, he would have scolded Li Xiong. Mr. Warden, we just received news from the Certification Management Office. They said that some of the elites in Songlong City are not convinced. They said that they want to find trouble with Lin Fei. The man said cautiously. But Li Xiong punched the table, and the table immediately fell apart. Bastard, who allowed them to find trouble? How dare they? Do they not want to participate in the selection? He was furious. If the genius Lin Fei was injured, it would affect the competition for the ranking of the Capital Institute in the near future. Li Xiong didn't dare to think about it. He was clear about the abilities of those heavenly sons in Songlang City. None of them was good. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiong tore open the void and appeared in the sky above the Certification Management Office. Sure enough, outside the Certification Management Office, a lot of people gathered, including some heavenly sons whom Li Xiong had seen. They were either first-class or second-class professionals, and their influence was not weak. As soon as Li Xiong appeared, he snorted. The people surrounding the Certification Management Office all seemed to be hit hard. They could not stand steadily and all fell to the ground. Minister Li is here. Everyone saw Minister Li Xiong standing in the air. He was the minister of the Capital Institute branch. When everyone saw Minister Li Xiong just snorted slightly, they fell to the ground and could not get up. Fear arose in their hearts. What are you doing? Li Xiong was very angry. These people were so bold that they dared to make trouble, which was equivalent to questioning his behavior. Minister Li, it's great that you are here. Yuan Fei hurriedly came out. The Certification Management Office had no power. These heavenly sons had amazing backgrounds, and he could not afford to offend them. The appearance of Minister Li finally made him feel relieved. The Capital Institute's reputation was not just for show. When Minister Li Xiong came, those heavenly sons had to behave themselves. Minister Li, you misunderstood. We are not here to make trouble. A long-haired young man climbed up and said with a smile. Li Xiong knew this person. He was a heavenly son of the Nangong family, named Nangong Juo. The Nangong family had a great influence in the Zhonglong Star area. Nangong Juo, you are so bold. You surrounded the Certification Management Office. If you are not here to make trouble, what are you? Do you want to lose the opportunity to be selected? Li Xiong also had a headache with this person. The Capital Institute had a great influence, but the forces in these star areas were also complicated and very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful, they would get into trouble. Nangong Juo was still smiling. Minister Li, you think too highly of us. What kind of place is the Certification Management Office? It is an agency of the Empire. Even if we were given 100 guts, we would not dare to break in. We just heard that there is a rare top-notch profession in our Zhonglong Star area for thousands of years, so we specially came to find that genius and wanted to see the legendary Roaring Warrior. Like me, they are also here to see the Heavenly Sun. We are really not here to make trouble. Minister Li, we are really here to gain experience. Roaring Warrior, a top-notch profession. Of course, we have to come to see it. If we can learn from each other, that would be great. We are here to gain experience. Everyone present said in unison that they were here to gain experience. In this case, Li Xiong was also helpless, but he also realized that these guys did not have good intentions, which would have a great impact on Lin Fei's reputation. Minister Li, I heard that you have a good relationship with him. Can you ask him to come out so that we can see him? It is said that the terrifying roar of the Roaring Warrior is very powerful. Nangong Juo sneered in his heart. Even if that person did not come out today, as long as it was spread out, he would be regarded as a coward. As soon as Nangong Juo finished speaking, the rest of the people began to make a fuss. On the surface, it was to gain experience. In fact, Li Xiong was very clear that as long as Lin Fei came out, they would have a good reputation and learn from each other. At that time, he really could not find a reason to refute. He could not stop them from learning from each other. Li Xiong knew that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. If Lin Fei failed in learning from each other, those people did not mind bringing the topic to him. Those people in the college would definitely make a big fuss again. Don't think that it was impossible. Li Xiong was very clear about those people's means. Chapter 2378. I heard that you want to compare notes with me. When Li Xiong was in a dilemma, he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and found it was the young man named Lin Fei. Lin Fei came to the door of the certification management office unhurriedly. Why did he come out? Li Xiong's heart thumped. Wait, did he say he wanted to compare notes with me? The people outside reacted quickly. He is Lin Fei. I heard that he likes to wear a black robe and looks like a young man. That's him. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out that he has an undeserved reputation. He is not so good. Nangong Ju Wu's eyes brightened. It's good that he came out. Let me defeat you personally and become famous in the Zhonglong Star area. If he didn't come out, Nangong Ju had no choice. Once he came out, even Minister Li couldn't stop him from comparing notes with him. Why did you come out? Li Xiong walked over and took Lin Fei to the side. His tone was very urgent. Don't you know that they are not friendly? From the moment Nangong Juewu brought his men to cause a ruckus outside, Lin Fei already knew the situation. He also knew that they did not come with good intentions. From the moment the news spread out, the situation would definitely not be small. Minister Li, do you think they can affect me, or are you worried that I will be defeated by them and lose your face? Lin Fei smiled. If ordinary people said this, Li Xiong would definitely be angry. But Lin Fei was different. He was a talent, absolutely a talent. It was normal to be arrogant. Li Xiong didn't feel strange at all. He gave a hollow laugh. Actually, you don't have to come out. I can handle this kind of thing. There is no need to affect your practice and consolidation. Lin Fei didn't expose his words. He said with a smile, So, Minister, do you believe me? Or do you think my top profession is just an undeserved reputation? Li Xiong was a little worried. The genius in front of him was not a simple person. He had entered the first profession for a long time and his strength was amazing. It was reasonable to worry. Once the top profession Roaring Warrior was defeated by others, even if it was only once, it was a failure, which gave them an excuse, especially in this case. But why should I worry? Li Xiong suddenly asked himself, is it because of worry? If he's not worried, why should I? He's a peak-class Howling Warrior. Li Xiong quickly understood. The other party was so confident, so why should he be worried? I believe you. Li Xiong smiled. The top profession Roaring Warrior was not so easy to deal with. Brother Sun, that kid came out. Not far from the certification management office, Sun Li and a few others were watching with great interest. Lin Fei, a peak-class Roaring Warrior. So, you do have some guts. Sun Li laughed, a trace of hatred flashing in the depths of his eyes. If there were no accidents, Sun Li would very likely get the recommendation rights. There was some internal turmoil in the Palace of Judgment. There seemed to be a problem with the Chosen One that had been arranged back then. After Sun Li knew about it, he took the sole right to recommend the Chosen One as his own. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would come out and prove that he was a Howling Warrior, taking away the only free ticket in one go? Sun Li was quite angry. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Xiong and Lin Fei came to the door again. Nangong Ju was worried that Lin Fei would reject him. Young Master Lin, I am Nangong Ju Wu, a member of Zhonglang City's Nangong family. I heard that you are a top-class Howling Warrior. I am a person who likes to spar with geniuses. Senior has said that only by continuously sparring and challenging others can one increase one's strength and knowledge. Therefore, I took the liberty to visit you. Young Master Lin, you shouldn't take offense, right? Nangong Ju said with a smile. Those who didn't know would really think that it was just a competition. What he said was too reasonable. It was the first time that Lin Fei saw someone who could talk like this. He described the provocation as a competition. Comparing notes, I like it very much. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Actually, I also think that comparing notes is a good thing to increase my knowledge. I have always been in favor of comparing notes with others. Nangong Ju smiled even more happily. I don't know if I have the honor to compare notes with a future expert. The other party had just completed his profession. It was not easy for him to master talent skills or even some exclusive skills or martial arts. Nangong Ju was very confident in his ability to defeat him. It was a chance to become famous. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. No way. I don't reject anyone who comes to compare notes with me. However, you can't do it alone. Anyone who is interested can fight with me. Only then will you know the gap between me and you. Why I am a peak class, but you are not. As soon as these words were spoken, it undoubtedly stimulated everyone present quite a bit. Crazy, arrogant, self-righteous, etc., all fell on Lin Fei. Nangongju also revealed a trace of anger. He was even happier in his heart. This kid is not smart. Under such circumstances, he actually stimulated the onlookers. This is just right. Defeating one person is a defeat. Defeating a group of people is also a defeat. As long as Lin Fei is defeated, it will be all right. Child Lin, such a big tone. Then, we will respectfully accept. Immediately, a young man stood up. Count me in. I also want to see the difference of a peak class. It is my honor to fight with a future expert. Without needing Nangongju to do anything, the surrounding people all chose to take action. Li Xiong didn't stop them. This kid is so tough. As long as he defeats them once, those who want to find trouble with him in the future will have to think thrice. It is really in line with the temper of a peak class. Li Xiong was very supportive of Lin Fei's approach. Roaring Warrior, the Empire Expedition's peak class. When the news spread out, some people didn't believe it. This kind of peak class appeared so easily. There were many people who doubted Li Xiong secretly. If today's matter spread out, it would undoubtedly be a loud slap in their faces. Since the recommendation right was used on Lin Fei, Li Xiong and Lin Fei were equivalent to standing on the same side. Anything that targeted Lin Fei was equivalent to targeting him. If it was not inappropriate, Li Xiong would definitely do it himself. Are you sure you want to exchange pointers with a group of us? Nangongju asked with no good intention. Even if you are a peak class, you may not be our opponent. Lin Fei said disapprovingly, if you want to exchange pointers, then do it. Otherwise, I will go back. I am not interested in wasting time with you all here. This is what you said. Nangongju said angrily, don't say that we are bullying you in the end. Lin Fei actually wanted to see the power of a second-rate and a first-rate class. Boom. Nangongju was the first to take action. He took out a silver-white long spear. It was more than 2 meters long and was flickering with silver light. The aura on his body changed into a berserk aura. The surrounding air also became chaotic. Chapter 2379. Berserk Knight was a first-rate class. It wasn't a particularly strong class, but it wasn't something a second-rate class could compare to. Nangongju Wu had been a Berserk Knight for a very long time after his first transition, and he had a very good understanding of his own battle style. For example, when he stabbed out with his long spear, he was very adept at controlling the strength and angle of his attack very well. Coupled with his Berserk aura, he was able to gain a certain advantage. Every first transition job had their own chi field, and this chi field would become stronger as their abilities increased. The Berserk Knight's aura was a Berserk aura field. Within this aura field, Berserk particles were everywhere. Anyone who entered the Berserk aura field would have their essence, energy, and spirit affected. Those with weaker strength would directly fall into an endless Berserk state. There was no need for anyone to resolve it. When Nangongju thrusted his spear, many people secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The might of this spear was at least 4 million battle power. This should be a Berserk Knight. His first attack is more than 4 million battle power. It's a very powerful attack. Coupled with the Berserk aura, he has an invisible advantage. Enveloped by this spear attack, Lin Fei felt as if the blood essence within his body was about to gush out uncontrollably. The attack of a first-rate class truly lived up to its name. This kind of combat attack alone was unable to affect Lin Fei. Burning Sun's soul-hunting arrow. Nangongju Wu's attack was only the first attack. Not far away, in the crowd, a long-haired young man shot forward like an arrow and leapt onto a nearby building. A small golden bow appeared in his hand, and the aura behind him was like a blazing sun. A scorching aura swept out, causing the air to crackle as if it was about to split apart. Second-rate class, soul-chasing archer, Shun Lai. I didn't expect him to come as well. It's said that the soul-seeker archer specializes in shooting. His speed is astonishing, and it's impossible to dodge. Just last month, this Lord Shenlai personally shot 6 first-job professionals to death. Moreover, it was a single arrow that pierced through their hearts. Damn, that's terrifying. Shenlai, who was standing on top of a building, pulled his bowstring. The scorching sun behind him turned into an arrow. His expression was solemn, which was rarely seen. Top-class roaring warrior, let me see how powerful I am. A stream of light passed through. The onlookers didn't even see the traces of the shot. They only felt a scorching sun rushing towards Lin Fei's position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows. 3 blazing suns in 3 different directions, sealing off all of the other party's escape routes. Triong life seizing. Shenlai's archery skills were always successful. Lin Fei showed a disdainful expression to everyone as soon as he came up. There was no need to deliberately guide them. Countless youths attacked Lin Fei, and the onlookers had long since retreated, staying far away from the scene of trouble. Even so, they still felt an immense pressure, forcing them to defend themselves. Minister Li, nothing will happen, right? Yuan Fei asked cautiously, his gaze landing on Lin Fei at the door. Just now, over 20 geniuses had taken action. Among them, there were quite a few first-rate professions, and even the weakest among them was a second-rate profession. Li Xiong held up his aura in front of him to prevent others from being affected. Top professional, what do you think? In fact, Li Xiong also felt guilty. If it was him, it would be fine no matter how many came. However, Lin Fei was only a first-transition howling warrior. He might not even be familiar with his power yet. If there is any danger, I have to save him no matter what. Li Xiong hated the mastermind behind the scenes. He decided to arrange for someone to investigate after everything was over. He wanted to see who had the guts to fight with him. Berserk Knight, soul-chasing killer, earth assassin. In the face of so many attacks, Lin Fei was extremely calm. He had to admit that these people were all geniuses. However, today he was the strongest one. Roar! When the attack was about to land on him, Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. Horrifying roar. Roar, roar, roar. A simple tone turned into a terrifying existence that had never appeared before. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day that exploded in everyone's heart. Nangong Ju Wu's long spear was about to land on his opponent's body when he heard a tremor in his heart. An unimaginable force attacked him, and the web between his thumb and forefinger exploded. His vision became blurred, and his entire body flew out like a broken sack. He fell on the street and couldn't get up. Fresh blood gushed out from his body, and the street was dyed red. The people who besieged him were all the same. Any attack couldn't pass through the last distance, and then it was shattered by the horrifying roar and collapsed completely. In a moment, people were lying on the ground in a mess in the Certification Administration office, and all of them were unconscious. If it weren't for their breaths, everyone would have suspected that they were all dead after the roar. Li Xiong spread out his aura to protect everyone. He had seen the power of the horrifying roar before. If he didn't help them, many people would definitely die here. He didn't want to be affected by this matter. It's still so horrifying. More than 21st stage professionals all fell to the ground after the roar. Even the people in the distance could feel the horror of the roar. It's too horrifying. It's said that the horrifying roar is a double attack. At that moment, I felt that I was going to die, and Minister Li protected us. A top professional is indeed a professional. With a roar, more than 21st stage professionals were seriously injured. If the roar is not stopped, it will kill people. Who can withstand it? Everyone looked at Lin Fei again, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. They would never forget today's scene for the rest of their lives. Lin Fei shook his head, nodded at Minister Li, and turned back. No one present dared to say the word no. They were all frightened by the horrifying roar. Li Xiong was very satisfied. Lin Fei still knows how to restrain his strength. If he goes all out, half of the more than 21st stage professionals will die. With this lesson, I think no one will doubt that Lin Fei is a roaring warrior anymore. Sun Li, who was watching from a distance, also turned pale at this time. Although he didn't suffer a frontal attack, The double attack released by the horrifying roar still affected Sun Li a little. Is this the power of the horrifying roar? Sun Li was very unwilling to accept it. He still underestimated the power of a top professional. The first stage professionals were already so powerful. If they reached the 5th or 6th stage, who wouldn't they die when they roared? If Sun Li knew that the current Lin Fei could roar people to death, he wouldn't think like this. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Sun Li glanced at the people on the ground. No matter what, there is a barrier between Lin Fei and the forces of Tsanglang Star region. I believe that no one wants to see the growth of a top professional, such as. The news of the battle in the Certification Management Office spread quickly. More than 21st stage professionals were seriously injured with a single roar. Tsanglang City was in an uproar. He had endless potential. Even a top professional might not be able to defeat more than 21st stage professionals in one move. Chapter 2380. A top professional is indeed a top professional. His moves are extraordinary. He defeated all his opponents with just one roar. Our Tsanglang Star area is going to make a name for ourselves. Those people are so despicable. They knew the top professionals, but they still went to fight. Now, they were defeated in less than one move. What a disgrace. The first professional job is already so powerful. What about the second professional job? The future belongs to the young people. Lin Fei was completely famous. The Certification Administration Office defeated all the competitors with just one move, which caused a sensation in the Tsanglang Star area. Now, everyone knew about it. At the same time, the news spread out of the star area. Everyone was shocked by the power of Lin Fei. His talent skill was so domineering that it could destroy all the attacks with a roar and attack the opponent's body and spirit at the same time. Those who were unconvinced were now completely convinced. No matter how unwilling they were, they realized that they were not Lin Fei's match. Very few people dared to challenge Lin Fei. Most people tried to break through the attack, trying to figure out how to block it. Territorial Lord, our people can't come back. They may have been ambushed by someone and all died. Tsanglang City, City Lord Mansion. There was a hint of helplessness in the low voice. The people sent out by the Palace of Judgment couldn't come back. They all lost contact. At the same time, their life plates were all broken. It seemed that they were all killed in an instant. The Palace of Judgment in the Tsanglang Star area had always been the most powerful force in the star area. Almost all the heavenly suns in the entire star area were gathered in the Palace of Judgment. The influence of the Palace of Judgment had never been affected. This time, they were in big trouble. If the Palace of Judgment didn't have a heavenly sun entering the capital college this year, although it wouldn't be a big loss, it would still have an impact. Hold a banquet for me. I want to have a good chat with Lin Fei. Don't you think that if Lin Fei joins the Palace of Judgment, we will still be the biggest winner even without them this year? The middle-aged territorial lord said unhurriedly. Top professional, roaring warrior. A few simple words had a big impact. If they could really attract him to join the Palace of Judgment, it would be a good choice. Region Master, I heard that Lin Fei has a bad temper, and now he has the support of Li Xiong. It is not easy to let him join us. Just do as I say. Lin Fei was very free recently. From that day on, no one came looking for trouble, and at the same time, he became famous again. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard almost every day and rarely went out. The energy blocks sent by the various forces in Tsanglang City were all digested in a short time. With the system, mere energy blocks could not satisfy Lin Fei's needs. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't try to find out more information, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Energy blocks weren't something that ordinary forces could control. In the entire empire, only the empire could control them. Every star field had a piece of land that was used to grow special creatures and produce energy blocks. It was difficult for outsiders to get close to it. Every piece of land was classified as a restricted area. Anyone who entered the restricted area would be immediately killed. In this world, countless people wanted to obtain special creatures to satisfy their need for energy blocks. Unfortunately, not a single person had succeeded. Not only was there an imperial army guarding that place, but there were also experts overseeing it. The energy blocks had always been in the hands of the empire's royalty. They controlled the lifeline of everyone's cultivation, and any resistance would be futile. Lin Fei also tried to find out some information. Although it was some gossip, after the analysis of the little devil, the possibility was very high. For example, the expeditionary empire controlled some very powerful weapons. Yes, they were technological weapons. The expeditionary guards of Tsang Lang's star field had technological weapons. These technological weapons needed energy blocks to replenish their power, and their power was very terrifying. Even a 6th or 7th transformation expert would be killed by these technological weapons. No one believed these gossip, but Lin Fei did. Although he didn't find out the specific location of the special creatures, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. The other party had sealed the information too tightly, and no outsider knew. The only thing was that every star field had a plantation for special creatures. The domain lord is holding a banquet for the geniuses. Lin Fei received an invitation. The person who sent it was Yuan Fei. He was very happy when he arrived. "Little Lin, you're really lucky. The domain lord hasn't held such a banquet for many years. I think it's most likely for you." Yuan Fei was indeed very envious of Lin Fei. He was so young and had amazing talent. His future was limitless. Recently, Yuan Fei had been coming more often. He put away his arrogance and became more approachable. Lin Fei naturally knew that this domain lord was the one who created the Judgment Palace. He was also the guy who set up the sacred world. In order to set up the plot, he destroyed a world continent. This kind of person was very resourceful and not easy to deal with. Through the outside investigation, Lin Fei knew that this domain lord was also a powerful person. He was an 8th transformation expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in his current position. For such a person to hold a banquet and invite him, Lin Fei thought about the plot he had set up in the sacred world. Calculating the time, it should have been triggered. It seems that the domain lord is anxious. In order to hide it from the Judgment Palace, Lin Fei had set up some tricks to create the illusion that the heavenly talents of the Judgment Palace had been ambushed by a mysterious force and had died. This year, the Canglang Star region had gained nothing. Even if there were still some heavenly talents in the Canglang Star region, they were far behind those people. It would be extremely difficult to get a good ranking in the Capital Institute. But if it were him, just his top profession, the Roaring Warrior, would be able to suppress everything and steal everyone's limelight. In a moment, Lin Fei understood everything. This was not a difficult task. "Little Lin, this is your chance. You must seize it." Yuan Fei said, "You're now famous in the Canglang Star region. After all, you're a foreigner. Although you're from the Canglang Star region, there are still people who are not convinced. I've seen many geniuses and many of them have died on the way. Little Lin, I have high hopes for you. If you can gain the domain lord's appreciation, it'll be equivalent to having a backer. Those who want to touch you will have to think carefully about the consequences. Let me tell you one more thing, the domain lord is on the 3rd prince's side." "Brother Yuan, I understand." Lin Fei nodded. Lin Fei had heard about the internal competition within the royal family. It was quite intense. The Emperor Yuan Zheng had never appointed a crown prince, which undoubtedly made the princes ambitious and wanted to sit on the throne. Chapter 2381. The banquet ordered by the territorial master was still very noisy. As a big shot who controlled the Canglang Star area, the banquet ordered by the territorial master was held in person. Those who were invited were all first-class figures in the Canglang Star area, not to mention how glorious they were. As the night fell, waves of people came outside the magnificent city governor's mansion. "Old Wang, you are here too. I must come to the banquet held by the territorial master. The territorial master hasn't held a banquet for a long time. Have you heard? It seems that the heavenly son of Lin Fei will also come to the banquet." Lin Fei came neither too early nor too late. He did not come alone. Yuan Fei and Minister Li Xiong came, and even Xiao Mingshan of the expedition guard came. It could be said that all the big shots in the Canglang Star area came. Lin Fei even thought that if that strong man took action at this time, the situation in the Canglang Star area would change. Look at that young man. He seems to be Lin Fei. Do you mean the young man standing with Minister Li Xiong? That guy is so young. It had to be admitted that as soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, he caused a lot of noise. After all, Lin Fei was now a household name in the Zhonglong Star area. As soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, many people noticed him, especially when he walked with Minister Li Xiong. Although Minister Li Xiong was only a minister of the branch, he had a lot of power. People with good eyesight knew that Li Xiong was likely to return to the Imperial College to take up a new job because he found a heavenly son of a top profession and his future was bright. When Lin Fei and Minister Li Xiong walked together, everyone was more jealous, especially those heavenly sons. Their eyes were almost green, and they wished they could be Lin Fei's heavenly son. The internal competition in the Imperial College was very fierce. If you could know a senior of the Imperial College, even if you were in the middle level, your life would be much better. Li Xiong was such a candidate. When he returned to the Imperial College, he would definitely enter the senior level and become a dark horse in the Imperial College. Lin, you are famous now. Li Xiong has received the news that the Imperial College has decided to promote him to be an elder of the college, which is equivalent to a meteoric rise to the top of the college. Not everyone was qualified to be an elder of the Capital Institute. One had to have made great contributions to the institute. Although he was now the head of the branch college, he was actually just a steward. Many people would never be able to become an elder in their lifetime. Li Xiong did it. Every time he saw Lin Fei, Li Xiong's mood would be very good. Lin Fei was simply a noble person in his life. No matter when he saw him, he appreciated him more. Lin Fei smiled at those who came to him to be friendly, and he didn't look like an arrogant person at all. His impression in Li Xiong's eyes was enhanced again. Generally, the chosen one would be extremely arrogant after having some strength, but compared with Lin Fei, they seemed to be nothing. Li Xiong never saw a trace of arrogance in Lin Fei. He always behaved as usual. Ordinary people would not have such a temperament at such a young age. In tonight's banquet, Li Xiong actually wanted to see Lin Fei's performance. Fortunately, everything was very perfect. He was not a person who only practiced martial arts. The empire needed such a talent. A talent! Li Xiong withdrew his gaze. Xiao Mingshan came over with a cup. Congratulations! As the person in charge of the Expeditionary Guard, Xiao Mingshan naturally knew Li Xiong's recent situation, and he was also very envious. The Imperial College was established by the Emperor, and its influence spread all over the Expeditionary Empire. If he could become a senior in the Imperial College, his life would be worthwhile. Luck, luck! Li Xiong said modestly, with a bright smile on his face. The territory master is here. When the loud voice came from outside, everyone stopped and looked at the door. The silver-armored territory master, like a god of war, appeared in everyone's sight. The territory master of the Zhonglong Star territory. Lin Fei also looked in the direction of everyone. What a powerful and unfathomable aura. It seems to be the 8th stage profession mentioned by the outside world. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw the power of this territory master, and he immediately asked the little devil to scan and judge the opponent's combat power. Master, this Zhonglong territory master has an amazing combat power of 62 million. He is the strongest person in this star territory. Lin Fei knew that the territory master's combat power was very powerful, but when he heard that the territory master had a combat power of 62 million, he could not help but gasp. It was 6 times his combat power. The territory master of the Zhonglong Star territory has a combat power of 60 million, so the other 30 or so territory masters have combat power at least above this. Then, the Expedition Emperor may have a combat power of about 100 million. Lin Fei now finally had a profound understanding. When the silver-armored Zhonglong territory master came in, although he did not deliberately release his aura, everyone could still feel the terrible coercion from the territory master. The whole person of the Zhonglong territory master seemed very peaceful. If it were not for the trace of coercion on his body, outsiders might think that he was harmless. Only by knowing the strength of the 8th stage profession would you know the horror. As soon as the Songlong territory master arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. He first came up and greeted Xiao Mingshan and Li Xiong. After all, these two were important figures of the empire, and their status was much higher than the others. It was very rare for the Songlong territory master to come in person at this kind of banquet. I heard that there is a top profession in our Songlong Star territory. I think it should be you. After greeting Xiao Mingshan, the Songlong territory master's eyes fell on Lin Fei. I am deeply honored to let the territory master remember my name. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A strong person with 60 million combat power deserved the respect. This was also because Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. You are very good. There has not been a genius like you in the Songlong Star territory for a long time. The Songlong territory master said with a smile. The Songlong Star territory needs talents like you. Li Xiong and Xiao Mingshan next to him laughed. The rest of the people were very envious. At this time, everyone knew at a glance that this territory master came to find Lin Fei. He was a top profession, a roaring warrior, and had this qualification. The Songlong territory master valued Lin Fei so much, which made those people jealous. Few people had heard that the territory master valued a person so much. Many geniuses' eyes were red, but they could not say anything. A top profession suppressed them and they could not lift their heads. Originally, they thought that the Songlong territory master would say something, but he simply said something to Lin Fei and ended the conversation, which surprised everyone. Chapter 2382. With the arrival of Songlong Region Lord, the banquet reached its climax. As a prodigy, Lin Fei received everyone's attention once again. There were very few people in the entire Songlong Star field who could gain the appreciation of Songlong Region Lord. The Region Lord, who had to deal with many affairs every day, did not have the free time to show up. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Fei received an invitation. Young Master Lin, our Region Lord wants to see you. Please follow me. Lin Fei was not interested in the banquet. After the Region Lord left, he chose a place to eat and drink Immortal wine, waiting for the banquet to end before leaving. He was not interested at all. What opened Lin Fei's eyes the most during the banquet was the Region Lord's battle prowess. His battle prowess was 6 times his own. Knowing the battle prowess of an 8th transition professional, Little Devil could deduce some information about Songlong Region Lord. No problem. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The geniuses of the Judgment Palace were all taken in by him. Although the Judgment Palace was the most powerful force, losing a group of geniuses would have a huge impact. It would be abnormal if the Songlong Region Lord didn't do anything. Master, Songlong Region Lord is here to rope you in. Little Devil smirked. In a guest room of the City Lord's mansion. Region Lord, he's here. Come in. Someone from the City Lord's mansion opened the door. Young Master Lin, please come in. The Region Lord is inside. It was a very elegant room. Lin Fei met Songlong Region Lord again. He was not as oppressive as before. Instead, he seemed very gentle, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Master, be careful. There's a special aura here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be created by Songlong Region Lord, Little Devil suddenly reminded him. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Fortunately, I have the system. It won't be that easy to get me to take the bait. The little prodigy is here. Songlong Region Lord was indeed very interested in Lin Fei. The prodigies that he lost in the sacred world were nothing compared to the one in front of him. The Judgment Palace needed top-notch professionals to be stationed there. They needed to use their absolute strength to tell everyone that the Judgment Palace and even the Songlong Star Zone wouldn't change just because they lost some geniuses. Master, you flatter me. It's just an empty title. Lin Fei said. The Songlong Region Lord had sent people to investigate. Based on the information from Expedition TV and the spies arranged by the Palace of Judgment, it was confirmed that this person had a clean background and was a talented person. When Lin Fei defeated over 20 first transition jobs in one go, the Songlong Region Lord had an idea. The Songlong Region Master turned around, his eyes filled with vigor. Lin Fei. With a rumbling sound, Lin Fei's heart trembled. The Grey Wolf Region Lord's eyes seemed to have become a special starry sky, and Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into this special starry sky, becoming muddle-headed. Master, wake up. Just as Lin Fei was about to lose consciousness, the little devil's voice was like a bell, ringing Lin Fei awake. Lin Fei recovered. Master, the Songlong Region Lord used a spiritual secret technique on you. It's much stronger than that Qi Lin. They're not on the same level at all. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength on you. It seems like he wants to figure out your background. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had the little demon in his hands. Even if he temporarily lost control, he could immediately recover. Master, don't move recklessly now. Stay muddle-headed and continue to deceive him. As long as you get through this, you'll be safe. Moreover, you'll be able to get a lot of resources from him. The little devil smiled coldly. The Songlong Region Lord wants to scheme against you. In the end, he'll be the one who regrets it. Then, just as the little devil said, the Songlong Region Lord really asked about Lin Fei's background. In this muddle-headed situation, Lin Fei told him everything in detail. The Region Lord didn't notice any problems. His background is clean. There's no problem indeed. The Songlong Region Lord was very satisfied. Such a talent, the Judgment Palace will gladly accept. A future master of the top profession was a big shock to everyone. Once he grew up, he would definitely be an existence that couldn't be ignored. He would also be the top master of the Songlong Star region. You're here to get your top profession certification. Who sent you here? The Songlong Region Lord continued to ask. My master. He said that I can come out. The Empire expedition is a big stage. It's a big stage. Lin Fei continued to say. Master? The Songlong Region Lord was very curious about Lin Fei's background. He didn't expect that Lin Fei had a master behind him. It wasn't easy to get a top profession certification. The Songlong Star region hadn't had a top profession for a long time. He thought that Lin Fei was lucky, but he didn't expect that he had a master behind him. This was not a small problem. The Songlong Region Lord showed a trace of deep thought. This is a little troublesome. Lin Fei returned from the city lord's mansion. His face was slightly gloomy. Old thing, he really has some tricks up his sleeve. He wants to control me. Unfortunately, I gave myself a master. He's definitely going to have a headache. The difference between Lin Fei and the Songlong Region Lord was too big. It didn't mean that he was afraid. For example, the Songlong Region Lord thought that he knew everything. In fact, it was all said by Lin Fei on purpose. There were no flaws. Master, the Songlong Region Lord thought that he controlled you. In the end, he didn't achieve anything. I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the Songlong Region Lord. He almost fell into the trap. Who would have thought that the Region Lord would directly attack him? There was nothing wrong after that. Regarding the search for special creatures, is there any news? I don't have energy blocks. I'm restricted everywhere. Lin Fei originally wanted to come to the Expeditionary Empire to obtain a lot of resources. Who would have thought that the Expeditionary Empire's energy seemed to be controlled? Even the system's ability was suppressed. As a result, there were some problems in obtaining origin energy. This limited a part of Lin Fei's strength. Realm was not the most important. Energy was the most important. Master, wait a little longer. I have already released special creatures all over the Songlong Star field. It won't take long to help Master find that special creature. City Lord's Mansion. The Songlong Region Lord showed a rare trace of solemnity. Shadow, go and do one thing. Investigate the master behind Lin Fei. For some reason, the Songlong Region Lord was worried. To be able to see that the other party had a peak profession, the other party was definitely not a nobody. His eyesight was sharp enough. To be able to have such eyesight in the Expeditionary Empire, the background was not simple. The Songlong Region Lord was worried about the master behind Lin Fei. If it was a rank 8 professional expert, then the Songlong Star field would be in trouble. Hence, the Songlong Region Lord did not control the other party in the end. There was a mysterious master behind him. Who knew if the other party was watching him from a corner? This master had to be found. The only rank 9 professional expert in the Expeditionary Empire was that supreme existence. There were many rank 8 professional experts. There were also some hidden cultivators and lone warriors. None of them were easy to deal with. Chapter 2383. After the banquet held by the Canglang region master, Lin Fei's reputation became even more prominent. Everyone knew that the Canglang region admired Lin Fei very much. Not long after, the Canglang region master made an important announcement. The top professional, Lin Fei, had agreed to join the Palace of Judgment and become a member. This news was shocking. More people admired the Canglang region master for unknowingly recruiting Lin Fei into the Palace of Judgment. In the future, the Canglang region might become one of the top 3 strongest regions among the 38 star domains. Lin Fei's reputation grew. The surrounding star domains all knew that the Canglang region had produced a heavenly son of a top professional. Moreover, he was a roaring warrior who specialized in attacking. With one horrifying roar, he had defeated more than 21st job professionals. In the future, he would be a top existence among the 8th job professionals. There was even a chance that he would become the second 9th job professional. If he was lucky, he might even be able to reach the Supreme Realm. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had also begun. Soon, news about Lin Fei was suppressed by the preliminaries. The world was vast, but nothing was more important than the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had begun in all 38 star domains. Everyone's attention was on the preliminaries. As long as a heavenly son could pass the preliminaries, regardless of whether he or she could enter the Capital Institute in the future, the major forces of the empire would extend an olive branch to him. This was also an opportunity for the major forces to select talents for the Capital Institute. In a short period of time, the preliminaries of the Capital Institute swept across the entire empire. This time, the preliminaries took a whole month. Every star domain would select a batch of candidates. In the Canglang region, there were more than 500 people who passed the preliminaries. When the major forces of the Canglang region learned of the results, they were disappointed. Compared to the previous time, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was much smaller. Looking at the other star domains, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was about 800 to 900, with the most reaching up to 1,000. In total, there were more than 30,000 people in the 38 star domains. Including the heavenly sons of the capital, there were close to 40,000. Every time the Capital Institute was selected, it was a grand event. After passing the preliminaries, Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. After joining the Palace of Judgment, Lin Fei received a lot of resources, such as energy blocks. The Palace of Judgment gave him 500,000 energy blocks on his first try, which was not a small number. This was only the first batch of resources. At the same time, Lin Fei received a skill that matched the skills of the Roaring Warrior. It was a skill that was given to him after he joined. During the expedition to the Empire, the skills and cultivation techniques of the ordinary classes were very complete. Basically, you could get whatever you wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could pay the price. Obtaining the skills and cultivation techniques of the first-rate and peak classes would be somewhat difficult. The skills of a master class were almost never made public. For the Canglang region master to be able to send over a skill from the Howling Warrior, his capabilities were not small. Recently, Lin Fei had been trying to master this skill. In reality, he was just putting on a show for others. In all of the Empire, there was no one else who could learn this skill so quickly other than him. This was the skill of the Roaring Warrior, called Spear Boomerang. It was a very powerful attack. When attacking, it could increase the power of the attack by a lot. Lin Fei liked this skill very much. It was very powerful, but it consumed a lot of origin energy. Ordinary classes could only use it 3 to 4 times at most before the energy in their body would be used up. Master, good news? I found something. When Lin Fei tried to contact it, he finally received a piece of good news. Since the banquet, Lin Fei rarely left the certification office. He had been studying this skill and waiting for the information from the released creatures. That's great. Lin Fei did not look happy, but he was very excited. The day he had been waiting for had finally come. Lin Fei opened the system and pulled up the recording through Little Devil. Special creatures were a kind of subtle existence. Unless one was observant, they would not be able to detect the existence of these special creatures. For the sake of these special creatures, Lin Fei had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he had gained something. I want to see where these special creatures are. The scene appeared. The Ash Wolf Star region was very big. Many places were uninhabited, and the entire star region's population was concentrated in the center. The scene was very clear. The special creatures had arrived at a dangerous place in the star region. The Ash Wolf Star region was also famous for being a dangerous place. These dangers could be used against humans, but for special creatures, it was almost no trouble at all. The journey was smooth. In order to find the planting place, Lin Fei released a large number of special creatures, covering the entire Ash Wolf Star region. He did not let go of any place. After a month, he finally found something. This seems to be the dangerous place. The special creatures kept advancing. During this period, tyrannical star beasts kept appearing. They were of a higher level than demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, and they were more powerful. Along the way, there were almost 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts. They were also in groups. Dozens of star beasts could wipe out 600,000 to 700,000 human experts. 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts were just the beginning. Slowly, star beasts with a combat power of millions appeared. Their strength kept increasing. Star beasts with a combat power of 5 to 6 million appeared one after another, occupying the dangerous place. I found something. After passing through the entrenched powerful star beasts, a vast area appeared in the dangerous place. A group of dark red special creatures, dozens of feet tall, was doing unimaginable breathing. Traces of origin energy between heaven and earth were absorbed by the huge flower bud. Energy blocks condensed below, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would not take long for them to become a complete energy block. They are really good at hiding. If we want to pass through this dangerous place, just dealing with these star beasts is a big headache. It seems that there are people from the army stationed here. In the next second, a wave of special energy rolled over and the scene was cut off. Fortunately, there were many special creatures. Lin Fei finally saw that outside the dark red special creatures, the bases were abnormally dazzling. Soon, the special creatures were killed by the special energy. This is it. Lin Fei was very sure. Those dark red creatures with flower buds should be existences that could absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth. This was the first time he saw such special creatures. It was indeed very strange. There were star beasts outside, and people from the army were inside. Lin Fei even suspected that the special energy attack just now was a special array formation set up by the army. What a tight security. Send special creatures to keep an eye on the outside. Don't go in recklessly. Lin Fei did not think that the special creatures could enter. That kind of special energy could sweep through and kill everything. Moreover, the special creatures were like real creatures. It was hard to tell which one was real, and it was enough to fool everyone present. Find out the information about this place immediately. Chapter 2384. Songlang Starfield, Nameless Ominous Grounds. This place was not very famous in the Songlang Starfield, but it was very dangerous. Anyone who came in would not be able to leave in the end. It was as if they had disappeared mysteriously. In fact, this place was a secret plantation base controlled by the Empire. The nameless ominous grounds looked ordinary, but there were experts from the military stationed there. At the same time, a mysterious array was set up. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the Songlang Starfield. For example, during the recent period, for some reason, powerful star beasts kept breaking in, and the number of murderers killed was in the hundreds. This base was not that easy to break in. The star beasts had all died outside. Every time they were killed, someone would come to clean up the corpses. Those who were not in the know would not be able to see the changes. In the depths of the base, there was a temporary underground cave. The cave was not an ordinary cave, but a huge black palace built underground. Inside and outside the palace, there were murderous black armored guards. The people of the Tsang-Lang starfield would never expect that there would be a secret base somewhere. Have you found out? As the only person in charge of the palace, Zhan Rong frowned and did not look very good. Since a while ago, star beasts kept breaking in. The base had already killed hundreds and thousands of star beasts. Until now, they had not found out the specific reason. Zhan Rong's only task was to guard the base. The star beast's intrusion was not a good sign. Zhan Rong immediately arranged for someone to investigate. He had to find out the situation. What he was most worried about was the secret of the base being exposed. Although the possibility of this was very small, the nameless ominous grounds had been set up inside and outside. Any movement would be discovered. Not only that, the Empire had provided a set of equipment specially used to monitor the surrounding situation, eliminating all danger. The possibility of exposure was very small. Even so, they had to find out the reason for the star beast's abnormalities. Sir, according to our investigation and analysis, we have always thought that our base is safe. There has not been any leakage. Why would the star beasts break in? They must have been oppressed by a large star beast and accidentally broke into our base. One of the subordinates said guiltily. In the past few days, they had not found any useful information. After the people in the base analyzed it, they thought that it was a normal phenomenon. After checking through the equipment, they found that no one had entered this area before, so it was impossible for it to be man-made. It was more likely that it was caused by star beasts. Zhan Rong had been guarding this place for 300 years, and nothing had happened during that time. This time, the star beast's attack was a bit strange, and he didn't want anything to happen to him in the last 50 years. In the 38 star regions, every base was very important. If anything went wrong, then your future would be gone. You could just sit on the bench, and if things got out of hand, you might even end up in the imperial prison. There was once a person in charge who caused the base's information to be leaked and was attacked by outsiders. Although he defeated the enemy in the end, he was still labeled as incompetent and his future was overshadowed. Trash. Is this the result of your investigation? Zhan Rongyao was about to vomit blood. What kind of investigation was this? Continue the investigation. The intuition of an expert was very sensitive. As a 7th transition job expert, he would sometimes be very sensitive in this aspect. Since he was in charge of overseeing the base, any small matter could turn into a huge matter. He had to be on guard. I hope nothing bad happens. This secret plantation base is really not simple. Ever since he discovered this secret base, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Through the information sent back by the special creatures, he finally understood some basic information about the secret base. It was a very dangerous place. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't send his subordinates to investigate and had chosen the special creatures instead. If he really sent people over, it would definitely alert the enemy, and the enemy would be prepared. During this half a month, Lin Fei had stimulated those star beasts. After wave of probing, the information was verified, and a rough secret base appeared before his eyes. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't come up with a good idea. The secret base had a powerful surveillance system set up inside and outside. Before one could kill their way in, the array formation inside had been activated, and preparations had been made. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill their way in. Based on the Little Devil's analysis, there should be a surveillance system developed by the Empire in the secret base. It was used to monitor this area, and it could even control the array formation. The other party didn't need to watch all day. With the system provided by the Empire, they could control everything here. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it shouldn't be difficult to get a sample to replicate. But now, it seemed that it was not a small problem. Not only did he have to deal with the surveillance system, but he also had to deal with the overseeing expert, who was a 7th job advancement expert. The most terrifying thing was that this system was connected to the secret base, and it didn't lack any energy. Even if an 8th job advancement expert came, they wouldn't be able to destroy the secret base in a short period of time. This is a difficult problem. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. It's just a secret plantation base, is there a need to make it so strict? Thousands of star beasts probed, and that was Lin Fei's method. Each time, They were killed by the secret base's array formation. As long as this array formation existed for a day, outsiders wouldn't be able to break in. Lin Fei definitely had to get a sample of the dark red creature. This was the first step in his expedition to the Empire, and he didn't want to be restricted by others. Master, it's not that there's no way. As long as someone attacks the secret base, I can invade it. At that time, it won't be difficult to get a sample back. Little Devil said. This was the plan that Little Devil came up with after analyzing it. Lin Fei agreed, but it wasn't easy to attack this secret base. The star beasts were so powerful, but they were still killed. If he wanted to make the other party feel a sense of danger, he needed a powerful figure to force the overseeing expert to appear. This was also the only chance. I have to think of a good way. That kind of special plant was not easy to get, and Lin Fei had to succeed in one try. The preliminary selection of the Capital Institute had already ended, and he would be heading to the Capital Institute in a few days. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another chance. Master, I have good news. Maybe we can start with him. A few days later, when Lin Fei was preparing to arrange cannon fodder, Little Devil sent a piece of good news. An image popped up, and it finally locked onto a person. On the image was a man in green with two subordinates, and Lin Fei didn't recognize him. Little Devil showed another person. This person has changed his appearance, and this is his original appearance. Chapter 2385. In a courtyard in Songlang City. Mu Chu, you're finally here. Mu Chu came in with two subordinates and saw an old man drinking. Elder Wang, we messed up. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that such a person would appear in that place? The gray-robed old man said faintly, I heard that the sovereigns of the Palace of Judgment didn't come back. They must have been killed by that person. It's not a bad thing. Mu Chu had just returned. After being unable to do anything about the matters in the Holy World, Mu Chu observed for a while and then left the Holy World. It took him a long time to go back and forth. On the way, he received a message from the elder and came directly to Songlang City. Mu Chu heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Wang's status was not low. It was good that he was not angry. Have you heard about the recent events? Wang Haoran asked. Mu Chu's face darkened slightly. I've heard about it. We've been fighting with the Palace of Judgment for such a long time. I didn't expect them to recruit a top professional. If we let that person grow, it will be very disadvantageous for us. He is a powerful existence who can become a 9th stage professional in the future. A top professional who could break through to the 9th stage professional had a higher success rate than anyone else. Even if they couldn't become a 9th stage professional, they would still be a top existence among the 8th stage professionals. Such a potential stock would have a great impact on their forces. That fellow, Song Lang, is really lucky to have encountered a peak professional at such a young age. He has boundless potential. We came to Songlang City for Lin Fei. Wang Haoran said with a serious expression. Elder, are we going to ambush that sovereign? Mu Chu asked. I also heard that Li Xiong of the Capital College branch values Lin Fei very much. If we touch Lin Fei, it is equivalent to provoking the entire Capital College. Once the Capital College takes action, we may suffer a great loss. Mu Chu had not been back for long. Through internal information, he knew the importance of Lin Fei in Songlang's star zone. Any force that wanted to target Lin Fei would be annihilated the moment they failed. Wang Haoran sighed, there's nothing we can do about this. Ever since that bastard Song Lang started to encircle and annihilate our forces, our days have been getting harder by the day. If we let Song Lang achieve his goal, we'll forget about it. But don't worry, we're not ambushing Lin Fei this time, we're just trying to instigate him to defect. Instigate defection? After the little devil hinted that he had found Mu Chu, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. If his idea worked, he would have a higher chance of obtaining a sample. The expeditionary empire might appear to be stable, but there were still plenty of internal conflicts. At the same time, there were foreign enemies eyeing them covetously. For example, back when the expeditionary empire had established the empire, they had overthrown the previous empire. Even now, the descendants of the previous empire had not been completely annihilated. Furthermore, they had established the Heavenly Gates path with the intention of overthrowing the Expeditionary Empire and restoring the glory of the Empire. Lin Fei suspected that the power behind Mu Chu was related to the Skygate sect. I have to go and have a good chat with Mu Chu. No matter why Mu Chu came here, Lin Fei believed that there must be a purpose. After Mu Chu came to Zhonglang City and met Elder Wang, he stayed in another independent courtyard. Instigate Lin Fei to defect. This was one of the things that Mu Chu wanted to do. Rather than killing a future top professional powerhouse, it was better to instigate him to defect, which would be of great help to their forces. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and it was the best choice. How to do it had become a problem. That heavenly son, Lin Fei, had been living in the certification management office. Minister Li Xiong was worried that something would go wrong, so he had sent several masters to protect him. It was extremely difficult to sneak in. What should I do? What should I do? Mu Chu overturned his ideas one by one, but he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Brother Mu Chu, how have you been? Suddenly, a voice spread in the room, scaring Mu Chu. His face changed on the spot. He released his aura, but he couldn't find the person. There's no need to look, old friend. Mu Chu only felt that the voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember for a moment. In the room, light spots rose all over the sky and condensed into a human figure, which appeared in Mu Chu's vision. It's you, the leader of the Avengers. Why are you here? Mu Chu was shocked. Wasn't this the #1 master in the sacred world? He actually came to Zhonglang Star Zone and could sneak into his room without anyone noticing. This method was terrifying. Brother Mu Chu, don't make a fuss. If you can come to Zhonglang Star Zone, why can't I come? Don't you think so? Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, said with a smile. Mu Chu was very afraid of this leader of the Avengers. He was very strong in the sacred world, but in the Star Zone, this little bit of strength was really nothing. You are very bold. This is not the sacred world. You have offended Zhonglang Region Master. Aren't you afraid of being created? Mu Chu said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You don't like Zhonglang Region Master, and neither do I. Today, I came to see you because I want to do something big with you. Did he really say that? After Lin Fei left, Mu Chu immediately went to see Elder Wang and explained the situation. Yes, he said he wanted to do something big. He seems to know that Elder is in Zhonglang City, otherwise he wouldn't have left those words. Mu Chu's expression was not very good. His whereabouts had been exposed, and he didn't even know it. If the news spread to the city lord's mansion, it would definitely be a nightmare. Wang Haoren was also not calm. He had been very low-key since coming to Zhonglang City, avoiding all tracking and usually not going out. Even Zhonglang Region Master wouldn't be able to find him. Now, he was actually seen through by an outsider. Through Mu Chu's words, he clearly knew that Wang Haoren was here. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even know that Wang Haoren was here. Elder Wang, the leader of the Avengers, is not simple. Zhonglang City is not an ordinary place. With such amazing methods, he probably has a powerful expert supporting him. Mu Chu analyzed. I think there's a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter what, that person definitely can't be on the same side as Zhonglang Region Master. Wang Haoren nodded. That makes sense. I really want to see what big things that guy wants to do. In Mu Chu's room, it was rare for Wang Haoren to come. He wanted to see what tricks that person had up his sleeves. He's here. Just like last time, the light spots condensed into a black-robed man. He really came quietly. Wang Haoren was shocked. Good fellow, there are no fluctuations, as if he's just here. He actually has such means. Could he be an expert who is proficient in stealth? No, even those people might not be able to hide from my eyes. But Lin Fei's performance shocked Wang Haoren. There really is an expert in Zhonglang City, and it's a guy with a combat power of 40 million. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he didn't come in person. Now, he wasn't afraid that the other party would find his traces. Your Excellency, good means. Chapter 2386. Key? F? Co? W? Percent? B? Q? U? BFB? 0O? He couldn't see through this guy from the sacred realm. There were many people in the empire who could avoid him, but not many in the Zhonglang Star Zone. Yet this guy did it. He left no trace. He came and went without a trace. Wang Haoren didn't dare to underestimate him. He treated him as someone on the same level as himself. Even if his realm was lower than his, he had to take him seriously. Ha! If I didn't have any ability, how would I dare to come here? I'm afraid that someone will eat me whole, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. This little trick is nothing in your eyes. Wang Haoren had a preliminary understanding of him. This guy was cunning and not easy to deal with. Now that you're here, can you tell me about the big thing you were talking about? Wang Haoren didn't want to talk about anything else. He just wanted to hear about the big thing. If Mu Chu hadn't told him some things about this guy, Wang Haoren wouldn't have taken it seriously. He was able to come to the Zhonglang Star Zone from a small world far away and was an enemy of the Palace of Judgment. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this big thing could help them, Wang Haoren wouldn't mind helping. Actually, it's quite simple. I want to attack the secret energy plantation base in the Zhonglang Star Zone. Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren and Mu Chu's expressions changed slightly. This was too big. You want to attack the secret plantation base? That's the Empire's secret base. There are many powerful people there. Whoever goes there will die. Mu Chu couldn't imagine how this guy could be so bold. There were people who wanted to attack that place during the expedition to the Empire. In the end, none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the army of the Empire. This was definitely a big deal. You found the Empire's secret plantation base in the Zhonglang Star Zone? Wang Haoren calmed down a lot. He was interested in the secret base. He was shocked. That place was as mysterious as some arcana realms. No one had ever found it. Yes, in a secret place in the Zhonglang galaxy, Lin Fei briefly explained. If it's an attack on the secret cultivation base, then I'm sorry, but we won't interfere in this matter. Wang Haoren did not think that he could stand against the powerhouses of the army. Once he showed up, he would definitely die. Wang Haoren knew very well how terrifying the Imperial Army's people were. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would not rest until they were dead. Many heroes had died under the pursuit of the military. Wang Haoren would definitely not do such a thing. There were no benefits and it was very dangerous. Aren't you going to listen? I believe this is a very good thing for you. Lin Fei was not surprised in the slightest. The might of the Empire's great army was not undeserved. It had an illustrious reputation, so it was normal for the other party to have such a reaction. I only need you to help me attract the enemy's firepower. After this, I am willing to pay you a considerable sum of energy wall stones. 50 million energy wall stones is not a small number. Lin Fei needed a powerhouse to attract the enemy's firepower. Even if it only took a few breaths' time, he would be able to obtain a sample. 50 million energy wall stones, Lin Fei felt that it was a good deal. When Wang Haoren heard 50 million energy wall stones, he was also slightly shocked. This was indeed not a small number. Hiring a first or second transition powerhouse with a few million battle prowess would only require a few 100,000 energy wall stones. 10 million energy wall stones was more than enough to hire a sixth or seventh transition powerhouse. Mu Chu was shocked that this Avengers Alliance leader actually had such a large sum of money. 50 million energy wall stones could do a lot of things. Can I hear the plan? Wang Haoren had to admit that he was tempted. 50 million energy wall stones could do many things. For example, Wang Haoren had recently taken a fancy to a weapon. It was a technological energy weapon used in the Expeditionary Empire. When used in conjunction with a profession, the effects would be very powerful. That technological weapon required tens of millions of energy wall stones. If he really bought it, he would definitely go bankrupt. Don't doubt the wealth of a powerhouse, especially someone like Wang Haoren, who was wanted by the Star Field. Lin Fei briefly explained the plan. It was nothing more than to attract the enemy's firepower at a critical moment. After that, he could leave. As long as the overseeing powerhouse was distracted, the rest would not be troublesome. As for the surveillance of the secret base, under the invasion of the imps, it would be vulnerable. Even if the expeditionary empire was furious, it would not be a big deal. As the domain master of the Blue Wolf Star Field, there would definitely be trouble, and it would not be a small one. Although it would not be a big deal, it would be a loss of face. You can think about it carefully. I will come back in 3 days. In fact, it was not even 3 days before Wang Haoren agreed. For 50 million energy wall stones, it was worth it. After some arrangements, there was almost no danger. He now had 40 million battle prowess. Even if he encountered someone whose battle prowess was a few million higher than his, it would be very easy for him to escape. In addition, he could also use this opportunity to strike a blow to the morale of the Palace of Trials. No matter what, he could make them look like they were lax, which was also a way to win. Most importantly, as long as the secret base of the empire was exposed, those who were secretly dissatisfied with it would definitely take action. Even if they could not shake the expeditionary empire, it would still give them a lot of stimulation. After Wang Haoren agreed, Lin Fei was completely relieved. After paying 1/3 of the profit, he arranged a date to take action and left. He was not worried that the other party would be lazy. If Wang Haoren really wanted to be lazy, Lin Fei had plenty of ways to deal with him. Even if the other party's battle prowess was higher than his, he might not have to do it himself. 6 days later, in the evening, Lin Fei and Wang Haoren arrived at a valley outside the secret base. It was not far from here. Lin Fei did not want to expose himself prematurely. He had to prepare for the most suitable time to take action. There was only one chance to take a sample, and if he missed it, there would not be another chance. Elder Wang, you only need to follow the main force and wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. Let me say this first, you must wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. It would be best if he can hold on for half an incense stick of time. At that time, you can leave. Of course, I will also inform you. Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren nodded. I have been paid to eliminate disasters. This elder will not let you down. Okay, then let's do it. For this surprise attack, Lin Fei had spent a lot of money. Through the system, he immediately controlled all the star beasts outside the secret base. This alone consumed a lot of energy. Controlling each star beast required a special creature, which was not an easy task. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. Chapter 2387. Boom Boom Boom. More than 300,000 star beasts formed a terrifying beast tide that charged into the depths of the base. The star beasts that had been guarding the area alone were also frightened by the black mass of star beasts and joined the main force of the beast tide. The original 300,000 star beasts eventually reached 500,000 star beasts. Among them, there were more than 20 star beasts with battle prowess of 7 to 8 million. Even though their numbers were huge, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from a powerful enemy. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts moved very quickly. Under deliberate guidance, they killed their way into the depths of the secret base. Like a flood, they attacked and destroyed the secret restrictions. What's that sound? Is there it? The soldiers in the secret base were all at the first and second job transitions. Suddenly, they heard the sound, and the ground seemed to be shaking. On the huge surveillance screen, the people in the base finally saw the black mass of star beasts. Bang bang bang. The surveillance equipment set up one after another exploded, and the surveillance on the big screen dimmed one after another. Not good, the beast tide is here. Prepare for battle immediately. Inform all the soldiers to prepare for battle and exterminate these star beasts. The people in the base did not really care about the hundreds of thousands of star beasts. Putting everything else aside, just the restrictions of the secret base and the super large protective barrier were not something that the star beasts could break through. In the end, the star beasts were destined to work for nothing. It was not that the secret base had never been attacked before. That time, it had not been suppressed. It was the same this time as well. As one of the people in charge of the base, Yang Jian subconsciously frowned. This matter was strange, but he was not anxious. He passed down the orders and prepared for battle. This shouldn't be the case. Standing in front of the huge surveillance screen, Yang Jian could not understand. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts swept over, destroyed the surveillance equipment, and finally killed their way to the periphery of the base. These beasts don't know what's good for them. Activate the first restriction array and kill them. Someone at the front desk was controlling the restriction array. With just a single command, they could unleash a powerful attack. No matter how many star beasts came, they would be killed without hesitation. In the end, they would become fertilizer for the Earth. When the star beasts approached the base, a protective barrier rose up, covering the entire base. At the same time, blue beams of light shot out from the base, forming a dense and continuous stretch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue beams of light were filled with an aura of destruction, and they shot out like resplendent meteors. The star beasts' powerful defenses were useless in front of the blue beams of light, and they were all pierced through by the blue beams of light. A powerful star beast was instantly turned into a hornet's nest, and it unwillingly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 star beasts had been killed by the blue beams. The number of star beasts dying was still increasing. In the dark, Wang Haoren revealed a solemn expression. Rumor has it that every secret base of the Imperium is extremely dangerous, and it seems to be true. I wonder what solution that guy has. Wang Haoren would definitely not agree to break through the array formation's restriction. A level 1 attack is enough to kill and injure the star beasts. Let's see if they still dare to attack the base in the future. What a bunch of bastards! Yang Jian sneered. The star beasts had suffered more than 30,000 casualties. The ground was littered with the corpses of star beasts. Blood flowed like a river, and the stench of blood filled the air. Little devil, shut down the other party's system immediately. I don't want the astral beast that I spent so much effort to control to die outside the base. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the base. Got it. When Lin Fei saw the blue beams, he had Little Devil analyze their power. Each attack had a combat power of 3 million, and killing the star beasts was as easy as flipping his hand. He had to shut down the system now. Without the system, Lin Fei could proceed to the next step. Yang Jian stood in front of the screen with a sneer on his face. However, in the next second, the huge screen turned black. Sir, bad news. Our system has shut down. Oh no, the star beasts have broken through the perimeter of the base. That's right, the system shut down automatically. Within the base, the group of staff could no longer remain calm. The system that had always been regarded as omnipotent had actually shut down automatically at this time. This meant that the base had lost its best defense, and the star beasts outside could break in. With hundreds of thousands of star beasts wreaking havoc, the base might suffer great losses. Immediately restart the system. Yang Jian was furious. Of all the times to shut down the system, it had to shut down at this moment. As for the invasion, he did not believe that it was possible. Immediately order the base's soldiers to encircle and annihilate the star beasts. Before the system restarts, stop them from invading. Even if we die, we have to hold on. Yang Jian was extremely anxious and roared. First team go. Second team, go. Third team go. The base's array formation had lost its defensive effect, and the star beasts were enraged. They swarmed in and devoured the energy blocks one by one. A moment later, a group of the base's soldiers appeared in front of the star beasts with special weapons in their hands. The special weapons fired red beams at the star beasts. The first batch of star beasts were turned into sieves and fell to the ground. Kill them! The base's soldiers moved quickly, but the speed of the aircraft was even faster. Without much control, they dodged the star beasts' attacks. Instead, the star beasts fell to the ground one after another. With the weapons in their hands, the base's soldiers blocked the invasion of a large number of star beasts. In front of the base's soldiers, the ground was littered with corpses. Damn, this looks like an energy gun. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Empire are actually equipped with such weapons? Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also extremely shocked. Lin Fei was 100% sure that those were energy guns. There was a special energy wall embedded in one of the weapons, and every shot would consume a portion of the energy. It's time for Elder Wang to make a move. If this continues, it won't be easy to kill them. Lin Fei realized that without an expert, these star beasts wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to break through the base's defensive line. Alright, you can make a move now. Lure that expert out. Lin Fei transmitted his voice over. Wang Haoren was extremely shocked. The base's defenses had been shut down for no reason, and the enemy had mobilized the base's soldiers to act as a defensive line. This was an inconceivable matter. This is a good opportunity. Be it the aircraft beneath the feet of the base's soldiers or the Blacktooth energy gun in their hands, they were all priceless items on the black market. They were extremely useful. Even if Lin Fei didn't say anything, Wang Haoren would still make a move. Without the defensive barrier, the base's soldiers were nothing in his eyes. No one could stop him. Aircraft, Blacktooth energy gun, this elder wants them. Wang Haoren's figure appeared, a sword sheath behind him opened, and dozens of swords flew out. Sword soared into the sky, tearing apart the void, forming a black line that circled around the base's warriors and their heads fell to the ground. Chapter 2388. Invisible Swordsman, a second-rate job. Dozens of soldiers were instantly killed. Wang Haoren waved his hand and kept the aircraft and Blacktooth energy gun. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. These two items made this trip worth it. Wang Haoren no longer dared to underestimate the mysterious leader of the Avengers. If not for the other party's methods, it would have been extremely difficult to snatch the aircraft and energy gun from the enemy soldiers. Kill! Dozens of swords turned into sharp black shadows. With just a light sweep, the soldiers' heads would fall to the ground or even be cut into two. Kill him! We can't let him in. Hurry up and report that a mysterious expert has appeared. He's suspected to be the invisible swordsman. With Wang Haoren's appearance, a gap was created in the blockade formed to deal with the star beasts. The star beasts charged in through the gap. The unified blockade was no longer effective. Hundreds of thousands of star beasts charged in like a flood, breaking through the blockade formed by the soldiers. No matter how many people they had, they couldn't stop the star beasts. The plantation base was in chaos. The star beasts charged into the base and targeted the energy crystals, plundering them wantonly. The plantation base was in complete chaos. Wang Haoren's appearance constantly defeated the attacks of the base soldiers. This fellow is really willing to put in so much effort. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. At the same time, he silently snuck into the vicinity of the plantation base. Lin Fei was very interested in the aircraft and energy gun, but now was not the time to make a move. He didn't want anyone to know about this matter. Lin Fei wasn't worried about Wang Haoren. The leader of the Avengers was just an identity. No one could link it to Lin Fei, who had recently appeared. Invisible Swordsman. He's at least a fifth transformation Invisible Swordsman. Damn it, why is such a person here? Yang Jian stared at the screen. The Invisible Swordsman's attacks were constantly taking away the lives of the base soldiers. Hurry up and dispatch the law enforcers to stop the Invisible Swordsman. Yang Jian ordered again. Although the Invisible Swordsman was a second-rate job, at this realm, it could bridge the gap between first-rate and second-rate jobs. It's definitely a conspiracy. Soon, Yang Jian roared again. The experts sent out were unable to take down the Invisible Swordsman. Instead, there were many casualties. We have to inform Lord Zhan. Wang Haoren was in an extremely good mood. He had collected over 100 flying devices and Blacktooth energy guns. Boom! In the depths of the base, a storm swept over, and in the storm stood a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes flashed with a cold light. So, you're a survivor of the Tianmen path. You deserve to die. Boom boom boom. Wang Haoren was surrounded by a huge black storm. His expression turned grave. The saber lights were like the wind, one after another, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, and their might was extraordinary. Zhan Rongyao was very dissatisfied. The remnants of the Tianmen path had actually dared to break into the cultivation base. This was a provocation. Instead of hiding properly, they had dared to come to the cultivation base. No matter what would happen in the end, Zhan Rongyao would inevitably be criticized by his superiors. He hated the remnants of the Tianmen path very much. Wang Haoren called back dozens of black longswords and slashed apart the saber lights that the other party shot at him. However, it was also very strenuous for him. The other party's strength was above his, and even a small attack made him feel pressured. Blade like wind, one blade slash. Zhan Rongyao was a first-rate blade warrior. The storm that everyone saw was actually formed by the blade wind. It could cut through everything, and it was very terrifying. All the wind turned into a black saber. It was incomparably huge, and with one slash, a giant spatial crack appeared in the void. Zhan Rongyao's attack was very terrifying. The aura of just one slash caused Wang Haoren's expression to change again. I've always heard that blade warriors are invincible. Today I, the invisible swordsman, will experience it for myself. Wang Haoren was not willing to fall behind. Dozens of long swords soared into the sky, forming a huge sword wheel, and met Zhan Rongyao's blade attack. Wang Haoren had still underestimated the other party's strength. The other's blade slashed on the sword wheel, and a huge force knocked away all the long swords. The entire sword wheel flew backward and crashed into the star beast's body. Wang Haoren's body swayed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was even a small blade mark on his forehead. It was cut by the blade in an instant. Too powerful. I, the fifth revolution invisible swordsman, am actually not his opponent. I was seriously injured by one slash. Wang Haoren recalled his long sword, took out a black sword pellet, and sprinkled it toward Zhan Rongyao. Under the guidance of qi, it exploded, and a rain of swords stabbed toward Zhan Rongyao. At the same time, he retreated and left the base. Retreat. Wang Haoren was not confident that he could block the opponent's second slash. Who allowed you to leave? Zhan Rongyao rushed out, and the rain of swords was smashed by the storm. He chased after Wang Haoren. Good chance. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. Wang Haoren, who had 40 million battle power, was actually at a disadvantage with one slash. This also let Lin Fei see the power of a professional advancement. There was no comparison at all. He attacked again. A huge energy fluctuation came from afar. Lin Fei knew that the base's expert had made a move. Rise. In a corner, Lin Fei waved his hand and forcefully took away a source tree. One was enough. No one would be able to see any clues. As soon as he took away the source tree, a terrifying aura descended, and a huge storm covered the base. Wherever the storm passed, the remaining star beasts were broken into two pieces, and blood flowed like a river. The base's defense system was successfully rebooted, and the previous defense was restored. Zhan Rongyao stood above the base and looked down at the chaotic base. He couldn't help but frown. The remnants of the Tianmen path, what are they planning this time? I can't see it for a while. Contact the Expeditionary Guard immediately. This matter must be investigated. Just say that the remnants of the Tianmen path have appeared and are suspected to have designs on the plantation base. When Zhan Rongyao descended, Lin Fei left. This guy's battle power was even more terrifying than Wang Haoren's. Lin Fei blocked everything, and his heart was in his throat. He finally left the area with great difficulty, and only when he was hundreds of millions of miles away from the base did he heave a sigh of relief. A seventh professional expert has been arranged for a plantation base, and there's also a powerful formation system. It's really not a place that just anyone can break in. Looking at the source tree in the system, Lin Fei smiled. He had spent so much energy, but it was not a wasted trip. With a source tree, it was equivalent to having a strong Jingguang path. Cough, cough, cough. In order to help you delay that guy, this elder has suffered a great loss. In a very remote place in the Zhonglong star zone, Wang Haoren's face was pale. He seemed to have aged decades, and his aura had also become extremely weak. Although Wang Haoren had escaped in the end, the opponent's attack was very overbearing. He had still taken a blow from the opponent, and his vitality had been greatly injured. He had almost been killed. This is a 50 million energy wall stone. Chapter 2389. The people from the Skygate sect are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack the cultivation base. They're courting death. Have you heard? The expeditionary guards have begun to take action. They've issued a bounty for the capture of an invisible swordsman. Humph, that's nothing. I heard that the higher-ups were very angry when the news reached them. It said that they've mobilized a group of experts to investigate this matter thoroughly. The people from the Skygate sect have nothing better to do. Now that the higher-ups are here, no one can escape from them. In the past few days, the hottest news was that the cultivation base that did not belong to the Empire had been attacked. Even the Imperial College selection had been overshadowed. No one knew how the news got out, but the entire Tsonglang star zone was in an uproar. Then, it spread to all the other star zones. Those who knew the news secretly gasped. This was a blatant provocation to the Empire. 800 years had passed since the invasion of the cultivation base. During this period, no one had dared to attack the cultivation base of the Empire. This time, it was a big deal. The loss of the aircraft and the Black-Tooth energy gun was no longer a small matter. The damage to the source tree was secondary. The main point was that the standard weapons of the military headquarters had been lost. This was a big deal. Tsonglang City was also in a rare state of panic. The Tsonglang Region Lord ordered a thorough investigation of the entire Tsonglang City and the entire Star Zone. Anyone with an unknown identity would be locked up in Tsonglang Prison. In a short time, thousands of people were locked up in prison. This matter was too big. Even the Tsonglang Region Lord knew that he had to take action. Such a big thing had happened in the Tsonglang Star Zone. The higher-ups would definitely have some opinions. Although the Tsonglang Region Lord was not afraid of the higher-ups, he still had to do something to save face. In the Tsonglang Star Zone, the bandits, habitual criminals, and other notorious people were completely out of luck this time. Regardless of the consequences, they all became targets of attack. For a moment, the bandits in the Tsonglang Star Zone disappeared without a trace. No one dared to stay in the Tsonglang Star Zone. If they were caught, it would not be as simple as losing a layer of skin. Tsonglang, you have a lot of responsibility for this matter. In the City Lord's mansion, the Tsonglang Region Lord was entertaining a group of people from the capital. This group of people was not ordinary. They were especially worthy of the Tsonglang Region Lord's personal reception. It was not a small matter that involved people from the capital. For example, at this moment, Brother Bai, I can curse people. The Tsonglang Region Master smiled bitterly and said, I've been implicated even when I'm lying down. The bastards of the Elysium Path are really unethical. Of all the things they could have done, they just had to do this kind of thing. Aren't they putting me on a fire to roast? The Tsonglang Region Lord had been in a bad mood these days. Ever since the news had spread that day, the Tsonglang Region Lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. This kind of thing had not happened in the Empire for hundreds of years, and it just had to happen in his own star field. Most importantly, the plantation base had lost a batch of spacecrafts and Black Fong energy guns. The matter had blown up. The green-robed brother Bai in front of him was the person in charge that the imperial capital had arranged to investigate the culprit behind this matter and recover the items that had been lost. The higher-ups have a lot of opinions, especially about your management skills. You know, with that person gone, the crown prince is in charge, and the princes aren't happy about it. Bai Qinglong took a sip of wine. This time, the Tsonglang Region Lord had indeed been shot while lying down. Fortunately, he knew the person who came down from above. They wouldn't target him, it was just that they didn't want to lose face. Most likely, all the other region lords were watching him as a joke. Do you have any concrete information? Not yet, but we can confirm that it's the people from the Heaven's Gate sect. We don't know the whereabouts of the weapons yet. After the banquet, Bai Qinglong left with his people. He was ready to enter the plantation base to understand the situation. The fact that he had come here to drink was a great honor to the Tsonglang Region Lord. Damn the Heaven's Gate sect. After Bai Qinglong left, the Tsonglang Region Lord couldn't help but curse at the people in the dark. The Empire's plantation base. Zhan Rongyao didn't look too good either. The investigation team from the Empire had arrived with the will of the Crown Prince. As the person in charge of the base, Zhan Rongyao was in a lot of trouble. For example, right now, Zhan Rongyao was explaining what had happened that day. You said they used astral beasts to open the way? Wait, how did they break through the defense of the base? Shut down automatically? How is that possible? The management personnel of the base were all questioned by the investigation team. Mingshan, do you think it's possible that they colluded with outsiders? Bai Qinglong frowned and asked Xiao Mingshan. There's no evidence. Xiao Mingshan shook his head. Ever since the incident, I've brought people to control everyone in the base. I even used special methods, but I didn't find anything. The only clue is that before the base was invaded, there were astral beasts appearing one after another. If it's not collusion, then it's troublesome. Bai Qinglong knew that this matter was out of their control, especially since the other party could shut down the base's system. Who could guarantee that the base's system wouldn't shut down again? They had to be careful of this loophole. As long as they didn't get to the bottom of this matter, the base would be in danger. It's troublesome indeed. Xiao Mingshan hadn't been idle these days. He had sent out all the expeditionary guards to investigate this matter, but until now, they still didn't have any useful clues. But we can be sure that the person who did it is from the Heaven's Gate sect, and he's a rank 5 invisible swordsman. Based on our understanding of the Heaven's Gate sect, the only rank 5 invisible swordsman there seems to be Wang Haoren's foreign affairs elder. Wang Haoren? Bai Qinglong narrowed his eyes. He's got guts. But, as far as I know, the Heaven's Gate sect has always been a stray dog. They don't have the ability to do such a big thing. Every cultivation base of the Empire is top secret. They can't find it, and they don't have the ability to break into the base's system. Xiao Mingshan smiled bitterly. Breaking into the base's system is no small matter. If he can break into the cultivation base of the Zonglong Star Zone, then he can break into the cultivation base of the other star zones. Sigh, Elder Wang, you've made a great contribution to the Heaven's Gate sect. In a secret branch of a small world outside the Zonglong Star Zone. After Wang Haoren collected the 50 million energy wall stones, he immediately left the Zonglong Star Zone and returned to the Heaven's Gate sect branch to heal his injuries. When the news spread, Wang Haoren was directly on the Empire's wanted list and was ranked in the top 20. He was famous, but unfortunately, it was a bad reputation. Within the Heaven's Gate sect, Wang Haoren suddenly became a hero. Chapter 2390. Wang Haoren was recuperating in the courtyard. Jean Glory was a blade warrior, a 7th job professional powerhouse. To be able to escape from the other party, he had paid a great price. It was only natural that he was seriously injured. With the 50 million energy wall stones, there was nothing he could not get. His injuries would recover day by day, and it would not take long for him to completely recover. Wang Haoren, who was resting in the courtyard, heard the sound at the door. He looked back and was surprised. He immediately stood up. Elder Song, why are you here? Elder Song was a high-level elder. He was much more valuable and had more power than the elders themselves. Song Jiping strode forward. Haoren, you have made a great contribution to the Heavenly Gate path. I heard that you are wanted in the Zonglong Star Zone. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came personally. Wang Haoren was flattered. Elder Song was a high and mighty person in the Heavenly Gate path. It was impossible for him to talk to someone like him normally. Now, he was talking to him in such a pleasant manner. He did not even dare to think about it. Everything else was easy to say. Song Jiping had come on behalf of the Heavenly Gate path and had brought top-grade healing pills. He had praised Wang Haoren and given him all kinds of rewards that would make people jealous. What shocked Wang Haoren the most was that the Heavenly Gate path had decided to make him the overall person in charge of the Zonglong Star Zone. This was a meteoric rise, equivalent to a high-level elder of the Heavenly Gate path. Wang Haoren's strength was not weak at all. He was more than qualified to be the person in charge of a star zone. It was just that he had never had the chance. This time, he had gotten what he wanted. Although he was wanted by the Zonglong Star Zone and even the Expeditionary Empire, becoming the person in charge of a star zone did not require him to do anything. He only needed to control the overall situation, which was very safe. After announcing the rewards, and with Song Jiping lowering his stance, the two chatted happily as if they had been old friends for many years. That person is called the leader of the Avengers? From a distant world? Song Jiping had not only come to reward Wang Haoren, but also to understand the specific situation. The Heavenly Gate path had become famous. They were very happy to be able to deal with anything that happened in the Expeditionary Empire. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Song Jiping was quite surprised. He had thought that it would be the work of a potential enemy of the Expeditionary Empire. He did not expect it to be a foreigner, a native who was hundreds of years away from the Expeditionary Empire. Yes, my subordinate Deacon Mu Chu knows this the best. Very soon, Mu Chu was called over, and when he saw this important figure, he was very shocked. Song Jiping was a 7th job transition expert from the Heavenly Gates path, and it was very difficult for him to even catch a glimpse of him. Mu Chu told Song Jiping everything he knew without missing a word. The more Song Jiping listened, the more shocked he became. He rubbed his chin and said, "It seems that the background of the leader of the Avengers is not simple." Song Jiping realized that the leader of the Avengers was not an ordinary person. There were spies from the Heavenly Gate sect in Songlang City, and Song Jiping knew quite a lot about them. For example, the Cultivation base's system had been breached. This was definitely a divine skill. Everyone knew that the Expeditionary Empire's technological civilization was very advanced. It was a pity that the most powerful system defense was controlled by the royal family, and it was the same for technological weapons. Then do you have any way of contacting the leader of the Avengers? Song Jiping really wants to meet this mysterious man. If we can reach an agreement or get a way to attack the base's system, that would be great. Mu Chu smiled bitterly and said, "We really don't know about this." He didn't leave any contact information. Last time, he took the initiative to look for me. Wang Haoren proved that Mu Chu's words were not wrong. In the end, he concluded, "Elder Song, the leader of the Avengers is not simple. Even I, a 5th-stage professional, can't see through this guy. The power behind this guy is even more terrifying." Song Jiping was deep in thought. Then, while the outside world was in an uproar, in a courtyard in the Certification Management Office, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The first source tree had been successfully replicated. Hee, it's finally done. With the first one, the rest is easy. The biggest problem was that he had completely conquered it. He only needed the energy to replicate it. Lin Fei did not take it out. Once this place was taken out, he would be in big trouble. He was very clear about the movements outside. The Songlong Region Master, the Expeditionary Guards, and even the Imperial Capital had sent an investigation team down. If the aura of the source tree were to be exposed at this time, it would be a nightmare. Now Lin Fei could only endure it. He did not dare to leak even a trace of the aura of the source tree. Who knew if the investigation team of the Expeditionary Empire had advanced technology in their hands? Now that I have the source tree, it's time to find a place to use as a base. The Expeditionary Empire's source energy was very rich and difficult to absorb. That was why there was a unique creature like the source tree. Lin Fei relied on the system to solve the replication problem. What was left was to plant it and accumulate it. The premise was that he needed a base. As for manpower, Lin Fei was not lacking at all. However, a base was not easy to get. Not only did it have to be hidden, but it also had to be in a good location. What a headache. How far have you analyzed the aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun? The planting of the source tree was temporarily a problem. Lin Fei could only turn his attention to the aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun. The aircraft has been analyzed to about 78, and the Black Tooth energy gun has been analyzed to about 87. At most, it will take 3 days. Little Devil said proudly. If it wasn't for Master's reluctance to spend a lot of energy, it wouldn't have taken so many days. It's all to be prepared. Especially at a time like this, it's good to have more power. After raiding the Empire's plantation, not only had he obtained the source tree, but he had also obtained the aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun. This was a great harvest. The aircraft could fly for long distances, and as long as there were enough energy wall stones, its speed was not slow either. It was equivalent to the speed of a second job transition player. The Black Tooth energy gun was very powerful, and it could kill a first or second job transition player. the benefits involved were great. The plantation was protected by the system, and the weapons and equipment were not top-notch. After all, no one had ever charged into a plantation before. It could be said that this was an accident. I've used up a lot of energy wall stones. I have to get them back from here. Lin Fei planned to sell a batch of aircraft and the Black Tooth energy gun through the underground black market. There was such a place in the Ashwolf Star region, and the Expeditionary Guard had tacitly allowed it to exist. There were great benefits involved, and it was not something that just anyone could suppress. Set off in 5 days? The next morning, Yuan Fei came to pass a message. Who could get Yuan Fei to pass a message? Naturally, it was Minister Li Xiong. Recently, he had been riding high, and Yuan Fei did not mind doing this kind of small thing himself. He wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Fei. Thank you, Lord Yuan, for coming to inform me. I'll be ready. Leaving Ashwolf City, a troublesome place, could save him a lot of trouble. Then you'd better prepare well. For the next few days, it's best not to go out. The remnants of the Heavenly Gate sect are making trouble, and they might have their eyes on you. Chapter 2391. Ashwolf Star Region, Wood Capital City. Wood Capital City had another name, the Underground Black Market. All the illegal transactions in Ashwolf Star Region were conducted here. As for who was in control of the Underground Black Market, no one knew. In any case, the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. All along, Wood Capital City had become the best place for people to sell their stolen goods. As long as it was a good item, there was no need to worry about selling it. No one would bother to find out where the item came from. As long as one could afford it, everything could be negotiated. Even some prohibited items could be sold. Recently, there had been many spies in Wood Capital City. They were all here to investigate the matter regarding the flying device and the Black Tooth energy gun. With such a huge commotion in Ashwolf Star region, the secret was no longer a secret. The missing flying device and the energy gun became the focus of everyone's attention. Some rich and mysterious people started to offer rewards for the items, causing the Wood Capital City to be extremely lively. What a great Wood Capital City! Their methods are truly heaven-defying. When the black-robed Lin Fei walked into Wood Capital City, he automatically scanned the area. He could not help but gasp. There was actually an 8th transition job expert guarding the entire Wood Capital City. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei was different. With the invincibility system, he could easily detect an 8th transition job expert with a single scan. Other than that, there were also 5 7th transition job experts and tens of 6th transition job experts. It could be said that this was a major power that dominated an area. It was no wonder that the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. Wood Capital City was very easy to find. After getting a substitute, Lin Fei snuck out and arrived at Wood Capital City, which was located in a remote area of Ashwolf Star region. So what if he is an 8th transition job expert? From the looks of it, he is in seclusion. I only need to be careful of those 7th transition job experts. This time, Lin Fei was here to cash out the energy wall stones. Who asked Lin Fei to lack energy wall stones? Wood Capital Trade Association. This was the only trade association in Wood Capital City. No matter what it was, this trade association dared to purchase it. They could also help the other party sell it and auction it. All they needed to do was to pay a small processing fee. Safety and confidentiality. This was the Wood Capital Trade Association's motto. Those who knew that someone was disposing of stolen goods in the Wood Capital Merchant Guild could only grit their teeth and not dare to do anything. After all, there was an 8th job advancement expert in the Wood Capital City, and they were not to be trifled with. I want to see the person in charge and tell him that there's a big deal. If he misses this village, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Fei entered the Chamber of Commerce like a specter and said to a staff member at the front desk, "Brother, if you have anything to say, you can tell me." The staff at the front desk stood up and said, "You don't have the right." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slammed his palm on the table. "Get the person in charge out here." A cold, killing intent emerged from Lin Fei's body. The staff member realized that he had met someone who was not easy to entertain. "Senior, please wait a moment." I will inform the manager immediately. Many people stared at this mysterious black-robed man. It was not like such a thing had never happened in the Wood Capital Trade Association before. It was mostly some capable people who urgently needed to sell off some treasures. Everyone was used to it. This was usually the case. Recently, very few people came to the Wood Capital Trade Association to dispose of stolen goods. Who asked the higher-ups to keep an eye on them? It was rumored that the expedition guards had arranged many spies to keep an eye on the Wood Capital Trade Association, but most of them were watching this mysterious stranger. Sir, I'm sorry. My subordinates don't know how to do things. I'm the person in charge of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Wang Yu. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came over and explained apologetically as soon as he came up. There's a deal. Let's see if you can accept it. Lin Fei went straight to the point. Wang Yu did not recognize the person in front of him. When he thought about the recent events, he could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. Sir, why don't we go to the VIP lounge and have a seat? Lin Fei nodded. Sure. Wang Yu brought the mysterious black-robed man to the VIP lounge. His subordinates immediately served tea. Without waiting for Wang Yu to speak, 2 items appeared on the table. When he looked at them, he could no longer remain calm. Flying device, energy gun. The people from Tianmen Taoism had arrived. When the flying device and energy gun appeared, the Wood Capital Trade Association was not calm. The news was passed to the higher-ups. The vice president of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Feng Qingyang, immediately dropped everything and sent a message to the president. He then hurried to the VIP lounge. What do you want? Do you want it or not? When Feng Qingyang entered the room, Lin Fei put down his cup and asked directly. People from Tianmen Taoism? Feng Qingyang knew many people from Tianmen Taoism. The person in front of him was very unfamiliar. The scariest thing was that he could not see the other party's appearance clearly. He was always covered by a layer of mystery. Yes, we, the Wood Capital Trade Association, want everything. Feng Qingyang got the news from the president. No matter what, he had to buy all the flying device and energy gun. Such an opportunity was not common. Perhaps he would not encounter it many times in his lifetime. Great, this trip was not in vain. Lin Fei revealed a smile. 100 flying devices and 100 black tooth energy guns. I only want the energy wall stone. I don't want anything else. Feng Qingyang was taken aback. To think that there would be so many of them. This was an astronomical figure. Even if the Wood Capital Trade Association wanted to buy all of them, it would not be easy. Especially when the other party only wanted the energy wall stone. Feng Qingyang hesitated. We want all of them. Fixed price. 15 billion for the wall stone. The door to the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked in. President, Feng Qingyang said. No problem. 15 billion energy wall stone was a huge number in the expeditionary empire. Any martial artist could rely on this amount of energy wall stone to live a luxurious life like an emperor. Qingyang, transfer all the energy wall stones here immediately. Don't let the guests down. The man said to Feng Qingyang. I will contact you immediately. Reporting. The people from Tianmen Taoism have appeared in the Wood Capital Trade Association. They are collecting energy wall stones. In a narrow room, a few spies were doing nothing. Suddenly, they received a message. After reading it, their faces changed. Report it immediately. Keep a close eye on them. We can't let that person leave. The team leader immediately gave the order, and a hint of joy flashed between his eyebrows. If this matter was successful, it would be tantamount to making a great contribution. Everyone knew that the expedition guards had almost turned the entire star field upside down just to find the people of the Tianmen path. What? The people from Tianmen Taoism are selling their goods at the Wood Capital Trade Association. Are you sure it's true? A big deal of 15 billion energy wall stones. Big deal. It's definitely a big deal. Is that guy crazy? Has he never heard that Tianmen Taoism is short of money? Some of the major forces in Wood Capital secretly received news that a mysterious person had gone to the Wood Capital Trade Association not long ago and sold a batch of priceless goods worth 15 billion energy wall stones. This was definitely a huge number. Chapter 2392. Expeditionary Guard. Did you say that Tianmen Taoism came out to dispose of the stolen goods? The news was immediately reported to the branch of the Expeditionary Guard. When Xiao Mingshan heard the news, he almost doubted whether he had heard it wrong. How is it possible? When did the people of the Tianmen Taoism need to dispose of stolen goods? The Heavenly Gates Taoism was a remnant of the Empire's expedition. From the establishment of the Empire until now, they had never been annihilated. Every time a stronghold was destroyed, another stronghold would appear after a few years. The Expeditionary Guards had a lot of information about the Tianmen sect. They had been besieged countless times, but they had never been able to completely wipe them out. They were like weeds that had been wiped out one batch after another. When Xiao Mingshan heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. The foundation of the previous dynasty was also very terrifying. How could they come out to dispose of stolen goods, especially at this time? This was a typical case of committing a crime against the wind. They're too arrogant. Contact Lord Bai immediately. Xiao Mingshan was also angry. They clearly knew that the Empire had put a bounty on their heads, yet they still dared to come out. It was clear that they didn't take the Empire's bounty seriously. Someone came out to dispose of the stolen goods? After Bai Qinglong came to the Ash Wolf Star Zone, he did not have any free time. He collected all the clues he could and captured some members of the Heaven's Gate sect, but he did not find any useful clues. The only person he could be sure of was Wang Haoren, a fifth-job professional, the invisible swordsman. Hearing that there was news about the Heaven's Gate sect, Bai Qinglong immediately brought people over. This is the news I just received. Take a look for yourself. Bai Qinglong saw through it quickly and slammed his palm on the table. Despicable bastards. They're committing crimes against the law and openly challenging the Empire's authority. Arrest them immediately. The two of them had never seen anyone who dared to come out to commit a crime at such a time. Did they really think that they didn't exist? Brother Xiao, send a message to the city lord of the Wood Capital and order them to capture that person. We'll be there soon. Bai Qinglong said. As long as he could capture this person, he would definitely be able to find some clues. He might even be able to find the lair of the Tianmen Taoism and capture them all in one fell swoop. Lord Bai, this is a little troublesome. Xiao Mingshan bitterly smiled. That place is related to the prince. Our Expeditionary Guard's words are useless against them. Bai Qinglong's expression became serious. This matter involved the princes, and no matter which prince it was not a small matter. He helplessly said, immediately open the teleportation gate and bring people over. Xiao Mingshan nodded. I have already given the order. They can leave at any time. Guild leader, are we just going to let that guy leave? Even the Wood Chamber of Commerce took a long time to gather 15 billion energy wall stones. Fortunately, they were able to buy 100 aircrafts and energy guns. The middle-aged president said, the Chamber of Commerce of Wood Capital focuses on credibility when doing business. In the entire Zonglong Star Zone and even the nearby star zones, everyone knows about the credibility of the Chamber of Commerce of Wood Capital. Although the aircraft and energy guns are good, it's not impossible to get them. It's just a matter of time. If we take advantage of them, it's equivalent to offending the Skygate sect. You have to know that the remnants of the Skygate sect are able to survive for so long. They're quite capable. We businessmen shouldn't get involved in this. Feng Qingyang finally understood. However, 15 billion energy wall stones almost depleted all of our energy wall stones. Say no more. The middle-aged president stopped Feng Qingyang from continuing. There's going to be a good show soon. I wonder how the people from the Elysium Path are going to take away such a large amount of energy wall stones. That guy is coming out. Yes, the guy in the black robe. Hurry up, he's leaving the city. Outside the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, spies from all over had gathered and were keeping a close eye on the people coming and going. The moment Lin Fei came out of the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, The spies outside immediately kept a close eye on him and sent out messages one after another. When Lin Fei left the city, there was a group of people tailing him. "Master, you went against the wind and committed a crime this time. You've infuriated the people from the Expeditionary Empire. Now, there are at least a few hundred people keeping a close eye on you." The little devil joked. In fact, ever since he entered the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had been monitoring the situation through the system. When the messages were sent out, he could see everything clearly. Originally, he thought that the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce would be able to stall for time, but he didn't expect that the news would be so unguarded. 15 billion energy wall stones. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of such a big fat piece of meat? Lin Fei said. Even a small bite is a fat piece of meat. Through the system, Lin Fei saw that apart from himself, almost none of the void chanters around him had green dots. They were all red dots. "Master, I just caught the head of the Expeditionary Guards, Xiao Mingshan, and that by Qinglong. They should have come through the teleportation formation and are heading towards Master's direction." From the moment he entered the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei knew that he would become a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of others. Convert all 15 billion energy wall stones into origin energy. This was a huge sum of money. The increase in Lin Fei's wealth was equivalent to the increase in his strength, and he could use his ultimate move. This was also the main reason why Lin Fei had to exchange for a large amount of energy wall stones. This was his biggest guarantee. Without origin energy, he was like a tiger without claws. Boom! Not long after Lin Fei left the city, a loud sound rang out as a huge barrier covered the region he was in, trapping him within it. Someone's making a move. That seems to be the Expeditionary Guard's heavenly cage. It can seal the sky and earth. It's a treasure that only the Expeditionary Guards can use. No way! Why are they so fast? The Expeditionary Guards are on a mission. Those who are not important should leave. Those who disobey will be killed. Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong caught up with the elites of the Expeditionary Guards. The people who followed up all stopped in their tracks. The huge black cage had a huge impact on them and the Expeditionary Guards. The forces that wanted to take a bite out of the Expeditionary Guards immediately restrained their subordinates. No matter what, they could not offend the Expeditionary Guards. If they offended them, there would be no place for them in the Empire. Bai Qinglong and Xiao Mingshan stared at the black-robed man. "Remnant of the Heavenly Gate sect, surrender now!" Bai Qinglong yelled. The black heavenly cage turned into a huge hand and pressed down on the black-robed man. "Stop struggling. In front of the heavenly cage, your strength will drop by half. You can't stop it," Xiao Mingshan said. The Expeditionary Guards were infamous, not only because of the Emperor's establishment, but also because of their methods. For example, the heavenly cage in front of them was a treasure made by the Empire. Once it was used, it could seal the sky and earth, making it impossible for people to escape. At the same time, it could limit one's strength by half. Anyone who fought against the Expeditionary Guards would lose miserably. This was the most basic method of the Expeditionary Guards. Boom boom boom. Chapter 2393. The Expeditionary Guards have made their move. I wonder how strong the remnants of the Tianmen Taoism are. Heaven Domain Cage. A huge battle erupted outside the Wood Capital. In the air, the powerful figures of the Wood Capital all turned their attention to the battlefield. Everyone wanted to know what kind of ability the remnants of the Tianmen path had to dare commit such a crime. This was committing a crime against the law. Who would dare to do it? The remaining members of the Heavenly Gate sect did it. Yuan Jingwei, how arrogant. With just you guys? Just as he was about to be crushed by the gigantic palm, the black-robed man let out a long howl. His voice was like thunder on a sunny day, causing the entire world to tremble. Even the experts in the Wood Capital city coughed out blood. "Break for me." A powerful aura burst out from the mysterious black-robed man's body. With a rumble, the Expeditionary Guard's trump card was pierced through, and the giant black palm dissipated. The world returned to normal. Countless muffled grunts came from the void. "If this is all you've got, then you can scram." Lin Fei was delighted in his heart. 15 billion energy wall stones had been converted into origin energy units, and he could use them as much as he wanted in an instant. Just one move was enough to make Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong's expressions darken. Everyone knew the ability of the sky prison cage. It was not that easy to break. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who were afraid of the expedition guards. I didn't expect the surviving members of the Skygate sect to be so powerful. They broke the sky prison cage with just one move. The technique of this move was concealed so perfectly. What profession does this person have? In the sky above Mu Capital, the president of the Mu Capital Chamber of Commerce revealed a rare grave expression. It will be hard for the expeditionary force to take him down. Looking at the general situation from the details, everyone could see that the mysterious black-robed man was far more powerful than they had imagined. Expeditionary guards, attack! Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong decided to take action personally. The remnants of the Tianmen path were not easy to deal with. It was not easy for the other party to appear, and with such strength, it was possible that the other party had a high status in the Tianmen path. Dozens of expeditionary guards, clad in black armor, rushed out with a murderous aura. They were all holding energy guns of the same color, and their quality was even higher than Blacktooth's. Bang bang bang. Beams of black light interweaved to form a black hell. Everyone felt a wave of helplessness and fear in the face of this black light. Too scary. No wonder the expeditionary guards are infamous. To think that the power of the shot is comparable to that of a fifth-stage professional. This is too terrifying. The black light beam shot towards the black-robed man without any regard for its life. The expeditionary guard's methods were amazing. With the energy gun in hand, he sealed the sky and locked the earth, not giving the opponent any way out. The opponent could only passively defend. Damn, so this is the attack of the expeditionary guards. It's too high-end. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. All of them were energy gun attacks. The expeditionary guard was indeed infamous. They would annihilate anyone they saw. No matter who it was, even if it was a sixth transition job expert, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. Before long, they would be killed on the spot, riddled with holes. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. The 15 billion energy wall stone was his greatest source of confidence. Invincible defense, activate. This invincible defense was no longer an ordinary defense, it had been upgraded. A small black energy shield appeared in front of the black light beam. In an instant, sparks flew and the remaining energy was scattered. Everywhere it passed, it was a mess. Lin Fei's surroundings were completely cleared, it was no longer possible to tell what it looked like before. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that it's still lacking. Lin Fei smiled. However, this smile in the eyes of Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong was a form of mockery. The expeditionary guard's attack weapons could not break through the opponent's defense. This was a very rare occurrence. The expeditionary guard had these energy weapons, in addition to the sky prison cage's suppression of the opponent's strength. Even a seventh transition job expert would end up in a miserable state if he was targeted. The expeditionary guard had never failed before, hence the terrifying name of the expeditionary guard. Today, the expeditionary guard seemed to have encountered a difficult opponent, as if they were attacking countless times. The spectating experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to withstand the intensive attack of the expeditionary guard's energy weapons, there were really not many people who could do it. What shocked them even more was the strength of the Tianmen faction. No matter what method was used, it was amazing to be able to withstand the attack so easily. Master, stop showing off. The invincible defense has consumed 5 units. You still have 95 units of energy left, the little devil reminded him. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the upgraded invincible defense. The only thing was that this level of consumption was not something that even the rich could afford. Technological weapons are indeed terrifying. If this had been an hour, I would have raised my hands and surrendered. Lin Fei was a little unhappy. Master, you can be smug. Not many people can withstand it as easily as you did. The little devil said in disdain, can't you see that they are all so scared? It seems that the undefeated legend of the Expeditionary Guard is going to be defeated by Master. At this level of consumption, Lin Fei did not want to continue wasting it. I have to give them a reminder. Moreover, it's not a bad thing to have the remaining members of the Tianmen faction take the blame this time. Lin Fei was ready to leave. He did not want to continue playing, he just wanted to show his face. Scram. The system consumed 20 units of energy in an instant. Rumble. Rumble. An unimaginably terrifying power suddenly swept across the entire world, and everyone could only hear the rumbling sound. Bang. 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 The first to suffer were the subordinates of the Expeditionary Guard. Even though they were wearing black armor, they exploded on the spot like blooming flowers of blood, one after the other. Oh no, it's a psychic attack. Bai Qinglong and Xiao Mingshan were both powerhouses, and their expressions changed drastically. They could not block the attack of sound, and they were sent flying like broken sacks. The attack did not stop, and it continued to sweep across. Everywhere it passed, everyone fled. However, no matter how fast they could not compare to the speed of sound. This was because the sound was faster than them. Help! This is too terrifying. While everyone was suffering from the psychic attack, Lin Fei quietly left. In this part of the world, everyone was within the range of the attack. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have consumed 20 units of energy to carry out such a large-scale attack. The powerhouses who were watching were all unlucky. One by one, they fell from the sky, and everywhere they looked, there were corpses. The Wood Capital immediately activated the defensive array formation, but it was still too late. The entire Wood Capital suffered a huge number of casualties. The power of a single sound is actually so terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of the Wood Capital Chamber of Commerce's president's mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. This time, the Expeditionary Guard had become the biggest joke in the world. Breaking news. The Expeditionary Guard captured the remaining members of the Tianmen faction and encountered the strongest counterattack. The Expeditionary Guard suffered heavy losses. The Expeditionary Guard suffered a huge setback at the hands of the Tianmen faction. The power of a single word from the remaining members of the Tianmen faction caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It's suspected that a powerful psychic profession powerhouse has appeared in the Tianmen faction. Chapter 2394. The Songlong Star region was once again in an uproar. The expedition guards had lost all face this time. As a powerful and violent organization of the empire, they had become a laughingstock. Another thing was that the Tianmen path had become famous. Everyone knew that a powerhouse had appeared in the Tianmen path. According to the analysis of the powerhouses that day, this spiritual-type professional powerhouse from the Tianmen path was at least a peak 7th job professional, and it was possible that he had reached the 8th job. The Tianmen path was famous, but it was not a good thing for the expedition to the empire. When the higher-ups heard the news, they were furious and issued a wanted order to launch a new encirclement and suppression of the remnants of the Tianmen path. All 38 star regions were mobilized. The branches of the Tianmen path were wiped out one by one. At the same time, some potential enemies of the empire were also wiped out and suffered heavy losses. They were the typical example of a fish in the moat caught in a fire. The days of the Tianmen path were even worse. Those who secretly knew some information about the Tianmen path went to report it, and the Tianmen path also suffered heavy losses. It must be the force behind the Avengers Alliance leader. In a world outside the Songlong Star region, in a temporary stronghold of the Tianmen path, Mu Chu and Wang Haoren said in unison. Originally, it was good that the Heavenly Gates sect was famous, but now, they had directly become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Many secret branches had been reported and besieged. Mu Chu and Wang Haoren were injured. Recently, they had been surrounded several times and had to change locations every 2 or 3 days. Damn it, they are too vicious. They actually made us the scapegoat. Song Jiping's face was as black as coal. Originally, the higher-ups had come to reward Elder Wang, but they had been unexpectedly surrounded. Later, they found out that someone had impersonated the Tianmen path and committed the crime, giving the empire a big slap in the face. When Song Jiping heard about it, he was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. In the following days, the Tianmen path was surrounded everywhere. "Get someone to spread the news immediately," Song Jiping said coldly. "Sir, we can't do that. Now everyone knows that the Tianmen path did something big and stole the aircraft and the energy gun. Even if we tell others, no one will believe us." Wang Haoren smiled bitterly. He had not expected the Avengers Alliance leader to have such means, making the Tianmen path a scapegoat. Explanation? There was no explanation at all. Everyone knew that he was the one who had stolen the aircraft and the energy gun from the plantation. Aircraft and energy guns were special weapons of the Empire and were rarely circulated outside. Aside from the Heavenly Gates sect, who else would be able to produce so many at once? Bastard! Song Jiping cursed and kept thinking, but in the end, he could not come up with a good solution. Go! When the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei followed Minister Li Xiong and prepared to go to the Capital Institute. Under the command of Minister Li Xiong, everyone entered the transmission formation of Tsanglang City in an orderly manner. As a special talent, Lin Fei had been standing with Minister Li Xiong. "Finally, I can leave. The people of Tianmen Taoism are too arrogant. Fortunately, they are not crazy enough to make trouble in Tsanglang City." Li Xiong cursed. Seeing the sovereigns entering the transmission formation one by one, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Li Xiong cared most about Lin Fei. Even if all the prodigies present were added together, they would not be able to match up to Lin Fei. In particular, Li Xiong was still very worried about the emergence of a powerful professional expert of the spirit system from Tianmen Taoism. It was difficult to resist the attack of a professional expert of the spirit system. If the expert of Tianmen Taoism wanted to destroy Lin Fei, it would not be difficult at all. The expeditionary guards suffered a big loss in the hands of the expert of Tianmen Taoism. Xiao Mingshan and Bai Qinglong were seriously injured. More than half of the expeditionary guards were dead or injured, which was equivalent to a complete loss. At the same time, dozens of technological weapons were lost. The matter directly became serious. "Brotherly, the people of Tianmen Taoism should not have the guts to kill us." Lin Fei did not feel guilty at all for putting the blame on Tianmen Taoism. Anyway, they were hunted down and wanted. There was not much difference between one more charge and one less charge. Lin Fei had no qualms about it. Li Xiong shook his head. "Not necessarily. Tianmen Taoism can do anything, especially at this time. However, you can also rest assured that when we arrive at the Capital Institute, no one from Tianmen Taoism dares to come here even if they are given 100 guts." Speaking of the Capital Institute, Li Xiong was full of pride. From the Tsanglang Star area to the Capital Institute, they had to pass through more than 20 star areas. Lin Fei and Li Xiong went out together and passed through one teleportation formation after another. For the sake of safety, the teleportation formation in each star area was temporarily requisitioned and heavily guarded at the same time. The Capital Institute could be said to have done its best for the safety of these heavenly talents. This year, the Capital Institute paid special attention to it. In particular, the appearance of an expert from Tianmen Taoism also made the Capital Institute dare not look down on it. In just one day, hundreds of people from the Tsanglang Star area passed through more than 20 star areas and finally arrived at the star area where the Empire was located, the Expedition Star area, which was also the largest star area among the 38 star areas. What a rich energy! Is this the Expedition Star area? Coming out of the teleportation formation, the heavenly talents from the Tsanglang Star area all showed a look of enjoyment. The energy here was so rich that the Tsanglang Star area was nothing compared to the Expedition Star area. No wonder the heavenly talents showed such expressions. Well, don't make a fuss. Now we are in the Expedition Star area, and the Capital Institute is outside the capital. Everyone follow me and don't get lost. Minister Li Xiong personally came out to lead the team. The Capital Institute was a unique place in the Expedition Star area. This city was very hospitable to the heavenly talents of the Capital Institute. Under the leadership of Li Xiong, hundreds of heavenly talents left the city and went straight to the Capital Institute. Li Xiong returned to the capital. Even if he was still outside, he was in a very good mood. He constantly explained some information about the capital to Lin Fei, including some secrets, which greatly broadened Lin Fei's horizons. Master, if you can find a place outside the capital to plant the source tree, the harvest will be more than 10 times that in other star areas. Lin Fei communicated with the little devil. After seeing the unreasonably rich origin energy, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Fortunately, he did not plant the source tree at that time. After all, the yield in this place was several times that of other places. This kind of yield was terrifying. Since the last time he used a big move, until now, there were only 80 energy units left in Lin Fei's system. One energy unit contained a lot of energy, and the system could not extract it, so its recovery ability was poor. During this time, Lin Fei did not even try to copy the technological weapons obtained from the Expedition Guard, which were much more powerful than the Black Tooth energy gun. Unfortunately, he could not crack and analyze them now. The Capital Institute was full of hidden talents. Lin Fei must have the ability to protect himself, and this energy was the confidence to do so. Soon, a group of people appeared in the sky above a basin. Look, is that the Capital Institute? What a magnificent Capital Institute! Chapter 2395. On a vast plain. A magnificent and huge black building, like a crouching dragon, occupied the vast plain. People were shuttling back and forth in the huge building, going in and out. The huge buildings were connected, and people were shuttling back and forth. When they saw the buildings on the plain, everyone was surprised. It was quite different from the Capital College in their imagination. It seemed to be not so strict, but full of freedom. This is the Capital College. In the whole empire, no one can compare with it in terms of teaching and learning freedom. Li Xiong said with a smile, and his whole body relaxed. Li Xiong looked at Lin Fei next to him, and he was really worried that someone would take action on the way. The people inside the empire would not do it. They could not prevent the empire from having an enemy, and it was hard to guarantee that they would not take action. A top professional expert had a great impact on the future. In those days, His Majesty made the enemy tremble with fear. If there was a top professional in the future, the pressure could be imagined. Let's enter the college. The atmosphere of the Capital College was more relaxed than any other city. The Capital College doesn't need guards. This plain is the range of the Capital College's tactical deployment. For example, now, the tactical deployment is always open, and no one can get in. The Capital College has a special system arranged by His Majesty, which controls all the defense and attack of the Capital College. It was rare for Li Xiong to be proud of his success. Along the way, he kept introducing the Capital College, mainly to Lin Fei. The Capital College is divided into 3 areas. The outermost area is the living area, where you can buy anything you need in the empire. The second area is the residential area, which is very large. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, you can have a separate cave residence in the residential area, and build it anywhere you want. The third area is the teaching area. When they walked into the living area of the Capital College, the whole living area was very lively. If they had not been introduced, they almost suspected that they had come to the wrong place. The living area was crowded with people. Li Xiong came in with the heavenly talents, and someone immediately came to greet him. Minister Li, you are finally here. A middle-aged man came to greet him warmly. He was the deacon of the college, responsible for reception affairs. Li Xiong was now a prominent figure in the Capital College. It was said that he would soon be a senior elder, so the people who came to greet him were very enthusiastic, not wanting to leave a bad impression. Sorry, Li Xiong said lightly. It's no trouble at all. This is where everyone is resting. In the residential area, there was a row of independent courtyards that stretched as far as the eye could see. Each courtyard was divided into several rooms suitable for 4 to 5 people. Soon, the middle-aged man arranged the rooms. They were all independent courtyards with good locations. Lin Fei, you'll live in this courtyard. Li Xiong took Lin Fei to an independent yard alone. The energy of heaven and earth here is rich, which will help you a lot. This was a special arrangement. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony at all. Thank you, Minister Li. Don't say that. To be honest, Brother Li has to thank you. Li Xiong said with a smile, you should have a good rest these days. When you go in and out of the residential area, you must be anxious to bring the identity certificate. Without the identity certificate, you can't move a step because you haven't entered the school system. In theory, you are still on the blacklist. Before Li Xiong left, he exhorted, that's Imperial College for you. You live up to your reputation. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard. The energy of heaven and earth was unreasonably rich. Although he could absorb part of it, it was far from enough. It seemed that there was a limit to it. It might be enough for others, but Lin Fei had a powerful system, which was far from enough. Little devil, scan the courtyard. Coming to a strange place, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. He ordered the little devil to scan the courtyard. Soon, the scan was over. There was nothing installed in the courtyard, including the rooms. Try to scan the entire Capital College. Lin Fei was very confident in the little devil. The school system of the Capital College was powerful, but Lin Fei did not think that it had developed intelligence. As long as it did not develop intelligence, the system was just a program. Master, this will consume 10 energy units or even more. Are you sure you want to scan it? The little devil reminded him. It's okay. As long as there were 50 energy units in hand, Lin Fei could rest easy. If not, he could find a place to exchange for a batch of aircraft and energy guns. An invisible force was released from the courtyard and instantly covered the Capital College. The speed was getting faster and faster. The range was getting larger and larger. Lin Fei's heart was in his throat. If not for the fact that the Capital College was so mysterious, Lin Fei would not have spent so much money to scan it. In the eyes of outsiders, the Capital College was a dangerous place. Ever since the establishment of the Capital College, no one had dared to look down on it. Today, the Capital College was almost a legend. Everyone in the 38-star zones wanted to enter the Capital College. Once they entered, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Ding! Discovered the school system. Choose to hack? Choose to hack. Hacking in progress. Lin Fei did not stop him. He had opened all the permissions. Lin Fei was interested in the Capital College and the expedition to the Empire. He believed that the little devil would not cause a ruckus. He was just trying to find out the secrets of the Capital College. Ding! Hack successful. Ding! Discovered database. Copying and downloading. The little devil's progress was very smooth. He kept downloading and copying all kinds of information. Lin Fei was quite worried. Ding! Copying complete. Prepare to leave. Ding! Successfully established back door. Successfully established. When the little devil came out safely, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Master, the hacking of the school system has been successful. A total of 15 units of energy have been consumed. A backdoor has been established and some control methods have been implanted. In other words, Master has some control over the school system. The little devil appeared, looking very proud of himself. The 15 units of energy consumed was a huge attack. It made Lin Fei's heart ache. No one found out, right? An academy system is stronger than the original cultivation basis system, but in the eyes of this little devil, it is really nothing. Those defense systems are full of flaws, and anyone with a high IQ can invade them. The little devil said. It was good that no one had found out. Let's take a look at the information and see what I've downloaded. Dozens of documents appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Capital College Hall of Fame Record. Capital College Hero List. Capital College Priority Training Target. Chapter 2396. Lin Fei wasn't interested in these ordinary documents. The only thing that interested Lin Fei now was the Expedition Empire's technological civilization. He wasn't interested in anything else. Master, aren't you going to take a look at this? The little demon opened a file. Name of the document. The new heavenly talent of Imperial College. After opening the file, he saw that Lin Fei was first on the list. Lin Fei, first appearance in the Zhonglang Star Zone. Successfully certified as a top class. Identity verified. Suspected to have a mysterious master behind him. Target to be taken care of. Unlimited potential. I didn't expect my information to be so thoroughly investigated. Fortunately, I was prepared, or I would have been exposed. Lin Fei was slightly surprised, but he wasn't surprised at all. Second place, Beigong Yuming, top class. Third place, Long Badian, top class. Fourth place, Su Xiaohua, top class. Lin Fei skimmed through the list and was shocked. All the information was about top classes, and he was the only top class. The Expedition Empire is really full of talents. There are so many top classes. If it weren't for me, Beigong Yuming would probably be number 1 this time. Lin Fei lost interest after a quick glance. Top classes were powerful, but they shouldn't provoke him. Lin Fei's thoughts were that simple. Can I look at something else? I don't want to look at myself. Lin Fei didn't want to look at this. Lin Fei wasn't interested in ranking. As long as he had enough origin energy, he could unleash all kinds of ultimate moves. That was where his confidence came from. What about this? Lin Fei shook his head. Not interested. I want the confidential documents of the Institute. Then I'm sure you'll like this. Another file was opened. This is a record of the skills of each class. This time, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. My Roaring Terror Warrior has mastered 3 talent skills, but it doesn't have many ordinary skills. If there are records, it'll be perfect. Good stuff, really good stuff. The Institute has such a complete collection. I don't have to look for it anymore. Lin Fei's eyes widened after reading it. The Capital Institute's records clearly covered all the professions in the entire empire. Even the top professions had records of their skills. Lin Fei flipped open the document he was interested in again. It's a pity that there's no top-secret information. The Imperium is very well protected. Lin Fei had wanted to learn more about the technological civilization of the Empire, but to no avail. They were all related to Imperial College, which disappointed him more or less. Fortunately, the little demon has infiltrated the Academy's system and obtained a portion of the authority. The school system controlled the defense and attack of the Capital College. After seeing the defense and attack of the cultivation base, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the system at all. The cultivation base's system could not compare to its power. By the way, you said that you controlled some of the authorities. I wonder what those authorities are? Master, you asked the right question. The little demon said proudly, you know, the system of Imperial College is very powerful. For example, the attack is divided into 10 stars. Besides, there are a lot of energy wall stones stored inside Imperial College. They can attack infinitely, and the defense is even more formidable. I've made some arrangements in the system. Master, you can control the Academy's attack system. Let me tell you a secret. The attack system of Imperial College is more advanced. It can carry out long-range attacks and positioning attacks. It's quite formidable. That's why it consumes so many energy units. Master, are you satisfied with this? Positioning attacks? Long-range attacks? That's great. Lin Fei was quite shocked. Imperial College had such a powerful attack mode. It was really a rhythm of killing whoever it wanted to destroy. At the critical moment, the power of Imperial College could be mobilized. Where else could he find such a good thing? In the following time, Lin Fei decided to read all the other documents he had abandoned. He had time to see if there were any other secrets of Imperial College. At the same time, on the other side, Li Xiong came to an office in the teaching area after arranging the residence of the heavenly talents. Oldine, I'm back. Coming in from the outside, Li Xiong was warmly welcomed by everyone, which was completely different from the past. When he came back last time, everyone was very indifferent, not as enthusiastic as this time. Congratulations, you have brought a heavenly talent to Imperial College. In the office, a white-haired old man was sitting, looking at Li Xiong with a smile. This is what I should do. Li Xiong was flattered. Sit down, don't be so polite. You are now the hero of the academy. There hasn't been a heavenly talent with a top profession in our Imperial College for a long time. Who would have thought that there would be such a heavenly talent in such a remote place? In the future, Imperial College needs to arrange spies outside, in case of missing such a heavenly talent. The old dean said with a smile. Li Xiong could become the minister of the branch of the academy because of the strong support of the old dean. To be able to become the minister, the old dean also bore a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Li Xiong didn't let the old dean down. A top profession had a great impact on Imperial College. Li Xiong handed in a satisfactory paper. Let's talk about Lin Fei of the Empire's top profession. All the elders of Imperial College are paying attention to Lin Fei. He has become a dark horse, suppressing all the heavenly talents. It's really amazing. You may not know, but on the day your news came back, all the senior elders of the academy were dumbfounded. In an independent yard in the teaching area of Imperial College. This yard was simpler than any other. There were all kinds of flowers and plants planted in the yard, full of vitality, like a paradise and a holy place in the world. Under a silver tree in the yard, there was a very precious species called the silver moon tree. It absorbed the energy of heaven and earth and could produce silver moon fruit, which was invaluable. There were only a few of them in the whole empire, but there was one in Imperial College. It would be a big shock if it was spread out. At this time, under the silver moon tree, there were 3 elderly people sitting. Each of them was sage-like and ruddy, but no one dared to despise this old man. They were one of the deans who had the most right to speak in the senior management of the academy. Yes, the deputy deans. In the entire Imperial College, there were a total of 1 principal and 5 deputy deans, 6 deans. I heard that Lin Fei is here? The short old man on the left asked gloomily. Li Xiong, that boy, can be proud and elated. Don't talk about that guy. I don't know how lucky he is to meet such a person. Another dean with a handlebar mustache said sarcastically. Chapter 2397. The Expedition to the Empire's 38 Galaxies. As the talents of the Capital College branch arrived one after another, the Capital College became very lively. Rarely seen talents appeared in large groups. News of some of them fighting each other came from time to time, each more exciting than the last. The Capital College didn't stop or encourage such behavior. It seemed that it was fine as long as they didn't put their lives in danger. Talents were all proud and arrogant. They were the rulers of their respective galaxies. Now that they were in the Capital College, they naturally didn't want to lose their limelight. They looked for people to spar with and establish their prestige. No one knew which busybody had created a ranking list to list the strongest people in this year's tournament. The person ranked first was naturally Lin Fei, a master-class roaring warrior. He was a master-class that could compete with His Majesty. Even though Lin Fei hadn't fought yet, no one could deny how terrifying a top profession was. He deserved to be ranked first. Ranked second, Beigong Yuming of the Beigong family. Ranked third, Long Bat-Yin of the Empire's Long family. Ranked fourth, Su Xiaohua. Only the top 500 talents were listed on the ranking list. The rest were not qualified. As soon as the ranking list came out, some people were dismissive, while others took it seriously. They searched everywhere for talents to spar with, hoping to enter the list and get a good position. Lin Fei, who was ranked first, still hadn't shown up. He had been in the yard for the past few days. Lin Fei knew exactly what was going on outside, but he didn't care. He didn't even care about the ranking list. He didn't even need to guess to know that it was made up by the Capital College. Lin Fei admired this method very much. Unknowingly, it had stirred up the emotions of all the talents. Their fighting spirit soared, which would have a great impact on the final assessment. After moving into the yard, Lin Fei first hacked the college system and gained some authority. Next, he had to find a suitable secret base. The source life tree had to be planted. This was Lin Fei's top priority. Selling aircraft and energy guns was promising, but it was too dangerous. Who knew if he would run into a powerful expert? Once was enough. Planting the source life tree was much safer. As long as the secret base was hidden, he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Still nothing. Lin Fei shook his head. The special life forms that he released kept choosing locations, but none of them could satisfy Lin Fei. They were either too close, too unsafe, or controlled by the major clans. There was no place where the source life tree could be planted. The expedition star field's origin energy was the densest. No other place could compare to the expedition star field. Lin Fei naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Other people might limit the number of source life trees, but Lin Fei was not worried about this at all. Instead, he was worried about not having a place to plant them. What a headache. Lin Fei rubbed his temples. Do I really have to go to those dangerous places? Slowly set up a secret cultivation base? Almost all the places in the Starfield expedition were controlled by others, so it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to get his hands on a piece of land. Shaolin, are you there? When Lin Fei was having a headache, Li Xiong's voice came from outside the yard. Yes. Lin Fei turned off the system and walked out. In the yard, Li Xiong looked very proud. You didn't go out? I thought you went to the capital. Those heavenly talents in the star field all went to the capital to have fun in groups of 3 or 5. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not interested in that for the time being. It's better to have a good rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Li Xiong laughed. Very good. You deserve to be the person I value. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Just now the news came from the Imperial Palace. My brother thought of you first. Lin Fei was surprised. The Imperial Palace has announced that the winner of this year's Capital Institute will be rewarded by the Expedition Emperor. The winner will be rewarded by the Expedition Emperor himself with a piece of land in the southwest of the Expedition Star Field. At the same time, he can enter the Imperial Treasure House and choose 3 treasures. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. How could such a good thing happen? The Empire can infect lands? Isn't that only possible for those feudal officials? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Expedition Empire was very big. Naturally, there was no lack of enfeoffment. However, it had not been enfeoffed for a long time, so it was easy to be in a situation where one's tail was too big to handle. After hearing this, Lin Fei was naturally surprised. Li Xiong had long known that Lin Fei would ask like this. So, you came to the Capital Institute at the right time. This year is the 50,000th birthday of the Emperor, and it is also the 50,000th anniversary of the establishment of the Capital Institute. The enfeoffment has not appeared for thousands of years. As long as you get that enfeoffment, although the area is not large, you will become a noble of the Empire. Besides, there are countless treasures in the Imperial Treasure House. Unless you have made great contributions, you are qualified to enter the Imperial Treasure House to choose treasures. Whether it was the enfeoffment or the selection of 3 treasures from the Imperial Treasure House, Lin Fei was quite excited. He could plant the source tree in the enfeoffment. If he could not plant it on the ground, he could plant it under the ground. With the ability of the system, he could create an iron enfeoffment. Lin Fei still had this confidence. The competition is fierce. Lin Fei suddenly said. Li Xiong patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. You still have a good chance to get the first place. No one dares to play tricks on the birthday of the Emperor. As long as you exert all your strength, it is enough to sweep away those heavenly suns. After that, Li Xiong took out a file about the heavenly sons of the Empire and who was more threatening, so that Lin Fei could learn more about them. After knowing the information of his enemies, he could better defeat them. Lin Fei was very grateful. As soon as the news of the Imperial Palace came out, it could hardly be hidden from those big forces. Soon, the news spread completely. There was an uproar in the capital. Enfeoffment. It had been a long time since there was such a thing. A enfeoffment recognized by the Empire was of great significance. It was equivalent to the qualification of nobility. In the enfeoffment, you could do anything and no one would control you. Even if it was a small enfeoffment, it would also make people jealous. This time, although the enfeoffment of the Empire was located in the marginal area, it was also an enfeoffment, which was enough to make people tempted. Moreover, there were 3 treasures in the Imperial Treasure House. Everyone was shocked and thought it was a big deal. The Imperial Treasure House had collected a large number of treasures, including some of the treasures of the previous dynasty. It could be imagined the importance of any 3 treasures. Even if it was any one of them, it would be priceless outside. After the news completely spread, the big forces immediately took action and began to make arrangements, such as recruiting some heavenly sons of other star areas and providing resources. It was equivalent to casting a net everywhere and gaining something. The first place had the most generous reward, but the second to the 10th place also had good rewards. Chapter 2398. It was rare for the empire to offer such a generous reward, especially since it was personally awarded by His Majesty. Many people went crazy over it. This was a good opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound. After obtaining the fief, one would become a noble of the empire. Most importantly, the fief was in the Expedition Star region, which was the safest place. No one would dare to mess around there. Such an opportunity might not come by more than a few times in one's life. On the ranking list published by the Capital Institute, almost all the top 100 people were highly sought after by the major forces. Those with family backgrounds were easy to talk about, but those from humble families were very popular. No one knew if a dark horse would appear during this period. What if it was? No one could guarantee it. The most mysterious Lin Fei, who was ranked first, became the most popular person. Lin Fei did not have a powerful family background. Everyone knew that Lin Fei came from a small world outside the Wolf Star region. To put it bluntly, he was a native. Who would want to miss such a potential stock? He had a very high chance of obtaining the first place, which would give him a fief and the opportunity to choose any 3 treasures from the royal treasury. In the face of the invitations from the major forces, this mysterious Lin Fei made a decision that no one would have expected. He rejected. He did not accept any of the invitations. The reason was very simple. He wanted to make use of this period of time to cultivate and strive to obtain a good ranking. Everyone was speechless. They really did not know what to say. After all, it was understandable that he wanted to rest and accumulate energy. Although he was temporarily ranked first and had a top occupation, no one dared to guarantee that he would obtain the final victory. Lin Fei's reply also made many people unhappy. A mere foreigner dared to reject them. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Their impression of him became very bad. Inside and outside the imperial capital, there were many rumors about Lin Fei. They were all sarcastic and slanderous. Within a few days, Lin Fei became an arrogant and despicable person in the eyes of others. Many people even shouted, "Native, get out of the imperial capital," or "The imperial capital does not welcome people like you." For His Majesty's reward, these people are really crazy. Lin Fei didn't go out, but that didn't mean that he didn't know. He knew better than anyone that the special creatures he set up didn't have any attack power, but in terms of gathering information, they were top-notch. The gossip in the imperial capital was some secret information. Even Lin Fei knew some of it. Someone was tarnishing his reputation. Lin Fei also discovered that some of the rumors were spread by people in the Capital Institute. In other words, there were people in the institute who didn't like him. "I'm definitely going to take this fief, as well as the 3 items in the royal treasury." Whether the former was better or the latter was better, Lin Fei would not miss it. Right now, the only thing to consider was to increase his strength, which was to increase the accumulation of origin energy. If he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he could only rely on selling aircraft and energy guns. I need to find a merchant association to sell high-grade energy guns. The high-grade energy gun he snatched from the expeditionary guards had been successfully replicated. Its power was several times stronger than the Black-Tooth energy gun. There was an introduction about energy guns in the Capital Institute. The energy guns were created by the Expeditionary Emperor. There were a total of 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. In fact, most of the energy guns that were commonly seen were around level 2 or 3. For example, the Black-Tooth energy gun was defined as a level 2 energy gun. It could affect third transition experts to a certain extent. Back then, the energy guns in the Expeditionary Guard's hands were extremely powerful. It was already a level 6 energy gun and could threaten 7th transition experts. The Expeditionary Guards were infamous because of their technological weapons. No matter who it was, with such a weapon, it was enough to threaten any faction. Fortunately, energy guns above level 5 were basically in the hands of the royal family. They weren't circulated to the outside world. The Empire understood that if such technological weapons were to appear on a large scale, it would have a huge impact on the Empire's rule. This was also why energy guns were so popular in the black market. The Blacktooth energy gun was only a level 2 energy gun, but it was enough to make everyone go wild with joy. The Expeditionary energy gun in Lin Fei's hands was a high-grade energy gun. With such a batch of technological weapons, any faction would tremble in fear. Lin Fei now wanted to exchange for a batch of energy wall stones. It wasn't that easy to get first place. Lin Fei knew that those prodigies were all rubbing their hands together. Although they didn't know the final mission, everyone was preparing. In the underground black market, all kinds of illegal drugs were in hot demand. Among them, the illegal drugs that could increase one's strength were the most popular. In order to get a good ranking, it didn't matter if they took illegal drugs. This was naturally the information sent back by the special life form arranged by Lin Fei. There was also a black market in the imperial capital, so it wasn't difficult to create one. With a powerful system that constantly filtered and analyzed the information, it was naturally not a problem to find the underground black market. Lin Fei didn't want to go to the underground black market to sell such a high-grade energy gun. He vaguely heard that the underground black market involved a certain prince of the royal family. If it wasn't sold in the black market, he couldn't think of a better place to sell it. What a headache. Master, if you don't sell in the black market, it's not like there's no place. The little demon opened a surveillance screen. The screen showed a small courtyard with a few middle-aged men. They didn't look different. For example, they are very good targets. Who are they? A large amount of information in the imperial capital was the little demon's responsibility. Lin Fei didn't know much about these small things and didn't have the interest to pay attention to them. They are very interesting people. The little demon said, they are the enemies of the empire, the people of the devil race. People of the devil race, they are very bold. They actually dared to hide in the imperial capital of the empire. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire them. Their courage was extraordinary. The two great empires had a deep blood feud. Everyone knew. What's so surprising about this? The empire has devil race spies, but the devil race also has human race spies. The little demon didn't find it strange. Their status is not low. It's for Master's good. They seem to have come to the imperial capital to secretly purchase things. If Master wants to get some energy wall stones, they are a good partner. Devil race, that's right. Lin Fei didn't have so many restrictions. After all, selling to the devil race was the same as selling to the empire. In the current situation, it wasn't suitable to sell to the underground black market. Lin Fei did not want to be encircled and annihilated a second time. Furthermore, this was the imperial capital, and the Expeditionary Guard had eyes and ears everywhere. Once they were encircled and annihilated, those old monsters would be lured out, and he would be in big trouble. Chapter 2399. In a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the capital city. To be able to build a mansion on the outskirts of the capital city required more than just money. One also needed a certain amount of influence. After all, every inch of land in the capital city was worth its weight in gold. Who wouldn't want to live in the capital city and obtain some luck? Of all places in the empire, the capital city was the one with the most luck. Ordinary people might not believe in such illusory things, but for those who had reached a certain level of status, it was a great opportunity. Even if it was a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the capital city, it was still a great advantage. This is not going to be easy. In a secret chamber of the mansion, beams of light flashed, forming a special pattern that covered the small secret chamber. Those people are all bastards. They usually eat and drink to their heart's content, but when it's time to do something, they're all making excuses. For a moment, I wanted to kill them on the spot. The voice in the secret chamber was especially low. If we can't get what we want, things will get troublesome. There's really nothing we can do now. Soon, sighs could be heard from the secret chamber, as if there was nothing anyone could do. You demons are quite bold, creating a secret base right under the nose of the capital city. Should I say that you're smart or stupid? Without warning, the voice rang out in the secret chamber. Who's there? The three people in the secret chamber looked solemn as confusion flashed across their eyes. Don't bother looking, I'm in the secret chamber. A shadow appeared in the secret chamber. "Don't do anything." One of the more experienced middle-aged men stopped the other two. Why have you barged into our secret chamber?" The other party had exposed their background as soon as they arrived, which was enough to make the middle-aged man take him seriously. Moreover, the fact that the other party could appear so stealthily meant that he was more powerful than them. "Nothing much. I've been short on money recently, so I want to make a deal with you demons. 5 level 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones. If you want them, gather enough energy wall stones. We'll do the deal here in 3 days. The black shadow dissipated, leaving only the echo of the voice. Level 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones. The three of them were shocked. They've really contacted the higher-ups. In the courtyard of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. After much consideration, Lin Fei decided to cooperate with the Fiend race. Based on his understanding of the Fiend race, the Expeditionary Empire's strength had always been above the Fiend race's. If it weren't for the Fiend race's strong physical bodies, they would have long been defeated by the Expeditionary Empire. 5 grade 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones were simply too cheap. Lin Fei believed that the demons would be tempted. This was equivalent to 5 6th job transition experts facing off against a 7th job transition expert. Even the other party would feel apprehensive. Such a good technological weapon could only be used by the major powers. The energy consumption of the energy wall was definitely a terrifying figure. The demons were the most suitable buyers. The news was passed on one by one. The next night, a mysterious person came to the mansion. "Saintess, why are you here?" When the mysterious person took off her cloak, an exquisite face was revealed. She looked like a peerless fairy. At the same time, there was a trace of flirtatious charm on her face, giving off a different feeling. The three of them looked solemn. They lowered their stance even more. A saintess, even if she was just a saintess in waiting, was an existence that they had to look up to. Any saintess in waiting had a chance to become the saintess of the Fiend race in the future. For such a big event, I'd rather believe it and come take a look. 5 grade 6 energy guns will be of unimaginable help to the Fiend God Empire. The saintess in waiting revealed a rare look of solemnity. Saintess Qin is right. The three of them hurriedly nodded. Tell me everything that happened that day again, down to every single detail. Thus, the three of them recounted the events of that day in great detail. They did not miss any details and recounted it from beginning to end. Qin Lan listened very carefully. Qin Lan had to pay attention to such a big event. The Fiend God Empire had always been inferior to the Expeditionary Empire, mainly because of their technological weapons. One side relied on the benefits of technological weapons, while the other side revered their own strength. In comparison, the latter was clearly at a disadvantage. When technological weapons reached a certain level, the threat became greater. Many demon race experts had been killed by technological weapons. Do you have any guesses? Qin Lan asked, but her tone made it sound like there was no need to refuse. We've sent people to investigate. The person was very mysterious, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Based on what happened a while ago, I suspect that the person who wanted to trade with us was the mysterious man from the Tianmen path. Tell me your reason. Qin Lan's eyes lit up slightly. Such a big event in the Expeditionary Empire couldn't be hidden at all. The cultivation base of the Empire was invaded, and they lost a grade 2 energy gun and aircraft. The Tianmen path was completely exhilarated, and they showed a little bit of their strength in front of the Empire. The Fiend God Empire knew all about it. After that, the battle outside Wood Capital was also very sensational. The usually powerful expeditionary guards actually suffered a big loss in front of the experts of the Tianmen path. This was a very rare occurrence. Something big happened in the Zhonglang Star Zone not long ago. In the battle outside Wood Capital, the experts of the Tianmen path defeated the expeditionary guards and disappeared without a trace. Now the mysterious man selling the grade 6 energy gun should be the one in the hands of the expeditionary guards. But I didn't expect the experts of the Tianmen path to sell it. This is a mystery. Qin Lan was deep in thought. Even someone as smart as she couldn't figure out the intention in such a short time. Did something go wrong with the internal department of the Tianmen path? A grade 6 energy gun was priceless, and there was no market for it. Most importantly, a grade 6 energy gun could be used to develop a lower grade energy gun. That was the most important thing. The Expeditionary Empire had a very strict lockdown, especially on energy guns. The aircraft was secondary, and the Expeditionary Guards were very strict in this aspect. Very few energy guns were leaked out. Even if there were, they would be digested internally, and the demons wouldn't have a chance. Qinlan had always wanted to do something big, and there was no doubt that this was a big deal. Let's wait. Saintess? She's a big shot. Even though she was the Saintess in waiting, she was still a big shot in the Fiend God Empire. Lin Fei was indeed a little moved. This transaction shouldn't be a problem. The Saintess in waiting was here, and the price of 80 billion energy wall stones was so cheap. It would be strange if she wasn't moved. On the third night, in the same secret chamber, Qinlan seemed calm, but in fact, she had been paying attention to the movements around her. Not bad, it seems like you guys are sincere about it. In the secret chamber, a voice sounded, and Qinlan's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. She saw a shadow appear without any warning. Chapter 2400. As the Saintess candidate of the Demon God Empire, Qinlan was quite arrogant. If it was the high-level elders of the Skygate sect, Qinlan would have some connections. The Demon God Empire had always cooperated with the Skygate sect, and the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Regrettably, Qinlan was wrong. The Skygate sect is the Skygate sect and I am me. Don't try to trick me. Lin Fei said indifferently. Either cooperate or get lost. Make your choice. Lin Fei did not give her any face. What a joke. Did he need to give her face? Although the Saintess candidate was very beautiful, he was not someone who could not move when he saw a woman. Qinlan's face darkened. This guy was too arrogant. Thinking of the importance of the energy guns in his hands, she suppressed her anger. Of course we cooperate. He took out the storage ring with 80 billion energy wall stones. Where's the level 6 energy gun? Qinlan was also straightforward. Energy wall stones could be obtained slowly, but level 6 energy guns were not easy to obtain. There would only be a few opportunities in a lifetime. Straightforward enough. A halo appeared in the underground of the secret chamber, and 5 level 6 energy guns floated out. Qinlan and the others were all dumbfounded. He had actually hidden in the underground of the secret chamber. This was too daring. Are you satisfied? Qinlan took out one of the guns and examined it. Her face became more and more solemn. It's actually real, a level 6 energy gun. You get what you pay for. I'm honest with you, ha. The black shadow laughed and dissipated in front of them. 80 billion energy wall stones are enough to face any test. Lin Fei converted 70 billion energy wall stones into energy units and kept them in reserve. His face became more and more confident. In Lin Fei's eyes, the cost of 5 level 6 energy guns was less than a few 100 million energy wall stones. The profit was a huge one. After the first transaction, Lin Fei believed that the Demon God Empire would definitely be very interested. Lin Fei did not have the slightest awareness of financing the enemy. Little devil, decipher the level 2 to level 5 energy guns. The commotion caused by the 5 level 6 energy guns was too big. When the news reached the Demon God Empire, Qinlan's name was completely removed from the list. The Saintess candidate's ranking kept rising, and she became a dark horse in everyone's eyes. To be able to bring back 5 grade 6 energy guns for the Empire was a great contribution. Qinlan was also in the limelight. Do you think we can still cooperate with that mysterious person? In a magnificent palace, the Crown Prince of the Demon God Empire summoned Qinlan. It's hard to say, but we can get in touch. Qinlan didn't dare to guarantee anything. The 5 level 6 energy guns would be of great help to the Fey God Empire. The talents of the Empire were all researching them, and had made them their top priority. The Crown Prince's expression didn't change much. This mysterious man shouldn't be from the Tianmen Taoism. The Tianmen Taoism has been struggling at death's door and would never sell them. This man must be using the name of the Tianmen Taoism. Otherwise, the people of the Tianmen Taoism wouldn't be looking for this mysterious man everywhere. Go back immediately. That man can come and go in the capital without leaving a trace. Maybe he's hiding in the empire. Arrange someone to keep an eye on the capital and find out if there are any big deals recently. In any case, we have to contact this mysterious man again, or even cooperate with him. But the Expeditionary Empire also received the news. The 5 level 6 energy guns in the Fey God Empire had a great impact. If the Fey God Empire could develop low-level energy guns through the level 6 energy guns, it would undoubtedly strengthen their strength, and the Expeditionary Empire's advantage would gradually be narrowed. The big boss of the Expeditionary Guard was criticized by the upper echelons of the imperial capital for not doing his job well. Find him. We must find that mysterious man. At the headquarters of the Expeditionary Guard, the big boss kept roaring after returning. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They had really failed in their duty this time. If not for the news from the Fey God Empire, they wouldn't have known about it. 5 level 6 energy guns, the exclusive equipment of the Expeditionary Guard. The impact of the 5 level 6 energy guns was far greater than that. The spies of the major forces in the imperial capital began to move. Some of the spies of the royal family also began to move. All kinds of people were looking for the mysterious expert of the Tianmen Taoism. At the same time, the internal department of the Tianmen Taoism was also looking for the mysterious man. At first, everyone thought it was an expert of the Tianmen Taoism. After Elder Wang Haoren's explanation, everyone understood that the mysterious man wasn't from the Tianmen Taoism, but someone from a small place. However, no one dared to deny that the Expeditionary Empire, or even the Fey God Empire, had a powerful force supporting them from behind the scenes. The mysterious man's various actions were all extremely daring. Any one of them could be a crime punishable by death. The leader of the Avengers. The people of the Tianmen Taoism were the clearest. But after the mysterious man disappeared from the Zhonglang galaxy, he disappeared without a trace. If not for the news from the Fey God Empire, no one would have known that the mysterious man had done something big again. 5 level 6 energy guns and 80 billion energy wall stones. That was a great bargain. Many people were green with envy. As long as there were enough energy wall stones, a level 6 energy gun could be used as a companion expert of the 6th job transition. The Tianmen Taoism was the scapegoat, but the internal senior management didn't have any resentment. Instead, they mobilized all the people to look for him. Now everyone knew that there was a mysterious expert in the Tianmen Taoism. Who could guarantee that the mysterious man didn't have aircraft and energy guns? No matter how they investigated, no one knew that the mysterious man was hiding in the independent yard of the Imperial College. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the final assessment of the Imperial College. Whether he could enter the Imperial College smoothly or not would be revealed soon. The eyes of the Expeditionary Empire all fell on the Imperial College. After all, this year's Imperial College assessment offered a generous reward, and even could be summoned by His Majesty. What an honor it was! This morning, Lin Fei was ready. The 70 billion energy wall stones he had refined were enough to solve any problem. How's the preparation going? When Lin Fei was about to set off, Li Xiong came and asked as soon as he came up. Not bad. Li Xiong was very optimistic about Lin Fei. That's good. I'll tell you one thing in advance. This year's assessment is different from previous years. You should be mentally prepared. How is it different? Lin Fei was quite curious. As for the content of the assessment, Lin Fei didn't know it, and he was not interested. None of the elders of the Imperial College was simple. Although the special creatures were awesome, he was still worried about accidents, so he didn't arrange to monitor them. I heard that after completing the task, some of them will be eliminated, and the elites will be left. Li Xiong didn't say everything but simply mentioned it. But it could also give people a vague impression. Doing tasks, interesting. Chapter 2401. Today was a lively day. The Capital Institute was packed with people. First, It was the elites from the 38-star domains. Then, it was the major forces in the Capital Institute, as well as the royal family. As the birthplace of the empire, the Capital Institute deserved everyone's respect and attention. The Imperial College's selection this time had gathered all the talents from the 38-star zones. There were almost 20,000 people in total, and there were more than 10,000 of them. Only 1,500 elites would be able to enter the Capital Institute in the end. In the previous batch, there were only 1,000 spots. This batch was kind enough to have 1,500 spots. Beigong Yuming is here. Over there, over there. He's so handsome. In the Capital Institute's huge square. The appearance of Beigong Yuming, the second-ranked prodigy, attracted the attention of countless people. Many of the major forces' gazes landed on this purple-robed young man. Long Bat-in is here. He and Beigong Yuming are the strongest contenders for this batch. How domineering! Not long after Beigong Yuming appeared, Long Bat-in arrived as well. Compared to the purple-robed Beigong Yuming, Long Bat-in appeared much rougher. He had a stocky back and a bear-like waist. His upper body was bare, and the scars on his body were terrifying. Anyone could tell that this Long Bat-in had walked out from a life-and-death situation. The moment Long Bat-in appeared, no one dared to go near him. He was as domineering as a mountain. Beigong Yuming and Long Bat-in looked at each other and stopped paying attention to each other. It was as if there was nothing worth their attention. If it weren't for the dark horse Lin Fei, Beigong Yuming and Long Bat-in would be the strongest contenders for this batch. The white-robed swordsman, Su Xiaohua, is here. I heard that he just destroyed the 18 strongholds of Lianyun and killed more than 10 leaders with one strike. That's right. It's too terrifying. The strongest leader is a fourth transition expert. A young man in white appeared. He held a long sword in his hand, and his hair was tied up behind his back. He looked very elegant. Su Xiaohua. He was one of the most powerful swordsmen of the younger generation. He had made a name for himself with his elegant and shapeless sword techniques. Geniuses gathered one after another. Both of them released monstrous battle intent. Regardless of which galaxy the prodigies were from, all of their gazes were focused on Beigong Yuming and the others. News of the rankings had spread like wildfire, especially among the youths. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Once the rankings were out, there was a lot of competition between the geniuses. Everyone wanted to get a good ranking. None of the top 100 students were convinced. If not for the fact that fighting was strictly prohibited in the Capital Institute, they might have challenged each other to see who was the best. The temptation of being number one was something many people couldn't resist. At the front of the square, almost all the big shots of the major forces in the imperial capital had come to participate. Those who could attend Capital Institute not only had status, but also a certain amount of influence. After all, Capital Institute was not a place for just anyone. Besides, the crown prince of the royal family would be here today. The Expedition Empire had yet to choose a crown prince, but as the eldest son of the direct line of descent, the crown prince had a high chance of inheriting the Expedition Empire in the future. The eldest prince had not arrived yet, so everyone could afford to wait. They chatted and laughed. Isn't that elder Li Xiong? The one beside him seems to be Lin Fei. Lin Fei? Lin Fei, who ranks number 1 and has a top-notch profession, roaring warrior? It seems to be Lin Fei. Li Xiong and a young man appeared in the square of the institute together, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those who were well-informed knew that Li Xiong was able to return to the institute from outside and take the position of a senior elder because he found a genius with a top-notch profession. This was a great contribution that no one could erase. The top-notch profession, roaring warrior, no matter which one it was, would make people jealous. This was a kind of potential. Since Lin Fei became famous, countless people wanted to see Lin Fei's real face. Unfortunately, Lin Fei refused all the invitations. He had been staying in the courtyard and rarely went out. Few people in Capital Institute had seen Lin Fei. Li Xiong came to the square with Lin Fei, which immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Lin Fei was very indifferent. What was the point of gazes? At this time, in the crowd, dozens of sharp gazes were shot, and the void seemed to be broken. Although these gazes were not substantial attacks, they still had a great impact on the mind. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Lin Fei ranked first as soon as he came, and even had the chance to get the first place. Many geniuses were not convinced. If Lin Fei had a powerful background, they had to accept it. It was quite an unwise choice to fight against a powerful force. But there was no one behind Lin Fei. All the information was in the hands of the big shots, and his background was clean. They only suspected that there was a mysterious master behind him. As for his strength, they didn't know for the time being. According to their guess, he shouldn't be very strong. Such a person showed great power as soon as he came. It would be strange if everyone was convinced. As for what happened in Songlong Star area, everyone ignored it. How could the geniuses in Songlong Star area compare with the geniuses selected from the 38 star areas? Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. Those sharp gazes were completely dissolved before they approached him. They had no effect on him at all. Lin Fei's arrival caused a big commotion. Everyone wanted to see this mysterious dark horse. When everyone saw him, he didn't seem to be different. He was a very ordinary person. The only thing was that he was too calm, unlike the high-spirited young people. An interesting person. The purple-robed Beigong Yuming retracted his gaze and revealed a faint smile. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Beigong Yuming himself was a second transition expert, and he had the ability to kill third transition experts. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the third transition. Roaring warrior of a top-notch profession. This is my opponent. Long Beishan's fighting spirit surged, and the bones in his body made cracking sounds. First transition? His realm is too low. The white-robed Su Xiaohua revealed a trace of disappointment. The big forces on the high platform also noticed Lin Fei next to Li Xiong. It was hard not to notice a genius with a top-notch profession. More importantly, his background was clean, and he was someone who could be roped in. As long as any family had a top-notch profession, they would definitely become a top-notch family in the future. This kind of temptation was so big that no one could refuse. What a joke, who could refuse? Even the royal family might not be able to refuse, especially that prince who was competing with others. Almost everyone had their eyes on this Lin Fei. No one was in a hurry to recruit him. For the time being, they were in a wait-and-see mode. They wanted to observe this Lin Fei carefully. The old dean also came today. When he noticed Lin Fei next to Li Xiong, his eyes narrowed slightly as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 2402. Every 5 years, the Capital Institute would select the kingdom's prodigies. It was always a big event, not to mention that it was the emperor's birthday. The significance was even greater. Almost all the major forces in the capital had gathered at the Capital Institute. All sorts of prodigies had appeared. This year's selection was more exciting than any other. The one who ranked first was a top-class roaring warrior. Lin Fei's appearance attracted a lot of attention. Everyone remembered Lin Fei. After that, other prodigies appeared one after another. Compared to Lin Fei, they were nothing. When most people had arrived, the dean of the Capital Institute personally came out to give a speech. His voice was loud and clear. He didn't sound like an old man at all. The dean's words were very infectious. Just a few words were enough to make the prodigy's blood boil and fill them with fighting spirit. Amazing, truly amazing. Among the crowd, Lin Fei was very impressed by the dean. His eloquence was top-notch. If there were enemies in front of them, these prodigies would definitely charge in without hesitation. Lin Fei secretly scanned the dean's strength. His combat power was more than 90 million. He had hidden his strength well. He was definitely an 8th-rank professional. After the dean's speech, it was the crown prince's turn. Dressed in a purple robe, the crown prince exuded a noble aura. At the same time, he was very amiable. At first glance, he was easy to get close to. The crown prince didn't say much, but his words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Finally, he gave everyone a few words of encouragement. That was the end of today's speech. Lin Fei also scanned the crown prince's combat power. His combat power was also more than 60 million. As a prince, this was not low. As for the others, Lin Fei wasn't interested in knowing. Through the dean's combat power, he had a rough idea of how powerful the Capital Institute was. What happened next was simple. The Sky Prides from the 38 star fields were divided into 10 groups, and each group had about 2,000 people. There were 10 groups, each consisting of 2,000 people. Each group would be led by an elder of the Capital Institute and a few deacons. Lin Fei was assigned to the 6th group. The person in charge was an elder surnamed Zhang, a 6th job transition expert. The other attendants were also 5th job transition experts. They casually released their auras, causing the 2,000 people present to feel immense pressure. From now on, all of you are members of this elder's group. Elder Zhang released a bit of his aura and the 2,000 people quietened down. If you want to become a member of Capital College, you will have to take 10 tests. Because Capital College does not accept useless people. A cold voice exploded in the hearts of 2,000 people. 10 tests? In front of a 6th stage professional expert, no one dared to be impudent. A single word from the elder could make you lose your qualifications. This was a rule that everyone understood. The 10 tests had more or less stimulated everyone. That's right, there are 10 tests. If you fail any of them, it's equivalent to losing your qualifications. Elder Zhang continued, anyone who can complete all 7 tests, even if they fail the 8th one, can still become an outer disciple of Imperial College. No one knew what the tests were about, but at the very least, they knew that none of the tasks were simple. There was bound to be a certain level of difficulty. It was said that if one could complete all 7 tests, even if they failed, they could still become an outer disciple of Imperial College. That was a pretty good thing. Imperial College was a big deal, and it was not easy to cozy up to them. Now was the chance. Elder Zhang was very satisfied with everyone's performance. He brought up the matter of the tests and arranged for someone to give everyone number tags, from 1 to 2,000. Soon, everyone had a number tag in their hands. The number tag could be worn on one's hand. It was no ordinary item, but a communication device developed by the Empire. The number tag in your hands will be your identity number. All you need to do is press the red button next to the number tag and the tasks for the tests will appear. Don't worry, this time, the system will automatically select the tasks and it will be absolutely fair. After each task is completed, all you need to do is record it with the number tag in your hand and you will receive the next test task, and so on. Everyone's eyes fell on the number tags in their hands and they began to feel restless. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask now. Once the tests start, you won't have the chance. As soon as Elder Zhang finished speaking, a genius immediately asked a question. Elder Zhang, I have a question. What if someone else's task is the same as mine? What will happen in the end? Many people pricked up their ears. This matter had a lot to do with them. That's easy. The tasks issued by the system will overlap. Maybe a dozen people or even dozens of people will get the task. All you have to do is to be faster than anyone else. Whoever finishes first will get the task, and the rest will fail. Elder Zhang said, that means we can fight each other. How far can we go? Someone asked. Elder Zhang said calmly, regardless of life or death, Imperial College needs geniuses, not cowards. Of course, if you don't want to be killed, you can give up the task now. I'm not forcing you. It was not easy for Imperial College to become the #1 college in the Empire. The geniuses from Imperial College were all extremely powerful, and nobody could compare to them. Only those who had survived a life-and-death battle were the true elites. Questions were answered one after another. Everyone's expression turned serious. Many people prayed silently, hoping that the task they had drawn would not be too difficult or repetitive. Alright, that's all that needs to be said. You have an hour to prepare. Once the time is up, you'll have to complete the task. Good luck. An hour was not a long time. Everyone closed their eyes to rest. Lin Fei imitated the others and closed his eyes to rest. He contacted Little Fiend in private. Hack into the system. I want to see which of the 10 tasks are available. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything, but the system of the Empire was a piece of cake. Little Fiend quickly hacked into the Institute's system and found a new file. It was filled with all sorts of tasks, ranging from 1-star to 10-star tasks. In other words, there were tasks from the 1st to the 10th. Master, there's something fishy about this task. You've been set up. Lin Fei skimmed through and Little Fiend made a new discovery. He opened a file and a file with Lin Fei's name popped up. Chapter 2403. Is there a problem? Lin Fei did not expect that there would be a problem with the 10 missions. Little Devil opened the folder and found the information of the 10 missions. He then opened the other folders and compared the information with each other. It was clear whether there were any problems or not. How devious! Even Lin Fei, who had a good temper, compared his mission to the other geniuses. The gap between them was huge. For example, the last mission was none other than to head to the Demon God Empire and kill a general. A general? What a joke! Even if Lin Fei did not understand, he knew that the general of the Demon God Empire was at least a 7th transition professional. Going against a general was crazy. He reckoned that he would be surrounded and killed by the experts of the Demon God Empire as soon as he made a move. After all, in the eyes of the people of the Empire, he was only a 1st transition professional. The strongest was only a 2nd transition professional. Send away Beigong Yuming, Long Batian, and the 10th ranked mission. Lin Fei wanted to find out who was scheming against him. It was just a piece of land. Was there a need to go that far? Whoever came in first would be the biggest suspect. What a powerful move! After a rough scan, Lin Fei knew that the culprit was prepared. The difficulty levels of the top 10 prodigies were about the same. It all depended on luck. The missions were about the same. No one could say for sure. In the end, it all depended on luck. Luck was also a proof of one's ability. Lin Fei had more suspects. All of them were suspects. Those ranked lower were also suspects. Can't you find out who did it? Not at the moment. It was imported in advance. The little demon shook his head. Lin Fei was very unhappy. Humph, I was going to use some tricks. But I dug a big hole for a piece of land. Don't blame me. When the time came, everyone went to check their first mission. Among the 2,000 people present, some looked happy, while others looked conflicted. The anti-flight array of the Capital Institute was turned off, allowing the prodigies to leave the institute directly. Streaks of light disappeared from the Capital Institute. The final examination of the Capital Institute had begun. This year's competition was more intense than any other. The number of geniuses was also the highest in history. Furthermore, there were also geniuses with top-notch professions. It was truly a battle between dragons and tigers. Everyone was looking forward to the final winner. How's it going? At the same time, in another secret chamber where the final assessment of the Capital Institute was about to begin. The arrangements have been made. That Lin Fei won't be able to get first place. If things go wrong, he might even fall. A black-clothed man half knelt in front of a noble young master and said respectfully, "No, no, no. It would be a pity if a future peak professional expert were to fall." The noble young master shook his head. Arrange for people to follow him. Once he's in danger, immediately take action. Don't let him be killed. Such a top-class genius is a rare trump card. It's enough to deal with my brothers and sisters. Understood. As the geniuses left the Capital Institute one after another, the tense and intense moment had arrived. About 2 hours later, inside the Capital Institute, the first name appeared on an open-air screen. Beigong Yuming. This also meant that this genius had completed the first mission. After an hour, people started to complete their missions one after another. Just like what was said, completing a mission depended on luck. If one was lucky, they would be quick. If one was unlucky, they would fall behind others. One by one, familiar names appeared on the screen. Some lucky geniuses started to complete the second mission. There were also some who were still completing the first mission. Beigong Yuming is indeed amazing. He completed 2 missions so quickly that Lin Fei hasn't completed the first mission yet. Looks like he's not very lucky. Sigh, that's such a pity. Li Xiong kept staring at the names on the screen, but the familiar names did not appear. He can't be that unlucky. Li Xiong couldn't help but worry. The 10 missions of the Capital Institute were jointly researched by the elders. The missions covered a large area and the difficulty of each mission increased accordingly. To get a good ranking, one's ability was part of it. The other part was luck. If one completed the first mission quickly, they would have time to complete the latter missions. Elderly, that Lin Fei that you think highly of doesn't seem to be very lucky. Look at Beigong Yuming. He has already completed the second mission. A middle-aged man in a gray robe walked up and said regretfully. Li Xiong was displeased when he saw this person. He snorted and said, completing the second mission is nothing. There are 10 missions. The beginning is easy, but the later ones are difficult. This is not considered an advantage. This elder in a gray robe had a lot of conflicts with Li Xiong. For example, this time, Li Xiong's promotion to a senior elder had greatly affected him. When he saw that Lin Fei did not appear, he could not help but mock him. The elder in a gray robe did not give up. An advantage is always an advantage. Even if it's just one step, it's still an advantage. Lin Fei that you think highly of might not be able to catch up. Li Xiong was irritated. Who knows until the last moment? This was the only thing Li Xiong could say. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely catch up. He completed the missions quickly. As expected of a member of a big family in the capital. He has countless treasures in his hands. Ordinary people can't compare to him. In a continuous mountain range in the expedition's star zone, Lin Fei was looking at the latest rankings. Long Batian was currently in first place. He had completed the fourth mission. The others behind him were also on the third mission. According to the arrangement of the Capital College, the first 5 missions were basically completed in the expedition's star zone. The next 5 missions would start to become more difficult. Lin Fei did not care about this. Those people should be disappointed. Lin Fei chuckled. How's the modification of the mission? Didn't they want to restrict me? I'll play with them. It'll be done soon. Lin Fei continued, delete all the files of those prodigies. That's only fair. Delete mine too. Delete all of them. You can control the mission anyway, hee hee. The little devil laughed. Master is so naughty. If it's purely based on luck, not everyone will be lucky. Not bad. This mission is simple. Lin Fei was not interested in completing any mission. Now that all the files had been deleted, no one knew what the previous mission was. Even if those people knew, they would not say anything. The powerful ability of the little devil increased the number of completed missions in the mission system. There were no flaws. Lin Fei killed a star beast with a punch and completed the first mission. He then attacked another star beast and completed the second mission. Hee hee, let's see who is the fastest. Chapter 2404. In the Imperial College. That Lin Fei really can't make it. He hasn't finished the first task yet. Beigong Yuming has finished the fourth task. Alas, what a pity. Everyone was talking about it. For an outsider like a country bumpkin to occupy the first place, many people were secretly unconvinced. How could a brat occupy the first place? Now, everyone's thoughts were clear. That boy seemed to have bad luck. 10 tasks, and he hadn't finished the first one. How could he compete with those heavenly talents? That boy was destined not to get the first place. Li Xiong, who had been supporting Lin Fei, looked sullen, especially when he heard the rumors. He understood it better than anyone else. He's coming up. Li Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up and he saw a familiar name, Lin Fei. He had finished the first task. Great. Li Xiong finally showed a hint of joy. It's just the first task. What's there to be happy about? Beigong Yuming has finished 4 tasks. He can't catch up. Those who were unhappy with Li Xiong mocked him again. This kind of opportunity was rare. When could they not mock him? Li Xiong found a top-level professional heavenly talent and stole their glory. Because of this, he became a high-level elder. Look, that boy has finished another task. It's too fast. What luck! Lin Fei's name rose again, indicating that he had finished the second task. Before everyone could say a few words, the third task was finished. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had finished 3 tasks and entered the top 200. The watching elders were dumbfounded. His efficiency was too fast. That boy is so fast. Beigong Yuming killed a star beast with one sword. Seeing the prompt, he smiled. The first place is mine. No one can take it away from me. Bush, bush, bush. Sword light flashed and 5 or 6 star beasts fell to the ground. Hey, the fourth task has started. Good boy, I really underestimated that guy. Long Batten smashed his way through the astral beasts, sending them flying. But I'm still one step ahead of you. If I kill all the astral beasts in front of me, I can complete the fourth mission. The fourth mission was to kill a group of star beasts. The reactions of the prodigies were about the same. In the beginning, everyone regarded Lin Fei as their strongest competitor. When they saw that he was unlucky, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 4 to 6 hours, the other party caught up. Everyone felt the pressure. Let's find a place to rest first. In less than an hour, 3 missions were completed. Lin Fei went to complete the fourth mission, which was to kill a group of star beasts. To him, this was even easier. After capturing a group of star beasts, he started killing them, and the fourth mission was completed. No one was faster than him. The fifth task was difficult. In fact, the real test would begin now. To Lin Fei, the fifth mission was nothing. In order not to arouse suspicion, he spent some time. 4 hours later, he completed the fifth mission. Half a day later, the sixth mission was completed. 1 day later, the seventh mission was completed. 1.5 days later, the eighth mission was completed. The Capital Institute was completely stirred. In less than 2 days, Lin Fei had completed 8 quests and was now in first place. Is this the strength of Lin Fei? He's too strong. Others are completing the 7th mission, but he has already completed the 8th mission. If nothing goes wrong, Lin Fei will definitely be the first to complete the mission. Many elders' faces darkened. Li Xiong finally felt proud and elated. Hee, a dark horse is indeed a dark horse. He's really awesome. He's already starting on the 9th mission. Those geniuses are going crazy. Li Xiong didn't care how those talents felt. Anyway, he was happy now. What's going on? How can that guy complete 8 missions? In a secret room of the Capital Institute, the 3 deputy deans gathered together, and their faces were very gloomy. The appearance of Lin Fei completely affected their interests, especially after knowing that Lin Fei was not easy to win over. Together with the forces behind them, they set up a conspiracy against Lin Fei. There were 1 dean and 5 deputy deans in the Capital Institute. The power of the 3 deputy deans together was not as simple as it seemed. Now the 3 deputy deans were all frowning because of Lin Fei's provocation. It's impossible. We've clearly set it up. That guy can't finish it so fast. One of the deputy deans said coldly. You've seen the current situation. That guy is trying to complete the 9th mission. If he succeeds, no one can catch up with him. Another deputy said with a gloomy face. Go and find out what's going on. The previous deputy said, no, it's impossible. The old dean is in charge of the Capital Institute system. It's impossible for us to modify it. The 3 people's faces darkened again. At noon the next day, on the big screen, the number 9 appeared behind Lin Fei. This time, everyone could no longer be calm. The elders of the Capital Institute could no longer be calm. The major forces in the capital city could no longer remain calm. Lin Fei's performance had completely exceeded their expectations, and he was heading in an uncontrollable direction. I just need to complete the last mission, and all 10 missions will be complete. In order not to arouse suspicion, Lin Fei had spent a lot of effort on the 9th mission. Fortunately, he had finally completed it. He looked at the ranking list and saw that he was in first place. Long Bat Ian was in second place, and he was currently completing the 8th mission. He could be considered a guy with unlimited potential. Lin Fei had asked the little demoness to delete all the information in the system. Completing the missions depended on luck. It was a good thing that he was able to complete the 8th mission. Master, there are more than 10 people flying toward you from the west. All of them are filled with murderous intent. I think they're here to deal with you. The little demoness warned. Lin Fei smiled coldly. Finally, they can't take it anymore. Ever since he had found out that his mission had been set up, Lin Fei knew that those people would not be happy to let him take first place. Since their first plan had failed, it was only natural that they would come up with another. Lin Fei did not know who was plotting against him, but he could roughly guess. For example, the elders of the Capital Institute and even the deputy dean. The major forces in the capital city were all suspects. When we attack later, we have to finish it quickly. We just need to injure that kid, but we can't let him die. More than 10 men in black flew over from the sky. The leader's face could not be seen clearly, but he was filled with murderous intent. He was like a gust of sinister wind, sinister and terrifying. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to kill a top professional genius of the empire. Even the people behind them would have to think twice before doing so. The leader quickly locked onto Lin Fei in the forest. They took out their level 2 energy guns. They had no intention of using any techniques or treasures, as if they were afraid of leaving behind clues. Hundreds and thousands of terrifying light beams shot out, enveloping Lin Fei's position in an instant. The lush forest had been reduced to ruins. The scene was a mess. Retreat. Chapter 2405. The men in black left as quickly as they came. Master, aren't we going to stop them? Under the ruins, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Teach them a lesson? That's so boring. Lin Fei laughed. Why don't I finish the 10th mission first? They'll be the ones to be stunned. As for them, we'll have plenty of time to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei did not want to affect the assessment because of these people. Master, the 10th mission requires you to go to a remote place in the Empire and the Demon God Empire to kill an expert. Lin Fei blinked. That's quite difficult. Can I change it? This is the easiest mission because the 10th mission requires you to kill an expert. If you're not afraid of being suspected, we can change it to a simpler one. The little devil joked. Lin Fei surrendered. Forget it then. It's done. The 3 deputy principals of the Capital Institute were completely relieved when they heard the news. If Lin Fei was from a big family, he would definitely be the first. Unfortunately, he's not. We can't allow a foreigner to trample on our family's influence. Those people knew their limits. Although Lin Fei lost the first place, he can become a disciple of the Capital Institute with his top occupation. Even if some people don't like it, they won't dare to say anything. We've finally solved a problem. Let's have a drink. Yes, let's have a drink. Haha. Beigong Yuming is catching up. He's on the 9th mission. Long Batian has completed the 8th mission. It's hard to say who'll be the first now. The elders of the Capital Institute were keeping an eye on the situation at all times. As the people behind them caught up, everyone's mood improved. The difficulty of the last mission was not low. Even the simplest mission required luck and time. Although Lin Fei had completed the 9th mission, the last one was not so easy. The top 10 geniuses caught up one after another. Everyone felt that there was hope. Lin Fei, who was originally ranked first, was now looked down upon. They did not believe that Lin Fei would have such good luck in the last mission. The last task had been put together by the elders and the vice principal of the Capital Institute. Everyone knew how difficult the last task was. If they were lucky, they would definitely be one step ahead of Lin Fei and win first place in this year's competition. Everyone was looking forward to the exciting scene. It was an unregulated area between empires. A figure appeared on a mountain peak, looking down from above. In the distance, there was a huge basin. The city was connected, forming an independent place. Ghost Cry's town. This lawless place was called Ghost Cry City. Just from the literal meaning, everyone could guess that this place was different. There was no way to know the exact origin of the name Ghost Weeping City. This name was deeply ingrained in people's minds, but anyone who had been to the Ghost Weeping City would never forget the horror of this place. How many experts from the 2 empires had fallen in this place, and they had always been helpless against them. To be able to survive between the 2 empires, the strength of the Ghost Cry City could be imagined. Scan. The Ghost Cry City was infamous, and Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. After all, there was an expert at the peak of the 8th transformation in the Ghost Cry City. No one dared to doubt the strength of this expert. After so many years, No one dared to guarantee whether this city lord had advanced to the 9th transformation. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, no one dared to take the risk. Lin Fei would definitely not take the risk. After a scan, there were several red dots in the entire Ghost Cry City. Those that were red dots meant that they were a threat to Lin Fei. As for those that were not dark, they were not a problem. Damn, the strength of the Ghost Cry City is really not simple. After a simple scan, Lin Fei realized that the strength of the Ghost Cry City was more terrifying than what was rumored. For example, there were a total of 4 8th transformation experts, more than 27th transformation experts, and more than 106th transformation experts. Such a force could not be underestimated. After knowing the strength of the Ghost Cry City, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate them. Although it was easy to kill one person, it would be troublesome to create a commotion. Find the target. Target found. On the big screen, the specific location of the target was immediately displayed. The Ghost Cry City was filled with forces. All the fugitives of the Empire were basically hiding in the Ghost Cry City. Therefore, the strength of the Ghost Cry City was increasing year by year. In the Ghost Cry City, there would be fights at every turn, and there would be bloody scenes everywhere. This place emphasized strength. As long as one had strength, they would be very popular in the Ghost Cry City. When the night fell, Lin Fei concealed all his aura and quietly infiltrated the Ghost Cry City. Even at night, the Ghost Cry City was still brightly lit. Experts carrying large sabers and long swords could be found everywhere. Lin Fei avoided everyone and infiltrated a huge mansion. Today's target was inside. He was the son of one of the vice leaders of the Heaven Fiend sect. As for this vice leader, he was once from a large family in an expedition to the Empire. Later on, he committed a major crime and fled the Ghost Cry City. This time, Lin Fei's mission was to kill the vice leader's son. Speaking of which, this vice leader's son had a fierce reputation. He was young and had good talent, which was why he was on the list. As the vice leader's son, Tai Wuhan was also a very famous genius in the Ghost Cry City. At this moment, he was cultivating in the room. At such a young age, he was already a 2nd transition expert. It was not unrelated to bitter cultivation. Lin Fei infiltrated the room and saw this Tai Wuhan. He was not very handsome, but his killing intent was very strong. It was obvious that many people had died in his hands. He set up a formation and restrictions, quietly enveloping the room. Lin Fei only struck once and killed this Tai Wuhan. Tai Wuhan did not even have any reaction. It was a really sullen death. The 2nd transition was very strong, but compared to Lin Fei, he was nothing. After killing Tai Wuhan, Lin Fei recorded the data. Not long after, the 10th mission would be considered completed. He would also be the champion of the Imperial Institute this time. Lin Fei felt a little excited at the thought. When the time came, he would be able to do many things with his fiefdom. After killing Tai Wuhan, Lin Fei quietly left the mansion. No one in the mansion knew that Tai Wuhan had been killed. The Imperial Institute. When the number behind Lin Fei turned to 10, the expressions of everyone present changed. That Lin Fei actually completed the last mission. This is too fast. Dark horse, a real dark horse? The 3 vice presidents' expressions were very ugly. Isn't he injured? How could he complete the 10th mission? Hearing the news, everyone was dumbfounded. First place was completed just like that? Chapter 2406. Lin Fei has completed the 10th task. How is it possible? That's the 10th task. Damn it, he can also complete it. When the sovereigns who participated in the assessment saw the change of the list, they all changed their faces at this moment, especially the sovereigns who ranked in the top 10. Their faces were extremely ugly. The position of first place was already predetermined by them. How did that brat Lin Fei beat them to it? For a moment, they even wondered if their luck was bad. Otherwise, how could they lose to an outsider? No matter how unhappy they were, the first place on the list could never be changed. Lin Fei, the big black horse, caught them by surprise. On the side of the royal family, they also got the news immediately. The first place of the capital college was taken away by Lin Fei. This news made many people in the royal family change their faces. Lin Fei's first place was completely beyond their imagination. It was strange that everyone could be indifferent. They were very clear about the internal problem. The first place should not be Lin Fei. But now they were really speechless. The first place on the list became very dazzling at this moment. Especially for some people, it was as disgusting as eating a fly. Xiao Li, you've finally done something good. On the top floor of the highest place of the capital college, the old dean said to Li Xiong next to him with a smile. Lin Fei won the first place, which meant that the dust had settled, and no one could do anything. Li Xiong was very excited. He finally did not misjudge Lin Fei. This guy really won the first place and suppressed all the sovereigns. It was definitely something worth celebrating. As a member of the college, this is what a disciple should do. Our college needs such a top professional sovereigns. Li Xiong stood straighter. The old dean and Li Xiong chatted for a while, and Li Xiong took the initiative to leave. After Li Xiong left, a man in black appeared on the top floor, like a ghost. I've just received news that the missions for Lin Fei and the other geniuses have all disappeared. I'm guessing that they were forcefully deleted. The black-robed man said coldly. The old dean's face darkened, and a terrifying aura spread out. The pupils of the man in black behind him contracted, and his body subconsciously trembled. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. The man in black knew that the old dean was angry. Even though the old principal didn't really care much about the affairs of the academy, and the authorities seemed to have fallen into the hands of the other vice principals, in truth, if they really wanted to take it back, it would only take a single word from them. This old man doesn't care about matters anymore. Do you really think that you can hide the truth from the masses in the academy? Who gave them the right to do so? Moreover, the royal family's hands have stretched too far. It's time to teach them a lesson. On this day, the old dean entered the imperial palace alone. As for what happened, no one knew. After completing the 10th task, Lin Fei immediately rushed back to Imperial College. He had no interest in staying in Devil Cry City. As soon as he returned to Imperial College, Lin Fei was warmly welcomed. Li Xiong personally greeted Lin Fei outside. Good news. I know that you are the most powerful. I didn't expect that you have completed 10 tasks so quickly. You are much more powerful than those geniuses. Lin Fei was indeed a dark horse. No matter how powerful those geniuses were, they had just finished the 10th task, which was fast. Many of those who were slow were stuck on the 8th task. Without the help of Minister Li, I have no chance to enter Imperial College. I should thank you. Lin Fei's behavior was polite. The better Li Xiong's impression was, the more enthusiastic his speech became. Especially when those deacons and elders looked at him with envy, he was even more high-spirited. Let's go in. The old dean wants to see you. Li Xiong greeted Lin Fei not only to congratulate him, but also to bring the words of the old dean. The old dean wants to see me? Perhaps others would despise the old dean, but Lin Fei did not dare to belittle him. He was a powerful 8th stage professional expert. Yes, you are the first in this session of Imperial College, and also a rare top professional. The old dean definitely wants to see you. Besides, you can get the reward of the college in advance. Li Xiong said. The reward was originally a secret. Now that Ding Ning won the first place, it didn't matter to say it out. You should be happy. This kind of good thing only happens to the first place every time. As for the following places, the gap is too big. Dean Lin Fei is here. Come in. Li Xiong took Lin Fei to the old dean's office, which could be said to be an independent building, because this building belonged to the old dean. You are Lin Fei, a man of striking appearance. Not bad, not bad. As soon as Lin Fei walked in, the white-haired old principal took the initiative to look at him. With just a single glance, it was as if everything fell into the old principal's eyes. Fortunately, Lin Fei had prepared well before he came. Even if the emperor was here, he wouldn't be able to tell anything different. I'm Lin Fei. Nice to meet you, Dean. Lin Fei made a fist and palm salute. The old dean was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. As the first in this session of the college assessment and a rare top professional in the empire, you have a promising future. You are qualified to enter the Imperial College Treasure House and choose 3 treasures at will. Choosing these 3 treasures was quite attractive to Lin Fei. Although he might not have a use for these treasures, these 3 treasures were still treasures that were worth cities. Someone will take you there later. Prepare well. Okay, you can leave. The old dean's words were very short. Master, just now in the old dean's room, there was a peak 8th stage professional expert hiding. He seemed to be observing you. They thought it was a secret, but in my eyes, it was like the light in the dark, too conspicuous. The little devil was complacent. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They won't be able to see anything anyway. One more look won't kill me anyway. Lin Fei was very calm. It was obvious that they wanted to see something wrong with him. If I have the time, I might as well go to the Imperial College Treasure House and choose 3 treasures. In the old dean's room. As Lin Fei left, another old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out of the void. The strong aura of a superior person spread out. This kid is really not bad. He was tricked and yet he could still get first. That's really beyond my imagination. The old man looked at the old dean. Did you see anything? The old dean shook his head. Nothing much. The kid is quite talented and a top-class howling warrior. With proper training, he is destined to be a pillar of the empire. The old dean smiled. You really think highly of him. No wonder you went to the palace. Those princes have been having a hard time recently. Also, the deputy deans have been keeping their heads down for a while. Actually, you should have done this earlier. You've made the capital college a mess. Chapter 2407. You are so lucky that you can get 3 chances to choose treasures in the treasure house, which has not happened for a long time in the college. If the news is spread, many people will envy you. Li Xiong was leading the way, with an envious look on his face. Many people wanted to go into the treasure house of the capital college, but only a few people could enter in the end, unless you could complete a certain amount of contribution points. Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. He was able to get 3 chances to choose treasures. Here we are. In front of a house that was not conspicuous, Li Xiong showed a rare dignified look. He was completely different from before, as if a bloodthirsty beast was standing in front of him. Lin Fei asked the little devil to scan the house. In less than a few seconds, he got the detailed information, and he was very shocked. There was a secret in this house. On the surface, there was nothing, but in fact, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. It was no less than a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Whoever came here would die. Li Xiong's dignified look became normal. There are so many masters in the capital college. Who can think that there will be another scene in an ordinary house? After taking a deep breath, Li Xiong walked to the house. Follow me. Don't walk around. It's dangerous here. They came to the door, and Li Xiong pushed it open. As soon as the door was opened, they were greeted by the smell of antique, and rows of bookshelves appeared in front of them. Warrant! An old man appeared in front of Li Xiong without warning. The old man was dressed in ordinary clothes and had white hair, just like ordinary people. He raised his head slightly and stretched out a hand. Elder Wu Ming, this is the warrant of the dean. Li Xiong took out something and handed it to the old man respectfully. The old man took the warrant, glanced at it, and then his eyes fell on Lin Fei. Follow me. Oh my God, this Elder Wu Ming is actually an 8th stage professional, and his combat power has reached a terrifying 85 million. It's really terrifying. Lin Fei followed the Elder Wu Ming, and he was secretly shocked. With such a peak-level expert guarding the treasury, no matter how many people came, it would be useless. The most terrifying thing was that this nameless elder had sealed his own strength, making him look like an ordinary old man. That was the most terrifying thing about him. Alright, we're here. You can walk around the entire treasury as you please, and even choose your treasures. Elder Wu Ming led Lin Fei all the way to the center of the treasury. However, you can only choose 3 treasures. If you want to secretly take away the extra treasures, you won't get anything, even if you have the dean's warrant. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. I understand. Elder Wu Ming glanced at Lin Fei and turned to leave. Lin Fei felt that the last glance was more of a warning. As for whether it was true or not, only Elder Wu Ming knew. 3 treasures. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei ordered the little devil to scan all the treasures in the treasury. He couldn't look through them one by one, that would waste too much time. He only had 2 hours to choose. 2 hours was not a long time, but if he really wanted to pick out something good, 2 hours was too short. Lin Fei walked around casually and didn't look through the things on the bookshelves. There was a layer of energy seal on these things, which added a lot of trouble when choosing treasures. Interesting. Looks like it won't be easy to choose 3 treasures. Lin Fei continued to look around as he walked. In fact, he was waiting for the little devil's scan results. He didn't care much about treasures. It was better to get some energy wall stones, the more the better. Therefore, on this trip, Lin Fei was prepared to choose 3 priceless treasures to exchange for some energy wall stones. If he took these things out, no one would say anything. Another place in the treasury. Elder Wu Ming couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Young people nowadays. He no longer paid attention. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the little devil had a result. Lin Fei looked left and right. In the eyes of others, at most, it was because there were too many things and they couldn't see any problems. Master, there are countless treasures in this place. There are more than 100,000 of them, including weapons, elixirs, cultivation techniques, armors, and so on. Lin Fei stopped the little devil from continuing. I'm not here to listen to nonsense. I want to choose a few priceless treasures. Do you have anything for me to consider? Aren't you looking down on me? There are more than 100,000 treasures. I have already selected a batch of suitable treasures for Master. A list appeared in front of Lin Fei, indicating the specific location. With a rough glance, there were dozens of treasures, all of which he had never heard of before. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The Academy's foundation is really deep. The treasures that can be selected by the little devil must be extraordinary. There were so many treasures that he didn't know how to choose. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Fei asked. Master, if you want to get more energy wall stones, then you need to choose a few special and rare treasures. First of all, special treasures, such as opening a mystic realm. There must be a large chamber of commerce in the capital city. When you sell them, there will be many people who want them. Second, some treasures that can increase one's strength. It just so happens that the Institute has a few of them. Lin Fei really didn't know what to choose. After the little devil's explanation, he knew what he should choose. As the saying goes, the treasures had to be special. Right now, Lin Fei didn't lack anything except energy wall stones. The more of these things, the better, and the more, the better. Got it. Lin Fei thought for a moment, walked over to an elixir not far away and stood in front of it. Enhancement elixir, cultivation breaking elixir, one of the forbidden elixirs of the Empire. After taking it, one's combat strength can be increased by 20 times. The time limit is 1 hour. The elixir in front of the bookshelf had a record of the elixir's history and a certain amount of contribution points. The number was very high, even an elder might not be able to trade for it. A forbidden elixir that could increase one's strength by 20 times was something that many people coveted, even in the Empire. The first one was this cultivation breaking elixir. Soon, Lin Fei came to the next place. It was a special bone, obtained from a mystic realm in ancient times. The owner of the bone was a powerful astral beast. According to the current classification of strength, it had reached the peak of the 9th profession transition. The entire bone was golden and glossy. This kind of beast bone was also priceless in the Empire. It could be used as the main material for making weapons. It was indestructible and was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei didn't need this material, but it was very useful to others. A good weapon could give him a certain advantage. This was the second treasure. For the last treasure, Lin Fei chose a sealed heart. Rumor had it that it came from an ancestor of the demon god empire. It was useless to human experts, but it could be used to make elixirs. But to the demon experts of the demon god empire, it was good stuff. Once it was refined, it could inherit a portion of its power. Chapter 2408. In the old dean's room. The white-haired old dean was flipping through the documents. Everyone guessed wrong. That kid is really muddle-headed. He tossed the documents to someone else. This person was the old man from before. Muddle-headed? Interesting. The old man laughed. Did he take away the good things in your treasury? While he said that, his hands did not stop moving. He took the documents and flipped through them. The forbidden pill, level-breaking elixir, increases combat power by 20 times, the bones of an ancient star beast, a top-notch material for refining weapons. The old man was very calm. Hey, there's also a powerful demon heart from ancestral master Tong Tian of the Demon God Empire. The old man thought that he was smart, but when he saw the 3 items, he was a little confused. What was that kid trying to do? With their eyesight, they could naturally tell whether the items were good or bad. The 3 items were all very special and priceless, but their effects on cultivation were very ordinary. The only good thing was the star beast skeleton, which could be used to forge top-notch weapons. As for the rest, they were nothing in their eyes. The old dean's expression was also very ugly. The 3 items could at most be sold for a high price, but their effects on cultivation were not good at all. That kid is muddle-headed. The old dean was furious. He's too willful. The old dean attached great importance to a future top-notch professional expert. The restoration of the Capital Institute's glory was mostly due to this Lin Fei. Haha. The old dean laughed. The 3 treasures that Lin Fei had chosen from the treasury were naturally not a big secret. In less than half a day, the documents were on the desks of some people. Everyone had different reactions, as if they were all shocked. The items that Lin Fei had chosen were not what they had imagined. The most valuable item was probably the bones of the star beast. How interesting. A foreigner is indeed a foreigner. He actually wasted such a good opportunity. Maybe he would have made the same choice in the Empire's treasury. Ha! He has eyes but cannot see. Of all the things he could have chosen, he just had to choose these. He wasted 3 opportunities for nothing. Even if that kid is talented, he won't be able to achieve much in the future with his methods. Holy Lady, should we contact that kid? Outside the imperial capital, inside a luxurious mansion. Ever since Holy Maiden Qinlan had completed a deal, her status in her own empire had risen significantly. She was quite famous among the Holy Maiden candidates, and at the same time, she had gained the attention of many people in the upper echelons. This is a good start. After dealing with some matters, Qinlan quietly returned to the imperial capital, ready to wait for the mysterious person to come again. According to the analysis of the upper echelons of the empire, the mysterious avenger was definitely not from the Tianmen Taoism. He was merely borrowing the name of the Tianmen Taoism. If anyone could reach an agreement with this mysterious person, it would be of great help to the empire. The mysterious avenger didn't come. Instead, he heard a piece of good news. No. Qinlan was very resolute. It's not good to contact him at this time. I don't know whether that kid is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. There are so many treasures in the treasury of the Capital Institute, but he only chose these 3 treasures. But I also have to thank that kid for bringing out the demon heart of ancestor Tong Tian, which is a treasure of our empire. Qinlan's face became serious. Ancestor Tong Tian was originally a strange monkey. Later, he grew up to be one of the ancestors of the empire. His strength was all over the place, and he called himself Ancestor Tong Tin. Later, he was killed by Emperor Yuan Zheng, and his demon heart was taken away. It had been sealed in the treasury of the Capital Institute, and the demon clan had completely given up the idea of taking it back. And now was a good opportunity. Order people to monitor and follow that kid immediately, but don't act rashly and alert him. When Lin Fei chose 3 treasures, all the forces knew about it immediately and were ready to make a move. That night, Li Xiong came here with a look of exasperation and disappointment. He had missed 3 good opportunities, and what he got were ordinary treasures. Anyone would feel it was a pity and regret. Lin Fei pretended not to know and got Li Xiong's forgiveness. Since it had come to this, Li Xiong could not say anything more, so as not to stimulate Lin Fei and leave a bad impression. The next day, people came to test Lin Fei one after another. They were all senior brothers of the college, and they showed great interest in the 3 treasures. As for those who came up, Lin Fei received them all. His performance was ambiguous, but it made those who left realize that Lin Fei might have the idea of selling them. This allowed Lin Fei to be labeled as an outsider who did not understand. The various powers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If they could exchange for the treasures in Lin Fei's hands, it would be worth it no matter what price they had to pay. This was especially so for the astral beast skeleton from the ancient era. That was a top-notch material for forging weapons. This was what everyone valued. I really made the right choice in choosing the 3 treasures. In the independent yard, seeing that the star beast bones were successfully copied, Lin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not go out these days. In fact, he was copying the realm-breaking elixir and the star beast bones. As for the last demon heart, it could not be copied, so he had nothing to worry about. Now it's time to take it out for auction. These days, people came and went, and everyone was testing him. Lin Fei saw it clearly. If it were not for copying, he would have taken it out for auction. Lin Fei did not care about the follow-up reaction brought by choosing 3 treasures. He hoped that they would look down on him, so as not to pay attention to him. Lin Fei got up, changed his clothes, and went straight to the largest chamber of commerce in the capital, the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. An unexpected guest came to the Expedition Chamber of Commerce today. When Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, entered the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the person in charge of the chamber received the news and personally came to welcome Lin Fei, giving him enough face. This was especially so after Lin Fei's 3 treasures revealed that he wanted to auction them. The person in charge of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce became even more enthusiastic. Recently, Lin Fei's limelight in the imperial capital was unparalleled. When Lin Fei entered the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the person in charge knew what this genius wanted to do. The most likely was to auction the treasures in his hands. The only thing he did not expect was to auction the 3 treasures in one go. This was definitely out of everyone's expectations. After the discussion, Lin Fei left the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. The 3 treasures were left in the Chamber of Commerce. The person in charge promised that they would be auctioned in 3 days and would be the finale of the auction. After Lin Fei left, the person in charge immediately went to the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce and placed the 3 treasures on the table. Mr. President, the items are here. They are genuine. That kid is really determined to auction them. No wonder he chose these 3 treasures. All right, you can go out and make preparations. Announce to the public that the 3 treasures will be auctioned in 3 days. Make sure to let all the major powers in the capital know. The person in charge obeyed and turned to leave. Chapter 2409. Expedition Merchant Association was the largest merchant association in the empire. The meaning of the name was obvious. After all, without a certain background, no one would dare to use this name. All the major forces in the imperial capital knew that Expedition Merchant Association had the backing of a prince. A prince and a powerful prince. The significance was not that simple. No one dared to look down on them. When the news of the 3 treasures being auctioned came out, the entire imperial capital was shocked. No one had expected that guy to auction the 3 treasures. Was he in desperate need of money? The eyes of the forces that had been waiting in silence lit up. This was a good opportunity. They had planned to open a gap with Lin Fei, but Lin Fei did not say anything. He was very vague, which made everyone very unhappy, but they could not do anything. Once the news came out, everyone was relieved. They immediately sent people to investigate and confirm the authenticity of the news. We must buy the ancient star beast skeleton in a certain secret room. As long as we have this star beast skeleton, we can forge a powerful weapon. Our clan's strength will increase again. A big shot ordered. Similar words kept appearing in the major forces. Everyone was determined to buy the treasures. No matter how much they had to pay, it was worth it compared to the gains. Saintus, good news. The Tong Tian ancestors' demon heart that we want will be auctioned in Expedition Merchant Association 3 days later. Saintus Qin Lan, who was in the mansion, was finally moved when she heard the news. Good, that's great. Ancestor Tongtian's demon heart might not be of much use to others. At most, it could be used to refine medicinal pills. But to the experts of the fiend race, it was of great significance. they could directly create a 6th or 7th revolution expert, and their future potential was limitless. Qin Lan had to report such a big matter to her superiors immediately to get their support. The next day, a gray-robed man came to the mansion and quietly entered the mansion. "Master, why are you here?" Qin Lan was shocked to see the man in gray. "This matter is too important. It concerns our monster race. I have to come personally." The man in gray was Qin Lan's master, Yao Jiao. He was also a top expert of the Demon God Empire. "Tell me what happened." Qin Lan told him all the information she had gathered in great detail. Yao Jiao listened attentively until Qin Lan finished. "Lin Fei, Apex Profession. I've heard of this person before." Fiend 9 said faintly, "Your master has overestimated that brat. Just based on this move alone, that brat's abilities are ordinary." If that's the case, then Qin Lan had become a Saintess candidate because she had guessed her master's intentions. "Master, are you planning to obtain some treasures of our Demon God Empire from the royal treasury through Lin Fei?" Demon 9 was very pleased. "You're still the smart one, to think of it so quickly. Master indeed has this idea. Lin Fei seems to be a person who can be used. But I'm afraid that brat doesn't have the courage to take out the treasures of the monster race from the royal treasury. Even if he takes them out, those forces in the imperial capital will definitely guess it." Qin Lan was not very optimistic. "We can put this matter aside for now. Let's bid for the demon heart first." Yao Jiao said, "Oh right, do you have any new clues about that mysterious Avenger?" "Not yet." Qin Lan shook her head. "That guy seems to have appeared out of thin air. He's very mysterious. All the spies in the imperial capital are looking for him, but there are no clues. The Saintess candidate's master is at the peak of the 7th stage profession. His battle prowess is obviously at the early stage of the 8th stage profession. Good strength." While the Saintess candidate Qin Lan and her master Yao Jiao were talking, another person was paying attention to them. This person was naturally Lin Fei. In the entire imperial capital, except for some places like the Imperial Palace, the rest of the places had basically been set up. Qin Lan's mansion had become the focus of attention. No matter who she traded with, it would not be as satisfying as trading with the monster race. The treasure of the monster race in the imperial treasury? Lin Fei heard it clearly. When he had chosen the demon heart, he had also wanted to see what the monster race thought about it. He did not expect to hear such good news. It might not be possible to take it out openly, but it can be secretly copied. As long as we have the data, we will be able to make it. Lin Fei smiled proudly. 3 days later, at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. After 3 days of vigorous publicity, all the 38 star domains knew about it. Those who were tempted all came. In particular, the astral beast skeleton had become the target of many people. The monster race's demon heart had become the target of competition for alchemists. On the other hand, the forbidden medicine was less attractive. After all, although it could increase one's attack by 20 times, the price to pay was too high. After the medicinal effect wore off, the user would drop 1 or 2 major realms. Compared to the other 2 treasures, the forbidden medicine's grade was much lower. If it did not have this side effect, the user would recover for 1 or 2 years at most, and then it would become very popular. Many big shots had come to the auction. Even if they could not come, they had arranged for their trusted subordinates to participate in the auction. Many people were disappointed that Lin Fei did not come. For others, it did not matter whether Lin Fei came or not. Now, let's auction the final treasure. The competition for the 3 treasures was very intense. Any one of them was priceless. The first to be auctioned was the limit-breaking elixir. This forbidden medicine was finally won by a mysterious person. In the end, it was sold for an extremely high price. The energy wall stones were also exchanged for black crystal cards. This was a high-grade energy storage item that was more convenient to carry around. Each black crystal card could store 1 trillion energy wall stones. The enthusiasm for the forbidden medicine was average. When it came to the astral beast skeleton, the enthusiasm increased, and the competition became very intense. No one was willing to give up. This was one of the essential materials for forging top-grade weapons. To be precise, it was the main material. It was something that could only be found by chance, and it was not easy for ordinary forces to get their hands on it. The astral beast skeleton was sold for an extremely high price. It was worth 12 black crystal cards. Compared to a single black crystal card for the limit-breaking elixir, the difference was too big. The last item, the demon heart, was won by an alchemist. The price was 10 black crystal cards. The auction ended perfectly. Lin Fei had already known the exact number. Such a huge number was much more than the previous auction. He was very satisfied. He could contribute a lot of energy to the auction. Chapter 2410. Expedition Chamber of Commerce. After the auction ended, Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, came to visit. This time, the president of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce had personally come out to greet him, giving Lin Fei enough face. "Brother Lin, you're earlier than I expected." The president was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was full of energy as he greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fei said with a smile, "To be personally entertained by the president is a great honor to me." The middle-aged man was not surprised that Lin Fan could recognize him as the president. After a simple greeting, he clapped his hands. "Bring the items up. We can't keep our guests waiting." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. Not long after, someone came from outside. It was the person in charge from last time. He carried a tray in. These are black crystal cards. Each card contains a certain amount of energy wall stones. Thank you. Lin Fei was impressed by the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire for being able to create black crystal cards. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 23 black crystal cards. The middle-aged man secretly observed Lin Fei, and his evaluation of Lin Fei increased by quite a bit. Many people had never seen a black crystal card before, and some didn't even know of its existence. Lin Fei didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if the 23 black crystal cards were ordinary objects. Only a few youngsters could do this. This trip was worth it. "Brother Lin, you're a rich man now. If there's anything you need, just say the word. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce will get it for you," the middle-aged man said warmly. Lin Fei did not refuse. He said that he would contact the Expedition Chamber of Commerce if he needed anything. The middle-aged man agreed and continued chatting until Lin Fei stood up to leave. "Guild leader, do you think that brat Lin Fei figured it out? Or is he pretending not to know?" The person in charge said in a low voice. The middle-aged man smiled. Whether or not he realized, we've already conveyed our message. 23 black crystal cards and he's neither happy nor arrogant. He's not simple. After leaving the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei planned to return to Imperial College. "Are you Lin Fei?" As soon as he stepped out of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei was stopped by two men in black. Their movements were clean and nimble, and it was obvious that they were from the military. "That's right, I'm Lin Fei." In fact, Lin Fei had known about these two ever since he came out of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't just them. The spies outside were also watching him. They knew everything, but they pretended not to know. "My master wishes to see you. Please come with me." The two black-clothed men stood on the left and right, blocking off all the exits. It was as if they wanted to forcefully invite Lin Fei if he agreed. This attitude directly angered Lin Fei. "Not interested." After coldly saying those words, Lin Fei strode away. "Impudent." The black-clothed man on the left snorted coldly, and a cold aura pressed down on Lin Fei. He stretched out his hand, and like an eagle's claw, he grabbed at Lin Fei with lightning speed. "Get lost." Lin Fei's current level of strength did not seem high, but with the help of the level-up system, his strength was immeasurable. The two black figures flew out and fell on the street, spitting out blood. If this happens again, it won't be as simple as a light bump. Lin Fei did not stop, but his voice echoed in the ears of the two black-clothed men. On the street, Lin Fei's figure disappeared. The two of them got up pathetically, looked into the distance unwillingly, and finally shook their heads and left the scene. After they left, the special creature in the air quietly followed them. At the same time, on the street next door, in a private room of a luxurious restaurant, An elegant young master, dressed in brocade clothes, put down the cup in his hand, stood up, and opened the window. What a good Lin Fei, to be able to use his strength to such an extent. Even the 2 second-stage profession guards could not withstand a light bump from him. As expected of a top-notch profession. Old Five is probably going to be furious. Giggles could be heard coming from the private room. A young lady dressed in a palace dress was smiling beautifully. She was very charming. The better Lin Fei performs, the better he is. Isn't he playing into third brother's hands? Fifth brother has always been overbearing. I'm afraid he won't have the chance to recruit Lin Fei. But third brother, your chance has come. The elegant young master turned around. Little sister, how can you talk about your brother like this? The girl continued to smile. So third brother doesn't like it. Could it be that this little sister is going to congratulate fifth brother? You also know that this little sister doesn't have a good impression of fifth brother. It's not as attractive as third brother. You. The elegant young master smiled bitterly. We've seen a good show. If you have something to say it quickly. Third brother doesn't believe that you'll be so free to drink tea with me. The girl in the palace dress pouted. Third brother, you really know how to wrongly accuse good people. I don't want to play with you anymore. You only know how to bully your own little sister. She stood up, pushed the door open, and turned to leave, leaving behind a beautiful back view. The elegant young master revealed a rare solemn expression. Ninth sister, do you also want to compete with third brother for that Lin Fei? Your Highness, we've failed. In a heavily guarded mansion. 2 injured men in black clothes knelt in the main hall. At the end of the main hall, on the throne sat a burly man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His body was filled with a ruthless aura. Trash. The burly man slammed his palm on the throne, and with a loud bang, the 2 men in black clothes who knelt on the ground seemed to have been impacted by the force. Their whole bodies were directly torn apart, and they could not be more dead. Trash should all die. The burly man was the current empire's 5th prince. Someone, go and invite the 2 deputy deans of the academy. Tell them that I want to see them. The corpses in the palace were quickly cleaned up. Heavenly talent, so what if you have a top profession? Heavenly talent who can't grow is nothing. If I can't get something, no one else can. The cold, murderous words spread in the quiet palace. Lin Fei returned to the Imperial Academy. The results were also out. The Empire's 5th prince really has some tricks up his sleeve. Under the tracking of special creatures, as soon as he returned to the independent courtyard, Lin Fei found out that the mastermind was actually the Empire's 5th prince. Among the forces fighting for the Empire's throne, he was one of the more promising ones. At a young age, he controlled a powerful iron-blooded army and had a large number of forces supporting him. This 5th prince's way of doing things was very domineering. As long as he took a fancy to something, he would basically use violent means to get it done. No one dared to say anything. There was once a force that offended him and was removed from the list overnight. Although it was not the 5th prince who did it, everyone suspected that it was the 5th prince who arranged for it. I didn't expect to fight with the princes so soon. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. To be honest, he really had no interest in getting involved with those princes. The Expeditionary Empire was a large empire. His Majesty was number 1 in both literature and military strategy. Naturally, the princes he gave birth to were not simple. Choosing any prince would mean offending the other princes. This was not a small problem for Lin Fei. Especially at this time, Lin Fei did not want to be